Ya, karibuni. Karibuni kwa show yetu siku ya leo. It's my hope and my glad that you are doing well. So let me prepare a little bit. So don't worry. Bado sijafunga siku lakini sawa. I've just decided you know my friend and told me that sikujua nilisoma message vibaya ndio sikuweza kukuja kwa haraka. So welcome to our show tonight. It's my hope that you are doing well. Leo, the main thing which I've seen is some few people who protested yesterday or who were arrested yesterday are actually wamepelekwa kwa koti. So it's something which we can actually ask ourselves, do those people deserve what happened? Eli, you talked to me a few minutes ago, so kindly, welcome. So kuna watu wamekamatwa and they have been arraigned to court. So I don't know kama wameachiliwa na board or ama plan ya serikali imekuwa gani. So that one I'm still not aware of. So away from that, I think Kenyans are still resisting. Sababu cost of living is still very, very, very unaccommodating. So those are the things which are happening. So I don't know kama kuna kitu najua pia imetendeka along the day. You can help us know. Nimeona huyo kijana I think that Kenyatta look-alike. Kuna vile nimeona he has been trading. Somebody had told me yesterday he had been arrested. That Kenyatta look-alike is like he has been arrested. One minute. So nimefungua show using my phone. Nikiweza kupata nafasi nitafungua na computer, so that is why I will not be able to do some, nitaweza kufanya any videos for now. Because my computer is iko kwa gari and I need time to go and pick it. So that is what is up. Simu ni kama iko na power enough. But if I get one or two people, I will be able to go and pick my computer and it will be fine. Yes. So today was a very busy day for me. Nimeshinda nikifanya an experiment huko kwa field, which I was not able to get very convincing into sort, lakini ni sawa. So Kenya, we are still suffering. Gachagua, sijui kama leo wameinject. 2 days ago when he was talking, I heard him saying that he will be going to Ukambani and somewhere in Masailand kabla ya kimbia huko London. So that one is also something which we have to follow, and na tujue ya kwamba how Gachagua has been reacting. Of late nimeanzia kuona people are attacking him a lot. Some people are attacking him a lot who think like maybe the opposition deserves better than him. Lakini saa zingine najiulizanga if this guy has come to the opposition to try and help us achieve our goals, why is it that saa zingine ni kama we feel like we don't need him? So kuna vitu zingine I don't get. Huyu jamaa tunamhitaji. Yeah, even with his force, yes, ati ni malaika. So na saa zingine I don't know kama itabidi tutumie verse ya Bible. Verse ya Bible saa zingine ile inasema we have all fallen short of glory. Kuna watu wanasema saa zingine I hear some people saying kuna wengine tu wamefollow zaidi. So I hope that people have not fallen short of glory, and we have also to start evaluating, is Gachagua forgivable? Amesoma, can he drive Kenyans to the same pit again? Because you can imagine Gachagua anafika level anasema haki ya Mungu, afadhali hata huyu mzee Raila angechaguliwa. Yeah, I think it's a statement which is coming out of frustration. Haki ya Mungu, I wish huyu mzee angechaguliwa. I couldn't believe when he was saying this. It's just a statement which is coming out of frustration, and when you are hearing somebody like Gachagua saying, I wish huyu mzee angechaguliwa, personally it hit me hard, because I remember how hard he worked for Ruto, how hard he tried to convince people in Mlima, and finally watu wa Mlima wakakubaliana na yeye, even though our votes were stolen. There are some people in the school of thought who still believe that Ruto at that time got more votes than us. So the story ni Gachagua can Gachagua be forgiven? Because bado kuna watu wasema kama ni Gachagua I don't know, like people feel like they have scores to settle with Gachagua, like as Ruto is paying ati hata Gachagua alipe, ati Gachagua ati asianzia ati kukuja ati kuanzia kucamouflage ati kwa upinzani ati tumchukulie kama mtu mzuri. So like there are those people who still feel I'm just facing family. Sikuwa nimekula leo. I'll just from the field work, then the Miami Open. So that's what's happening. So I will need to hear your comment about Gachagua. What do you think about Gachagua when it comes to vile anapiga? Anahitaji kusamehewa ama tu ni is somebody who can actually, do you think Gachagua has learned? Gachagua ameweza kusoma from his own mistakes, because you know in life we learn from our own mistakes. Yeah, so experience. So saa zingine zile vitu unapitia you learn from your own, most of the time. Like when I used to be a student, that is what our professors used to tell us. What are you learning from that mistake, from that issue? So if you cannot be able to learn, so like what is the learning lesson for Gachagua when it comes to the way he associated with Ruto? What is the lesson which he is taking forward in the next dispensation? He has told us that a political party, according to him, if he had a political party, Ruto couldn't have mistreated him the way he did. Question, is it true? If Gachagua had a political party, his own political party, could he have been impeached? Sorry. Yeah, so those are some of the things which we need to ask ourselves. And pia kuna jamaa nimesikia akiongea vizuri sana, Mzee Kalinturi. I didn't know that Mzee Kalinturi is also having the same results which, and nimekuwa nikiwaambia hapa, lakini saa zingine niliona people are doubting, and I've been, then I think some people doubted my model, my approach. I have been saying Ruto anagonga between 22 and 24. That is how my very serious data point shows me 22 to 24, anaosilitia hapo. Then Mzee Kalinturi ametokezea akasema in Meru, na sijui kwa nini Ruto hiyo kura yote anatoa wapi. So Kindiki, Mzee Kalinturi alisema Kindiki has to be rejected. Jana tu, he said it yesterday, Kindiki has to be rejected, na hakuna historia ya kusukumia ati wa Meru ati story ya Ruto. You remember when Kindiki came and akaanzia kusema ati there is no option other than to elect William Ruto, sababu ati hii serikali ya Ruto ati imebeba ndama na ndama ni Kindiki. So Mzee Kalinturi amesema hivi, sawa nje. So Mzee Kalinturi, nitasoma. Mzee Kalinturi amesema hivi, Ruto is scoring at 22% in Meru and 27% nationwide. And then akasema, where are people? So Mzee Kalinturi akasema now it has become a time where rejection for Ruto has been agreed upon. Na akasema wao kama Wameru, they will distance themselves from Kindiki. So that information is very important because already Wameru wamekataa Kindiki. And then I'm hearing that if Ruto is not going to get that assurity of Wameru, Kindiki is going to be ousted. And nani aliconfirm? Mzee Kalinturi. So Mzee Kalinturi said Meru community is not going to become a collateral damage for Ruto ati ili achukue Kindiki, ati Wameru ati wakubaliane na Kindiki so that Kindiki can continue to be the deputy president. Wameru amesema whatever happens to Kindiki is none of their business, but they will not support him. So if that is true, then Ruto is only left with one option, to drop him, because watu wamekataa. Wameru wamesema they cannot agree with the traitor. So Ruto has to shop around with some of the people who he feels they are more agreeing with him than others. So it's a matter of time. Kindiki power will collapse soon. Yeah, Eric Karibu. You can react on that. Eli, can you hear me? So you can react on that issue of where very strong Meru community people, elders, have said that they cannot support Ruto and the Kindiki has to define his own path without them.
Thank you. Let me ask you, this Council of Elders thing, when did it start? Can you answer me?
Njuri Ncheke is a perennial one. Njuri Ncheke imemaliza miaka 100 bwana.
Wacha Njuri Ncheke inaongea hizi Council of Elders.
Nasema kama Njuri Ncheke
in Kenya in general. When did it start? Give me
I'm saying like Njuri Ncheke is time. It has a lot of time. But councils of elders, I think they used to be there perennially. It was the setup of the community. So, Bwana Eli, you cannot ignore council of elders. Council of elders have always been there. Si ilikuanga vuguvugu la wazee. That it has always been there even before we were born. Ilikuanga kitu ya kupitishwa kwa raia.
Okay, it looks like you did not live during Moi's Arab Moi and the Jomo Kenyatta's time, right? So the Council of Elders, it became a fixation after Mwai Kibaki. That is when the Council of, people are demanding for a certain type of majimbo, and I'm sure. Can you hear me? Okay, so people are arguing for a certain type of majimbo, and the majimbo is in the Naivasha majimbo, and then there was the Amos Wako majimboism, and then there were people who even had a nostalgia of the 1960s when we had some kind of senators back then. Now, this Council of Elders, was uprooted from a system that was not even written on paper. It was just, like you say yourself, that it has been there for hundreds of years. Okay, but it was not as strong as in other countries. Like, for example, if you go to Nigeria or even next door in Uganda, where they pretend royal families, where you have some people who pretend to be queens or kings in those villages and dominions. They give those powers, which for us we think we call them council of elders. These people only started being important after Kibaki, because in Moi's time, those people would be vanquished. There was only one superpower and one center of power in Daniel Arap Moi's time. In fact, Daniel Arap Moi was, I think, more powerful. If you allow me, he was more powerful than Jomo Kenyatta in every sense of the word, because he wielded so much power. I mean, district commissioners have been known to say that when Moi was on the phone, they were shaking, they were trembling. So the center of power was, the locus was within Moism. And after Moi left power in 2002, is when this so-called Council of Elders thing became important. You remember even a man called Kamlesh Patni of Goldenberg, went to Libya. You can Google this and you can even YouTube this, and you'll find that Kamlesh Patni was the chief representative of African princes and kings and queens in front of Muammar Gaddafi. That at this Kamlesh Patni of Kenya was the chief council of elders. He was the head man. My point here is that whatever we call council of elders, or Njuri Ncheke, or the others that claim power within our communities, came after Daniel Arap Moi. That is where their strength came, after Daniel Arap Moi. Because, Kibaki did not give a toss about what people do in terms of their legitimate rights, about how loud they can shout. Kibaki did not care. You can't shout, because I'm obsessed with the restructuring the economy. But you can go and shout as loud as you like. And that is the transition that we saw from Moism to this so-called Council of Elders. These people, they're not important. You say that they're important, and I wonder how. It is a myth. The people who now subscribe to the issue of Council of Elders don't even know what those council of elders mean in their own communities. Because we're talking about young people who are not interested in such a thing. And we are saying that these people who only claim power, they have not been voted in to any political office, and they pretend that because they're elderly, and most of them are not even elderly, and also because they are men, and they don't allow women in this council of elders bullshit. And this has been going on for since 2002. Is a lot of rubbish. I think that if anyone thinks that a council of elders kitchen cabinet that decides who is who in any region is a false claim to power for that particular region. And if people decide that they will vote for you or the other person because of the authority of a council of elders, I think this is the worst form of corruption that can impede democracy in terms of electoral democracy. I think it is a rotten idea because a lot of these people who claim to be council of elders, who are they? Who chooses them? Who selects them even? You see, I'm not trying to be cynical, my brother, but during Cheke, they never decided on political things back in the day. When they were fighting the colonial people, they were not doing this to please some people within their ranks. Now they want to prop up a leader through Council of Elder, because this is what has been happening in all our communities. Because even now in Luo Nyanza, there's factionalism around Council of Elders. In Kikuyu land, the same thing. There's some communities don't even have Council of Elders. So it is just a copycat game which we see in the media, and then people decide this is what we have as a council of elders of the Kisi community, the Luya, and all other communities, even the Maasai. The Maasais never had such a nonsense. These people, they had a holistic program in how they led their lives in their community. Nothing about someone who is superior in their midst. So I am saying that this Council of Elder utopia needs to stop because it is confusing the youth, it's confusing the young people. If Mr. Kindiki is claiming that one of the ways that he will retain power, aside William Ruto, is through the Council of Elders of his community. That is his own thinking, but I don't think that that is the people of that community that wants this Council of Elders to decide. You know that. You know, you're not slow. You know this. And you've seen that some of the Council of Elders, the so-called Council of Elders, in most of these communities are young people. So even if we decide that they're elders, who are they? And for the community that I come from, we have been plagued with a lot of um, physical violence and bias within the factions of the Council of Elders of the Luo community. Because, Luo community, they exist through clans. So clanism is a very, very important thing within the Luo community. So if you tell people from, let's say Gladys Wanga, she is from Kano. Gladys Wanga is what a Luo would say, Enyakano. Koakano, those people like Luanda Magere, you heard about when you were in school. Gladys Wanga comes from those sides. And the husband happened to be from South Nyanza. And the people of South Nyanza, broadly speaking, they don't have time for Gladys Wanga just because she's from the clan which is Kano. And that is how the Luos exist in their progress or failures, because they look at clanism. And then when someone purports to be a council of elder for the whole of the Luo community, it does not happen because of our clan system. You cannot have a chief or a chieftain. Even those people who said that Raila Odinga was the head of the Luo community, an antidote to that is how? Because how? This community has hundreds of clans. So it is impossible to claim that someone can be a council of elder in a community which has hundreds of clans who are sufficiently able to do their own things without being supervised by a headman who claims to be the head of that community. It just doesn't make sense. And so if Kindiki will be propped up by a certain council of elders, during Cheke, you hear people speaking about during Cheke, and it makes no sense at all, because we're living in a modern age, and if during Cheke have anything to offer within this modern age, something that is substantive and makes sense, then so be it. But actually, people are afraid or people are happy because a certain council of elders, like during Cheke, decides who become a deputy president or something like that, is something really, really unfortunate. Because if you decide, whichever side you are in this political debate, you are going to be in the opposition, and so you support Rigathi Gachagua or all the coalition people who want to side with him. But you say that the main person or persons from other communities have been endorsed by Council of Elders. This is wrong. And I'm not saying that you are wrong, I'm right, Wananjiru. I'm saying that it does not make sense in terms of electoral democracy. That's why I'm very suspicious about electoral democracy as a route to achieve anything important in our country. But I will listen to your rebuttal about this, because I think you believe that Council of Elders are a powerful system of coordinating victory. I don't know about this, but I think those are the things that William Ruto and his mates are going to use to dismantle any campaigns to defeat him. Because if we are going to think that we can supply our victory through Council of Elders, or that Kindiki is supposed to be propped or declined by a certain Council of Elders, and then as we also deal with our own issues through Council of Elders, this is, I don't want to say primitive, but it doesn't make sense.
Okay, let me ask you, Elie, as you percolate on that. So according to you, do you want to say Council of Elders is not important, or it is bypassed by the event? I would want to hear from you what you say about that, because I don't get it. Because are we just going to abandon our culture simply because we feel like the Council of Elder is either outdated or maybe they are doing the wrong things. But can't the Council of Elder do the right thing? Can't they be the custodians of the society? Why do you judge that they must be doing the wrong thing? Because what I'm hearing from you, you have a pre-assumption that these people are doing the wrong thing.
You know that in America they have the GOP for the Republican movement, I think, as the Grand Old Party. Okay, and it's nearly the same as a supposed thinking of an African Council of Elders. There's a certain clique of people who believe that when they achieve power, they have to attain certain route, using a certain route or route. And I think that this idea of Council of Elders post Kibaki was fashioned in such a way because certain people wanted to attain power, whether they want to do it in their regional or divisional area, subnational, or even national, and they really need this Council of Elders. These people who we think are not important at all, but these people are telling us that it is important. If you tell me that this thing is cultural, then I will ask you one question. Why was it not cultural during Jomo Kenyatta's time? Tell me. And also, why was it not very important in certain episodes of our political landscape in Kenya? Because you know that when some big things happened, this Council of Elders, this so-called Council of Elders, they were not even they were not triggered. No one went to seek their advice about certain things in society. They only became important, and crucially so, during elections. So how can you call that culture a cultural experience? How? Wewe niambie. So kama hawa watu utamaduni yetu sasa na hawa sijui watu wanini wanajiita sijui Council of Elders, na hii utamaduni vile unahitaji unataka kusema hivi ati imepitia hiyo njia ya kura, ile kura ambayo tunapata, ama tukijaribu kupiga kura na eni yetu ni yani, lazima tupate watu kama hawa ndio watupitishe kwa ile njia ya kupiga kura, kwa tuseme njia ya kitamaduni, ati tunataka huyu jamaa kwa sababu wale wazee wamesema huyu ndio tunamtaka. This Council of Elders institution, so to speak, in every community over the last 20 years is one of the biggest problems in our progress in electoral democracy. I believe so. I don't think it can be something cultural. You tell me right now, what is cultural about the Kikuyu Council of Elders or the Njelu Ncheke? You tell me, how is it cultural? How many people have said this is our cultural institution?
Anaona Grace Neema anasema ati Karen Nyamu ni kama ati kuna wazee alionekana na wao. We have to understand something that kuna wazee Imbo. And a group can just come, but that one does not validate, that does not discredit the Council of Elders entirely. So we cannot use one wrong group
called big communities
to discredit them. So I'm just saying we cannot discredit the Council of Elders because one Council of Elders has been bought by Ruto, or a faction of it has been bought by Ruto. It doesn't make sense. I don't think. There are still serious wazee who are somewhere who actually know what community needs. and they are not money-minded. All they want is posterity of that community. I think sometimes we overgeneralize, which is not very good. That's my take.
So you think, yeah? So you, as a young person, yeah, Giro, I don't know your exact age, but as a young person, you actually think that a bunch of elderly people can just submit themselves as the key solution to our problems just because they are elderly people. There's no meritocracy there. You tell me, you're a scientist. You're telling me that someone decides that, let's say, Johnson Sakaja becomes, the repeat governor of Nairobi because so and so in Kawangware, who says that he's the head of the, let's say Gumo, Fred, decides that he's the head of the Council of Elders somewhere in Westlands, and he says that Sakaja will be the governor next year. Some people will say, "Oh, this Sakaja here is a Kalenjin." Sakaja has roots of, and it's not a crime. Some people believe he's fully Kalenjin. Some people say he's fully Luya. And he's in the middle there saying that, leave me alone. I don't care about tribe. But when you see this Council of Elders shenanigans, that is one of the things that is presented to the people of Kenya. A person who is from a certain community is supposed to be directed or misdirected by the Council of Elders of that community. Who appoints those Council of Elders and who decides that these are the people who will preordain a person to be the leader of that community? But if you look at this thing, it's a shambles. Bro, if I have to complain about anything in our political system, this is one of the main things I have a problem with. I don't think that the people of Luo Nyanza should listen to anything, such a thing called Council of Elders, because that one has been a rotten system. Yani, hao watu kazi yao ni kukula mali ya Wajaluo, wakisema hao ndio Council of Elders.
So how will the community be governed? Now give me an alternative to the Council of Elders is bad. So how do we govern ourselves?
We already have a constitution. No, we already have a constitution that says that all parts of Kenya will have to address themselves with the national government or the regional governments, the county governments. That's what we have constitutionally. We don't have to make a dice, like we're flipping a dice, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, by some kind of imaginary thing. We call it Council of Elders. It's fake. What is the alternative to Council of Elders? What did we have before this Council of Elders? Okay, there was a colonial system. This colonial system, that there was village headmen, and then there were always men, by the way, which is quite unfortunate. And then there were those people who reported to the chief, and that one was brought into the post-colonial experience where the chief had to liaise with the village headmen or head persons, okay, where they dealt with the small time judiciary issues that could have been sorted out by the courts or the magistrates, but they dealt with these things, okay? But these people, this was a colonial system which did not really help Kenyans much. We had our way of thinking. Each community had their way of thinking, how to govern themselves. You know this, which I don't have to tell you. What my complaint is about is that the Council of Elders that came after Mwai Kibaki, this one was used as a way of propping people during election time. And it has remained one of the instrumental, parts of our election experience. Because if you compare to Uganda, for example, next door, they have they have kings, which Yoweri Museveni finally, after a long period of people calling for, like re-establishment of the kingdoms of Uganda, Yoweri Museveni said, okay, fine, you guys, you can have your kingdoms, but I'm the one who is in charge, I'm the president. As we don't have this kind of thing in Kenya, because ours was in the making of political significance rather than cultural experience. And I'm not even a monarchist and all this royalty kind of thing, because I classify myself as a socialist. But I will still respect those systems of governance that our people of different African countries have. If they decide, for example, in Lesotho or or uh, or Swaziland, that they want their kings to continue with their powers, so be it. The problem people say is, they stage a Western kind of thinking. You look at Swaziland, for example, these people, they have a king who has 17 wives, and every year he has to marry a new wife. The king himself is the owner of the whole land of Swaziland. And the king himself was trained in Eton and other posh colleges in the UK. This king has absolute power. There's no other king in Swaziland, in the world, who has an absolute power as the king of Swaziland. Now, me as an African, I can say this is wrong, because as we're trying to fight for democracy, why do we need a kingdom? But that is their cultural experience, which we don't have in Kenya. What we have in Kenya is a fake idea, which comes very important during elections. If we have this thing, which makes some kind of importance, not just during elections, Jeru, but this thing is such that even our constitution will respect it. Then we have kings, queens in our midst. These people are seen as royals within our communities, our tribes, and they're respected, and it's an institutional thing that we recognize. I think that could have been something pleasant, in our society as Kenyans. But now, for us, we have this thing as Council of Elders as a way of propping people into power. And I think this is very unfortunate. This is what I was trying to express in my comments here. So I hope you understand that I'm not I'm not slagging off communities just because they have a council of elders. Thank you.
Okay, Ele, I get what you say, but
Mhm.
I want to understand. Do you want to tell me that? Do you want to tell me that Council of Elders is an obsolete concept in Kenya?
How is it obsolete?
And if it is obsolete, how should we replace it? Because we need something.
No.
Because Council of Elders is actually more important than the government. We need them. They are the ones who have maintained our communities intact for centuries. So, do you think now we have reached a level where we don't need them?
This is not true. This is not true. In Kenya, which is also is a fake entity which was created by the colonialists, this thing called Kenya. The Council of Elders have not done anything that is quite significant to say that this is what the impact that they have made in our communities. What are you saying? That this bunch of people who, for example, you take the example I gave you earlier on about Kamlesh Patni. Kamlesh Patni of the Goldenberg corruption scandal, him, Kina Mudavadi, and all that of Goldenberg. He skimmed off all that money, pretending that Kenya we have a certain amount of gold. And in order for him to sanitize himself, he became a born-again Christian. And also, some communities decided that this man is not now only not only a born-again Christian, but we will make him chairperson of Kenyan Council of Elders. We will go to Libya. This is when Gaddafi was alive. Man, you can check the video. And Colonel Mohammed Gaddafi treated Kamlesh Patni with a lot of respect. This Indian Kenyan guy, Patni, who all he was doing was to sanitize his past mistakes. He wasn't trying to be the head of the Council of Elders. You know that the Council of Elders is a political atrocity on Kenyans. It's nothing to do with trying to improve the lives of Kenyan people. It cannot be cultural, because if it is cultural, you tell me, what is the name of the chairperson of the Council of Elders from your community? Tell me, Jiru, now. If you don't know the chairperson, tell me the deputy chairperson of the Council of Elders of your community. Tell me, because me, I don't know the Luo Council of Elder chair.
I don't know them, but I thought they are important. I don't know them.
Yeah, well, if they're important, you should know them. Wacha nifungue taya alafu ndio ujue niko na hasira hapa, kwa sababu hii sasa ni mchezo unaleta.
No, hakuna mchezo niko nayo. I'm just trying to understand, because we need a concept which, if it is not true, if it is not right, what do? We give up with our communities? No, we now say now the government to take over everything? Is that what you mean?
It is fake. Council of Elders is fake. It is one of those things that will destroy whatever we think is electoral democracy. You know, because we run to these people and the media, bro, you know how the media works in Kenya, yeah? You know how the press work with the politicians in order to release a press statement or something which they consider an important thing to say. and thereabouts, you'll find Council of Elders. It is not a case of what do we replace them with? What is there anyway about this Council of Elders? You tell me. What is there?
I thought they are meant to make the community lives the way it is supposed to live, like solving issues, bottlenecks, making the community survive.
Unajua saa zingine tunafikiri vitu ziko cultural na unajiuliza cultural, what is cultural? Wewe ndio umesema ama kuna watu umeuliza na wamekubali hiyo ndio cultural? Sababu mimi ninaweza kwenda kwa nini kule village niambie watu ati hii kitu sasa, hii ndio culture yetu, tuachane na ugomvi, kwa sababu we have touched the cultural nerve of our community. What if some people in our community say no, that this is not cultural and we have nothing to do with it within the existence of modern world? Bro, the idea of Council of Elders, it even says that women are not important. Young people are not important because these are elders. And then these elders, they will decide what happens to that community, and if that community has any bargaining power in order to, let's say, get into a coalition, because that's what the Council of Elders do now. Sindio? Wana decide, vile unataka nikwambie, ati hii community yetu tunaingia coalition ama tuingie. Huyu ndio mbunge ambayo tunamtaka ama hatumtaki. Sisi kama Council of Elders tunalipwa pesa ngapi ili tuseme yes or no? You are very you're bringing a very important segment of conversation in our community as Kenyans to ask about this issue of Council of Elders. But you know that this is an issue where women are not involved. Si unajua hivyo?
Yeah, of course, women are not. Council of Elders is part of a patriarchal society.
Exactly. So you are saying that it's patriarchal, or you are saying it's cultural? What are you saying?
Yeah, because by nature, and especially for people who follow religion advances the patriarchal society, where men are the head. How do you, if you look at the Bible, wanaume ndio walikuwa wanakutana and they could reprimand. You can see Eli. I don't know kama Eli from where. Eli is asking his wife wakiwa kwa kanisa, mbona umekunywa pombe asubuhi? So you can see Moses is not Moses. Someone is going to do the anointing. So the Bible has seriously advanced the patriarchal society, and that is why we have that moral inclination towards a patriarchal society. Eli?
When you come into the issue of religion and you're a scientist, I sometimes want to slap my head really up. I want to slap myself. I want to beat myself. I say, what is this man? Yani, you are the people who fail our continent. You fail us really bad.
Our continent is not failed. Our continent is advancing, is progressing.
You are like Prophet Owor. This man is a scientist.
Umeona venye ameimbitetua na huyu msichana hadi akamkaza. Huyu msichana alikuwa amevaa mpaka mandevu, huyu Mamito. Hujaona Mamito?
Nimeona hiyo na nimeona Wajaluo wameanza kucomplain ati wachana na word, sijui man of God, what. Able even play that video so that people can watch because
Where I complain, you are not complaining on behalf.
I actually, if there's any Kenyan comedian that I follow, it's Mamito. Mwalimu, anaitwaga mwalimu nani? Weka hiyo, tuone. I think your sound quality has disappeared. I don't know what's happening there. Get back. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, nimerudi. I was picking my computer. Wacha. So, Eddie, you can go ahead.
Njiru, umesema ati Pastor Owuor alifanya nini?
Ameact,
Umesema ati?
Ameaktiwa na huyu msichana anaitwa this lady huyu
Mamito.
anaitwa Mamito, yes.
Huyu Mamito ndiye alikuwa anaitwa mwalimu, sijui mwalimu nani?
Hapana, I think Mamito too has just been.
Hapana, ule alikuwa mwalimu alikuwa anaitwa nani ile? Or some people can help us there in the chat.
I don't know. So, you know, I'm just starting off my computer.
But we need such comedians because we need the arts to flash out the truth of what is happening. Because that Pastor Owuor and the likes of Kanyari, all those people, Ezekiel, that Kenyans fall for. Sometimes I think that to have a benevolent dictator, and I don't like to use the word benevolent, but I have to use it because apart from legitimizing his attacks on his opponents, Paul Kagame, including killing his opponents abroad, Paul Kagame, the president of Rwanda. And he has been known to, in reports that implicated him in the whatever happened during the genocide, that if Paul Kagame was not involved, the genocide would not have happened in Rwanda. But this man, Paul Kagame, has made Rwanda something slightly different. He is not perfect, but he will not entertain any religiosity that is going to affect the common person. Paul Kagame decided about 6-7 years ago, using presidential decree, to close hundreds of churches in Rwanda. And this actually was reported to have, helped Rwanda to experience some kind of progress, because people were really hurting because churches were just popping everywhere, and people had to pay certain amounts of money to support this or that church. Broke people. And then people were being given false hope through this.
Yeah, nimeipata. Let me put for you, eh?
Okay, weka hiyo.
Wacha nikuwekee, we analyze, eh? Inakaa Mamito amepeleka acting yake notch higher.
Prophet.
You guys, you just today, eh?
Yes, mighty prophet.
Nimeweka kwa WhatsApp ya mbinguni.
Yes, mighty prophet.
Inaitwa Heaven Express.
Yes, mighty prophet.
You will be talking to God through me. I talk to...
Mwigizaji Mamito, ama ukipenda the comedian ama the actress kutoka kule nchini Kenya, ameweza kujipata taabani baada ya kuweza kupata vitisho kutoka kwa the followers wa the mighty one Dr. Owuor, baada ya kuweza kufanya comedy ama kufanya acting, akiwa na actor akimimitate the mighty one kwenye video yake, akionyesha kwamba wafuasi wakiwa wanamuoshia barabara ili aweze kupita, na wakaweza kudress kama Dr. Owuor na kadhalika. So ameweza kufanya mengi pale. Ni video ambayo inasambaa kwa mwendo wa kasi sana kwenye mitandao ya kijamii, na watu wengi wamekuja pale wakicomment zaidi. So wafuasi wa Dr. Owuor wamekuja pale na kuonekana kukerwa na kitendo ya Mamito kuweza kuact kama the mighty one ama mkubwa wao pale. So kwenye comment wameanza kumtishia, wakamwambia wamempatia masaa 24 aweze kuvuta hiyo video kutoka kwenye mitandao yake ya kijamii ikiwepo YouTube, TikTok, Facebook na kadhalika. So watu wengi wamekuja pale kwenye comment section, wengine wakimtetea, wengine wakisema hakuna makosa mtu kuweza kuact ama kuweza kuimitate mtu fulani, kwa sababu tumeona mtu yote as long as you're in public figure lazima watu watakuja kuimitate na kadhalika. Lakini wafuasi wake wamekataa kusikia hiyo, wamesema wanampa masaa 24 na watafanya mambo mawili. Ya kwanza, wataenda kumuombea Mamito na Mamito akose njia ya kwenda mbinguni, in short wamfungie njia na kadhalika, ama wamuombee mabaya, ama wamchukulie sheria ya mahakama na kadhalika. So sasa hivi hiyo ndio video ambayo ina trend hapo, unaweza ukaiwatch hapa. I'll be back.
Yes, the mighty prophet.
You guys, you just joined today, eh?
Yes, mighty prophet.
Nimeweka kwa WhatsApp ya mbinguni.
Yes, mighty
Inaitwa
prophet.
Heaven Express.
Yes, mighty prophet.
You will be talking to God through me. You know, I talk to Jesus directly. I even send him mail. Wewe ndio ulinipea hiyo shamba ya Kamolo because of what you are going through with your marriage.
Yes, mighty prophet.
That is good. But for you, your marriage to be long lasting, uko na nini ingine?
Niko na gari nimenunua.
Uko na gari mpya?
Ndio.
Bring it too, so that I can talk to God for you. And you, that hair should be changed. Hiyo si nywele ya kukua kwa kingdom now. You know that, eh? Na wewe pia, this hair should be shaved, eh? Yes, and where uvae hiyo suti. So you guys are using road, eh? Mnatumia pikipiki and all that, eh? It is okay. Be careful on the road. Nunueni bundle ya mbinguni. I will talk to the Almighty. Nyinyi wote sasa tumewaingiza kwa kingdom. And if I see you like this the next time, nitakuwa nimekasirika, nitawatoa kwa list ya mbinguni. Catch! Beba huyo. That one is the chosen one. Tumeingiza ngapi leo?
Kwa hiyo sasa, so can you comment Bwana Eli sasa? Video ndio hiyo. Umejionea? I can't hear you. You got lost, sir. You got lost. Aya, wacha tuweke Gachagua. Leo Mwingi. Gachagua was today in Mwingi. Yeah, it's important to sikia campaign leo Mwingi. Na wale wanataka kuingia show, you can ingia. I'm here.
Makazi ni watembeleane, wasitembeleane. Makazi ni watafuta serikali pamoja, wasitafute. Makuzo wafukuze Kasongo pamoja, wasifukuze. Mimi mnajua chama yangu ni gani? Ni gani? Kazi yake? Kazi yake? Si kila mtu afanye kibarua yake. Si ya Rigijini kusikiza ground. Rigiji akisikiza ground iko makosa. Hapa Migwani munasemaje? Ati munasemaje Migwani? Migwani munasemaje? Ati hapa ni one time. Harambee! Wewe Ruto, wewe Kasongo, wewe Kaongo, wewe Zakayo, wewe Kengei, wewe muuaji, wewe mtu ya Singapore, mtu ya kutenga, adui ya Mkamba. Kengei aende asiende? Ni Kengei si Kengei? Ni Kengei si Kengei? Wangapi wanasema Keng'ei aende, Keng'ei aende, Keng'ei? Bas, mimi nataka kuuliza. Hapa ni Mwingi West. Mjumbe wenu anaitwa nani? Ati anaitwa nani? Ati CNN. Ameniandikia message jana usiku. Akaniambia wewe Rigiji, Mwingi West ni kwangu. Na hapo sisi ni watu ya Kasongo. Na sisi hatutabui Kalonzo. Na wewe usikuje hapa na huyu Kalonzo. Yeye hatutabui yeye kama kiongozi wetu. Nyinyi ndio mmetuma huyo CNN. Rigiji amefika hajafika? Amekaribishwa hajakaribishwa? Nyinyi watu ya Mwingi West. Mimi niko na kesi na nyinyi. Niko na kesi. Tufanye kesi. Watu ya Mwingi West tufanye kesi. Nyinyi ndio mlichagua hiyo CNN. Mbona anadharau Kalonzo? Mbona anadharau Kalonzo Musyoka? Mimi nauliza swali. Huyu Kalonzo Musyoka ndio kiongozi wa Wakamba? Mungetaka akuwe rais? Mungetaka faulu? Imekuwaje mtu mumechagua ndio anatatiza safari ya Kalonzo ya kwenda Ikulu? Kwa nini watu ya Mwingi West munanyamaza? Mjumbe wenu anaenda kwa Kasongo kumhujumu, kumuhangaisha Kalonzo, kumuharibia jana, kumtukana na kusema Kalonzo ni bure. Nyinyi watu ya Mwingi West, kama huyu Kalonzo atapata matatizo, nyinyi ndio tutalaumu. Nyinyi ndio watu ya kulaumiwa. Kwa sababu nyinyi ndio mmechagua hii kijana. Mbona mnashindwa kumwambia nyamaze? Pale Mlimani hawa kina Kimani Ichung'wah wasaliti ya jamii yangu hawaongei kwa mkutano. Akifika mkutano anaambiwa one time nyamaza. Sasa nyinyi watu ya Mwingi West, huyu CNN mnakubalia anatembea huko, anaongea mikutano. Kwa nini nyinyi hamwezi lida Kalonzo? Kwani nyinyi ni waoga? Nyinyi ni waoga? Mbona mnashindwa kulida heshima ya Kalonzo Musyoka? Sisi watu ya Mlima tutamheshimu Kalonzo namna gani kama haheshimiwi nyumbani? Kwani Kalonzo hana wafuasi? Hana wafuasi? Mbona anahangaishwa na CNN? Mbona CNN anahangaisha Kalonzo? Mbona anamtukana kwa Ruto? Mbona anaharibia jina na nyinyi mnanyamaza? Nyinyi mnanyamaza kwa nini? Bana, nyinyi hapana watu wazuri. You are not good people. Huyu Kalonzo atafaulu namna gani kama mjumbe wenu ndio anamtatiza? Mjumbe wenu mmechagua anaenda kumharibia jina kwa Kasongo. Mjumbe wenu anasema ati Kalonzo hawezi, ati Wakamba hawezi toa rais, na nyinyi watu ya Mwingi West mnanyamaza. Mnakubalia anatembea huko, anajigamba ati mimi Rigiji kiongozi wa Kenya ananitumia mimi message ati nisijaribu kufika hapa kwa vile amenyeta, kwa sababu nyinyi hamuulizi ya swali. Mimi nataka kuomba nyinyi, huyu mtu akifika hapa next time mumwambie aenda kwa Kasongo. Mtamwambia ni msaliti si msaliti? CNN msaliti si msaliti? Aende asiende? Pale Mlimani nimetembea hapo, nimekuwa bahari imeitwa Maragwa, iko mama anaitwa Maua mtu ya Kasongo, tukapitisha na watu ya Maragwa aende Sugoi akapikia Kasongo, akaambiwa kwende. Kimani Ichung'wah haongei mkutano yoyote Mlimani. Wasaliti wa jamii yangu hakuna anakubaliwa kuongea in any meeting, na nyinyi lazima mtafutie Kalonzo heshima, si ndio? Atapata heshima Kalonzo? Ningojee nipate ripoti, ningojee. Akifika hapa mtamwambia aende Sugoi, awachane na Kalonzo Musyoka, awachane na Kalonzo. How come mimi najaribu kumsaidia Kalonzo, nyinyi ndio mnamvuruta chini? Tunajaribu kuleta Kalonzo juu, kumleta juu. Huyu CNN na akina Mutuse wanamvuruta chini. Nyinyi na ni wafuasi ya Kalonzo. Kalonzo anavurutwa chini mkifanya nini? What are you doing about it? How will Kalonzo succeed if your MP is bringing him down and you are quiet? Mumenyamaza. Mutatengeneza hiyo maneno? Mutatengeneza? Nimwachie? Nimwachie? Wale watatengeneza nionyeshe watatengeneza. Harambee. Kalonzo asaidiwe. Ainuliwe asiinuliwe. Mtafanya kazi yenu. Kila mtu afanya kazi ya. Sasa hapa Mwingi West ni kiongozi mumekosa. Kwani hamuna viongozi? Hamwezi tafuta kiongozi mwingine muaminifu kwa Kalonzo Musyoka? Ako. Anaitwa nani? Hii kijana anaweza hawezi? Ainuliwe asiinuliwe? Apewe asipewe? Hata huyo mwingine ni sawa. Wale watu wote ya kufukuza hata wacha apande hapo. Wale wanafukuza huyu CNN wapande hapo. Ni wangapi? Panda hapo pia msimame hapo. Wote, si ndio? Si hawa ni sawa? Mtatafuta mmoja. Watu ya Mwingi West mtatafuta kiongozi. Wangapi wanasema mtatafuta? Harambee. Nikimalizia. Haya sawa. Asante, thank you. Nikimalizia. Kasongo alikuja pale kwangu mlimani. Haya, teremka kidogo. Ndio nimalize. Teremka kidogo. Mnanisikiza? Kasongo alikuja pale Nyandarua. Akaambiwa na Wakikuyu, hakuna boma haina mzee. Akaambiwa mzee wa hii boma ni Rigiji. Kwa hivyo ukiwa hapa uache kiherehere. Rigiji aongee. Nikaamuka dakika 30 nikamsomea Kasongo kama ameketi hapo. Nikamwambia Kasongo, wewe ni mwizi. Nikamwambia wewe ni muongo. Akakunywa maji chupa 16. Akahangaika. Kasongo hangaishwe asihangaishwe? Hangaishwe asihangaishwe? Ati ametafuta mtu ya kushindana na mimi hapo anaitwa Soprano. Mnajua Soprano? Ile mtu ya kutembea na maharagwe. Lakini huko amekwama. Akijaribu ati kutetea Kasongo, watu wanacheka. Akiamuka kwa mkutano, ni fire si fire. Ni noma si noma. Ni Soprano si Soprano. Soprano ni bure si bure. Aende asiende. Mutachunga heshima ya huyu kiongozi? Mutasaidia huyu kiongozi? Naomba nyinyi watu ya Mwingi West, kiongozi anafaulu akipata heshima nyumbani. Kalonzo Musyoka must be respected at home for him to be respected in the rest of Kenya. Kweli ama uongo? Atapata heshima nyumbani? Wasaliti waende wasiende? Pale kwetu tumetangaza Operation Fagia. Na mimi nataka mtangaze hapa Operation Fagia. Ya kufagia wasaliti. Nikisema harambe mseme Fagia. Harambe! Wasaliti wote. UDA, Wilubaro, CNN, Mutuse, Soprano na Kasongo. Na Kasongo. Wangapi wanasema tufagie Kasongo, tufagie? Mimi nimekuja na kijana yangu kiboko ya Kasongo. Pale nyumbani niko na vijana 3-4 ambaye ndio kiboko ya Kasongo. Kijana ya Maumau alimwangalia Kasongo akamwambia, wewe Kasongo, mimi nakuheshimu lakini niko hapa na kijana ya Maumau, Senator wa Nyandarua, John Meru.
Harambe! Pale Nyandarua tuliangalia Kasongo macho kwa macho, tukamwambia, wewe Kasongo, wewe Kasongo, kamera yake ni ile, wewe Kasongo, wewe tunakuheshimu, lakini Tunamheshimu, lakini kwanza macho kwa macho. Mimi nikaangalia Kasongo, nikaangalia nyuma, nikaona ndio Kasongo. Ile mtu ambaye kila siku tunasema aende. Huyu Kasongo huyu. Nikamwambia wewe Kasongo, wewe tunakuheshimu, lakini na wale viongozi ambao wanasumbua viongozi wetu, kama huyu ametajwa na kiongozi yangu, ambao wanakosea huyu kiongozi anaitwa Kalonzo Musyoka, ambaye huko Nyandarua, huko Mount Kenya, tunaheshimu yeye sana. Sisi kama viongozi ambao tumepigiwa kura, huyu Kalonzo tunamheshimu sana. Mimi nataka niwaulize wale viongozi wenu wa nyumbani wanakosea huyu Kalonzo Musyoka heshima, mfukuza hao, mtafukuza mambado. Kama Kalonzo huyu anaheshimiwa Nyandarua, hapa nyumbani je? Aheshimiwa masiheshimiwe? Pale Mount Kenya tukiongozwa na Rigathi Gachagua, kura yetu yote tumeweka pamoja. Hii nyumba ya Kasongo sisi ndio tulijenga. Watu wanajua kujenga, wanajua kubomoa. Tubomoe tusibomoe? Bomoe tusibomoe? Sisi tunataka kueleza na tuwaombe watu wa sehemu hii, watu ya Kitui, watu ya Ukambani, hesabu tumepiga yote, imekamilika. Nyinyi mnatakikana muungane nyinyi nyote chini ya kiongozi mmoja. Kiongozi anaitwa Kalonzo Musyoka. Muje kwa meza ya kitaifa na kura yenu yote. Na kwa kuheshimu Kalonzo Musyoka huyu, watu wote ambao watachaguliwa Ukambani hii, wachaguliwa kwa chama gani? Chama gani? Gani? Wacha niona watu wanasema Wiper, 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 Wiper. Jambo ya pili, kwa kuheshimu kiongozi huyu anaitwa Kalonzo Musyoka, kura yote ya kiti ya urais, yule kiongozi watakubaliana akuwe presidential candidate, yote tuweke hapo. Wacha nione watu wanakubaliana. Mwisho, ile viongozi wote wanatembea na William Ruto, huyo ambao tulimwambia tunamheshimu lakini hatumuogopi. Marafiki yake yeye Kasongo akienda nyumbani watafuta mahali ya kufanya kazi. Kama yule alitaka tufanye karibu tukosane na nyinyi, anaitwa Mutuse, huyo najua iko kazi. Pale Sugoi, William Ruto wako na ng'ombe mingi sana. Huyo Mutuse anaweza tafutiwa kazi ya kuchunga ng'ombe ya mtu anaitwa William Ruto. Aende asiende. Asanteni sana watu wa Kitui, thank you very much.
Asanteni. Sasa Gavana Malombe mwenye mji awasalimie. Gavana.
Shop Grainger. Talk shop for your shop. 1 million industrial grade products backed by 24/7 customers.
Solidarity. Wacha tusikia walimu alafu tuendelee. Sawa sawa Eli. Ama ulikuwa unataka comment kwanza hiyo story ya Gachagua kidogo? Is Rally Ukambani?
No, I have nothing to comment about.
Yeah, wacha walimu. Let's see about these teachers. Then we talk later. Yeah.
Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. Teachers power. Power. Teachers power. Power. Share power. Power. Economy power.
The health cover that teachers were given by the employer is not working for the teachers. First and foremost, there is system and efficiency failures. Many times when teachers are in hospital, we are being told that they cannot be discharged because of the inefficiency of the system to pay those particular given hospitals. A case in hand is Bama Hospital, where a mother, a teacher who delivered and went through cesarean could not be released last week because the systems are down. Sometimes when the teachers go to the hospitals, we are told that the minimum balance is less than 20 shillings. Therefore, this results in delayed care, frustrations, and extreme cases of loss to life. We also want to say that hospitals are forcing teachers to co-pay together with SHA. This is because the minimum outpatient cover has been reduced drastically from 10,000 to 2,500, and now we are being told 1,200. The amount allocated per teacher is not enough for us to access medical. Doctors' consultation fee alone takes the entire amount. And then teachers cannot access laboratory and cannot access drugs. In some instances, we therefore want to condemn the low capitation and inadequate limits that are given to teachers. Limited coverage and missing services. In Siaya County alone, there are no services of dental and optical. And when you go to some of these particular given hospitals, they decline. And therefore, teachers who are having eye problem and having dental problem are not likely to report to school next week because they are unable to get the lenses and are able to be assisted. Some of the hospitals that we are being referred to, which are the public hospitals, in and around Siaya, some of them, the equipment broke down last year and has never been repaired. For example, at Siaya Referral Hospital, the endocosmic machine broke down 1 year ago, has never been repaired to date. Yet teachers are referred to that particular given hospital from various sub-counties. Those particular given public hospitals accredited by SHA, the pharmacies are always empty. And therefore teachers are not able to get drugs. And therefore we are appealing that the scope and coverage must be expanded so that teachers can be able to get adequate treatment. We also have hospital-related challenges. Some hospitals reject SHA patients, like in Bondo, the one that was being used by teachers. Harvard Hospital no longer admit teachers, both for inpatient and outpatient. Our attempts to get explanation from the SHA branch in Siaya has been futile. And therefore, those hospitals are demanding cash upfront, delay in treatment, and others opting out due to delayed reimbursements. Yet we are being told that the cover we have is a comprehensive medical cover. And as teachers of Siaya, tunasema hatutabebwa ufala. Walimu power. Power. Corporate power. Power. We therefore appeal that the government must find an alternative. The funding and sustainability crisis, where teachers' money are remitted to SHA, yet we are not getting enough services. And therefore, it now appears that even the AON Minet was better than the SHA that we are currently given by the government and the Teacher Service Commission. So we are appealing that the government must find an alternative to the teachers' insurance. And if they are not going to streamline the services of SHA, then the money deducted from the teachers' pay must be given back to the teachers, and the employer must insist that each and every teacher must be a member of an insurance cover. Walimu power.
Yeah, let me stop that one and I want to loop Bwana Budi first of all. Bwana Budi, could you begin with the masked guys who came yesterday? Did you see those masked guys who came and they were like showing they could be inclined to the opposite of ODM? Uliona hao majamaa? The masked guys yesterday.
Yeah, they were the people for the new party that was launched yesterday or today, something of the sort. Yeah.
So, do you think that concept of coming with masks was epic, or what was their motive? Ni hawakuwa wanataka kujulikana, they didn't want to become partisan? I'm asking.
I haven't taken a keen interest to think about that, but Kenyan politics is funny because my own observation is in any democracy that works, that is not a banana republic, when such characters do such things, I mean, obviously the security ought to explain such happening. I mean, there is a high possibility that the state understands what is going on. I mean, they are throwing jabs so that they can show that the opposite side also has goons. Instead of them refuting it and saying, look, we don't, we are not associated with this group. I mean, they went silent. I'm coming to believe that Karoli Omondi, who is the owner of the new party, I'm not sure if he's affiliated with the state or the government, but in any democracy that understands right now the goon phenomenon, they shouldn't allow that, but they allowed it in the full glare of the media. So I think they are complicit, to such interviews. So I'm not sure. I mean, I haven't taken keen interest to analyze, but it shocked me,
Okay, now, do you think now Sifuna has a formula based on what he did yesterday?
Sifuna has chickened out. The first disappointment Sifuna did is that I'm not vying for presidential. I mean, why would you even say that? What is the purpose of unveiling a party if you don't have a presidential candidate? I mean, what is it? it's dead on arrival. I mean, the first thing you say is that, I'm not a presidential candidate. I mean, even if you are not, and these young people are looking onto you, because look at the young people, obviously the alternative seems to be, some of us are gravitated towards Gachagua, I mean, but the young people with all their hearts, you see 100%, they're supporting Sifuna, and they see hope in Sifuna. So I think that was an epic mistake from his side. So what alternative you already are saying you're not even to be a presidential candidate? Even if you're not going to be a presidential candidate, I mean, do you have to say when the party is being unveiled? I mean, I don't know. I don't know your take on that, but I think that was a big disappointment to me.
Yeah, I'm looking at the video. Wacha nitoa tusikilize tu kwanza the unveiling, because I can see like
let me comment on the last clip, because you put the last clip, I came because of it. Now you are the funny part with the issue of health, all these people, I mean, they are wearing even the UDA t-shirts, and then they're making a lot of noise. I mean, I'm not sure how bad we have degenerated. I mean, I don't even understand our society in totality. Those days when unions and labor unions, I mean, mostly labor unions, used to agitate for teachers. I mean, when people like Adongo used to call for, mass action within the system, they could cripple the whole country, and they knew their bargaining rights. I think I'm blaming both sides, with Raila bringing Sosion from one side and the Jubilee bringing the Kupet on the other side. The teachers need to come to a point they understand they don't have a union anymore, anybody that will be talking on behalf of them. Today, the person that spoke for them, Sosion, is the biggest surrogate of that government. He's in the morning news. Sometimes you wonder if he has the left side of the brain, because he has become a parody, of Ruto himself, not even a psychopath. He's just redundant, repeating things that don't make even sense. So if this is how the teachers think that they're going to resolve their issues, I think they must understand that it's a foregone conclusion that the labor unions and the powers they used to have, they no longer have it. Look at NAT in itself. I mean, the person that is in there who actually was involved in the last campaign and disparaged Ruto so badly. And you remember his epic, podium rhetoric where he say, "Kata miti, kata miti, kata miti." And today, I mean, he sings actually the song, the chorus, the loudest. So combine all these. Remember even the, Wakina Innocent were here on a strike for like 3 months. Ask Innocent, and nobody knew, and even the students were still going to school. So their strike is that they just stopped going to school, and when finally they were forced to come back, the students just extended the term, and they had to do the double work, and in the end they never got what they wanted. So I think, in short, the labor unions, all of them in Kenya, have become a sham. And thanks to Raila and Ruto combined together, they both must be, because the person who brought Sosion to the political, because he nominated him, he sat in the education committee, and we thought that was better at that particular time. But me looking back, I'm saying that was the greatest mistake. Now, the other day we saw when good-willed, like-minded individuals are making the greatest noise and saying, look, this country is being sold. Remember the Kibagenge saga, which was epic, him and the health ministers. Where were these people when they were being told, this is what is happening to you? Nobody came in the defense of Kibagenge. Today they are talking, not even remembering that in the health committee, whereby one of their people was agitating for them, who was actually removed politically, and he hasn't gone back to parliament. And they think they can fight for this when those who are fighting for them within the structures of Bagain, that is the health committee, was actually told by Duale that we will remove you from this committee. And they think that is how they are fighting, by coming to give pressers. It's not how you fight for it. You support. And that's why lobbying is very important in this country. And if teachers cannot have lobbyists, people in parliament to lobby for them, that you need kelele za chura ambazo hazitasaidia. You coming to tell us teachers are not going to have optical, services in Siaya, and therefore they cannot see. I mean, what does that help us? The very people in the health committee who are even said how that corruption is done. You guys kept mum. Today, the health committee is totally sycophants. Okay? It was reconstituted, and there is nothing you can do. There is nothing you can do. So I think teachers, health workers in different, fields and faculties of the community needs to sit hard and ask themselves that, look, we are having a national failure in terms of health. If you can claim that the amount of money given to the hospital only goes to consultation, I'm not sure if that is true or not. Because on the political weekends when you see all these political activities happening. I mean, how people like Cheriot have choreographed this narrative that SHA is working, and the media has been able to buy it. A few people are put here and there, and unaenda unasikia kuwa it paid for this one. Yes, it is working. It paid for this one. But again, you hear a cross section of leaders who actually crying and saying, look, I mean, this thing is not working. Now, why would you allow this issue to be debated on a political ground when actually it's a national health crisis? Okay. Somebody like Duale must have gone long time ago, because one of the things the former minister for health, cabinet minister, the woman went was because, I mean, she couldn't cover it anymore. I mean, at some point, it was not sustainable to keep on lying. Okay. Now, what did Ruto do? Ruto took an individual that understands to manipulate the system, because having worked as a majority leader in, some of these people, the Duales, the Mbadis, the Ichungwas, have had the privilege of working in the leadership of the House. And I've said this, the most privileged minority in that country is the parliamentarian. When it comes to 1 or 2, 3 things, taking their CDF, their healthcare, their salaries, so on and so forth, they know how to agitate that to the key, to the core, and to the letter. But when it comes to other things, they will play politics with this. So whenever you see a leader like Ruto takes an individual like Duale, who was part and parcel of the House, look at even the people he poached to become part of his cabinet. He knows these are people who are entrenched in the system that is able to debunk his lies within parliament. That was a person that had worked so much in the leadership of the House body, and the person who had come there and who also was privy of the system, that is the Minister for Health, the Minister for Energy. And then look at now his biggest surrogate within the ODM. It's Junet. So Ruto is not stupid. So the question is, are we seeing that the only hope to help us within how to deal with this is to make sure that we put the right leadership, okay? And defend those people who are telling us this is happening in those committees. I think our teachers don't see that. They think that the press conferences are the ones that is going to help them when they have left Ruto to scavenge and make all these committees to be just petty and, almost like, a kindergarten class. Now, look at the reconstitution of all the committees within parliament with the purge that went against the Kikuyu, rebels. When Ndindi Nyoro was taken, when, the Kiambu senator was taken out, and most of the people that were taken out of the leadership, who came? People like Atandi, who came? Okay. What are they doing? Today, you don't even see, at least, I used to hate Ndindi Nyoro, but on the surface, whether it was gimmicks or not, at least you could understand that the budget committee within the parliament was working, or it was meeting. Today, Atandi is all over in Moroni or somewhere else. So I think it's a high time we should tell these people that, okay, sisi hatuendi kuwaonea huruma. You know the structures. You are learned enough. You are the one who educates the society. You are the stakeholders in the education system. So you cannot tell us that you are inept and incompetent to articulate your issues through structures and merit. I don't think these people are inept. But what are they doing? They are playing politics and wearing UDA t-shirts while they are talking to us. I mean, it is just disgusting. And all that is choreographed to think that, look, teachers are complaining. No, these are Ruto's gimmicks. Well choreographed. And we play them here and we say, oh, the teachers are talking. My friend, Ruto is playing some chessboard to other people. But you look at it, you say, okay, where are we headed as a country? So if SHA is not working once and for all, let every sector of the community acknowledge. Let Juakali acknowledge. Let the teachers acknowledge. Let the healthcare Workers themselves say, look, we work in this healthcare, but it is not working. Let everybody say the truth. But the problem is that you say the truth, but when you go to those meetings, you say two term. So what's the reason of you complaining and saying two term? Don't you think, that's a quandary within your own mindset? So I think at some point we have to wish Kenyan people to suffer to the core. I think so. I think we need to die. I think mothers need to suffer while they are giving birth. Because every time we bring this issue and we allow it to be political, some people lose. For instance, Kibagenge really fought with the Duale. Then you ask yourself, is this a personal issue that they have? But then the evidence that he's giving towards the whole issue is taken so petty by the media. Now, the way they are reporting it, it's a political problem. It's not a health crisis. So that is why, like, sometimes you look at how we behave towards things that we should not politicize: education, healthcare. Maybe agriculture we can one way or the other, but there are pertinent areas that are the livelihood of our community, our livelihood of our society, that we should never allow politics to be part and parcel of it. But I think since we allowed it, we are paying the consequences. And the problem, since we are paying the consequences, sometimes we want to forgive those who allowed it and forget that, when they go out of those cameras, nothing will be done because we already took sides. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, I can see Julia is also in the house. Maybe Julia, give me a minute, niwape video iko hapa, and then you react to it. Then we continue.
Siasa kinachohusishwa na mrengo wa Linda Mwananchi ambao unaongozwa na seneta wa Nairobi Edwin Sifuna kimekabidhiwa rasmi cheti cha usajili hii leo na msajili wa vyama vya kisiasa na kufikisha idadi ya vyama vya kisiasa nchini ambavyo vimesajiliwa hadi 93. Maafisa wa chama hicho wamekanusha madai kwamba chama hicho ni cha Linda Mwananchi. Apollo Kamau na mengi zaidi.
Harakati za maandalizi ya uchaguzi mkuu wa mwaka 2027 zilinoga katika afisi ya msajili wa vyama vya kisiasa baada ya chama cha People Renaissance Movement Party kinachohusishwa na mrengo wa Linda Mwananchi kupewa cheti cha usajili. Hatua hii sasa ikiongeza idadi ya vyama vya kisiasa nchini hadi 93.
You are coming into a crowded street. There are already existing shops here. You are now the 93rd shop that is coming on board, and all of them have been receiving customers in different ways. You really have to find a way of making sure your office becomes very special, that everybody wants to buy from your shop and not from the other shops.
Duru katika chama hiki kipya zinasema kuwa mbunge wa Saboti Caleb Amisi ndiye kiongozi wa chama hicho ambacho kinaungwa mkono na wabunge 27. Wabunge hao hawawezi jitambulisha hadharani na chama hicho kwani itakuwa kinyume na sheria vyama.
We understand that Kenya is a youthful nation. Why? Because 75% of our population is below 35. That is not to say that we are aligning ourselves with Linda Mwananchi. However, if Linda Mwananchi want to be our friends, who would hate friends of that nature? Would you?
Chama hicho ambacho nembo yake ni ndege na rangi nyeupe na samawati kimesema ni vuguvugu la Wakenya ambalo linaongozwa na vijana ili kuwakomboa Kenya katika sekta ya uchumi, masomo, afya na kulinda katiba, huku kikijitenga na wanasiasa wa jadi.
Don't categorize us with one term or two term. We are here as the third and the only force that will save Kenyans from the problems they are facing currently.
But for the first time, Kenyans have given themselves a party. And that is why in front of you, you are not seeing your usual political faces.
The Renaissance is not just any political party. We are not going to be screaming on rooftops and dancing on buses. What we are going to do is offer deliberate change.
Hapo mwezi jana, jaribio la Charles Wanyonyi kulinda jina la vuguvugu la Linda Mwananchi kisheria lilikataliwa na msajili wa vyama, akidai jina hilo linafanana na misemo ingine ambayo tayari imesajiliwa na kupatia mrengo wa Sifuna ushindi. Usajili wa chama cha PM ambacho kinahusishwa na mrengo wa Linda Mwananchi ni ishara kwamba mrengo huo unatumai kuwika hadi debeni katika uchaguzi mkuu wa mwaka 2027. Apol Kamau, TV47, Nairobi.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
Julia, go ahead now. That was a preface for you.
Hi, Njiru, unanisikia?
Well and clear.
Njiru, unanisikia?
Yes.
Unajua I have challenges here. Sijui
nakusikia. Go ahead.
Kwa nini kwa StreamYard na simu yangu. I don't know what happened to my phone. I hope unanisikia.
Very well and clear. Go ahead.
Njiru, can you just confirm to me kama unanisikia?
Yes, uko sawa.
Speak, juu sikusikii.
Hi. Wewe ongea tu, uko chonjo.
It's like
no, uko chonjo, uko sawa.
Sawa. So, hiyo chama, I don't know what's going on with Sifuna. I think I was telling someone Sifuna has to come out clear what he wants. History watu kusema ati hawako one term na two term. You are either one term or two term. We cannot buy that other foolishness ya kuwa katikati. Hao wenye wanajifanya hawako anywhere, we can't trust them. That's my take, Jiru. They are untrustworthy. Hao ni watu wa kasongo. As long as mtu haja make up their mind, hiyo ni mtu wa kasongo. Because it is very clear what Kenyans are going through. Si kitu ya kubahatisha ama something to think about. Hakuna kitu ya kubahatisha. So that's my take, Njiru, about your chama.
Yeah, Oliver Scary, can you open your camera? Kama unataka kuingia kwa studio, open your camera tukuone. Just open your camera, we see you then. Ameenda. Oh, sorry. Oh, Oliver Scary, open your camera, please. So, Bwana Eric, can you react to that? So, nimesikia Julia is a bit worried of Julia is a bit worried of Sifuna party. So maybe Eric, to ask you, do you think Sifuna is much now more better fitted? Because watu wengi sana wamekuwa akisema Sifuna akuwe na chama. I don't know why sasa hiyo wakati Sifuna amekuwa na chama, we are starting to criticize. Maybe he has said he doesn't want presidency. Maybe he wants to be sought for other positions. I don't know if by saying he doesn't want presidency, if it will detonate his movement, because kuna watu walikuwa wanamfuata wakifikiria he can be a candidate actually. So Budi, that's why you have left the studio na sijui ni kwa nini, and I wanted you to discuss that. Now that Sifuna has said he doesn't want to go for presidency, maybe you want an assistive role. Will that one wane? Eric, go ahead. Will that one wane his momentum? I think ni kama watu wanisikii. So wacha tuone hao wa Korino, nasikia ni kama they are regretting why they visited State House. Mbudi na kungojea hapa. You are the one to discuss that. We needed to discuss hiyo story ya Sifuna kutengeneza chama mpya. We need to compare now. Are majority of people in ODM now going to migrate to his party? Or what will happen? So those were things which I wanted you to focus on. But ni sawa.
Welcome to the bold analysis, ladies and gentlemen. Mount Kenya Member of Parliament from Murang'a County, who are expecting and preparing to welcome the president on Friday, have really found it very rough and ahead of the president's tour. Just days after heckling marches in Kiambu, Sabina Chege and Betty Maina are clearly finding it difficult to welcome the president, and they're coming out begging the people to turn out. In this podcast, I'm going to show you a host of media engagements while the president's handlers try to appear before Kikuyu stations to appease the masses. And all that is not working well. Just a minute. There was a burial in Murang'a for the brother to Muraya. And in that burial ceremony, Akorino leaders who are in State House are already complaining that since they left State House, they've never had peace. And much of all this are in this podcast. Watch to the end. First, kindly take a minute to partner with us so that we can respond to this distress call from Kwale. This lady called Aisha was born with autism under good care of her parents, but they died. And she remained living in that structure of a house for better part of her time, for the last 2 years. Now, when we were called, this lady is in a clear need for the house. Now, when I sent my team there, it had just started raining. If you check new needed like kitanda and mattresses, people to come out and welcome their president.
Lakini mimi naomba muthenya ucio noga mukarema ne mukarema herwe bobetia muinagira ne mukarema ai totire maga tuiguete Ruto ne are wao ona thuri aitu ne moe wega toti ne mugakama ai totigakama tuiguete Ruto ekakare ona thuri aitu ne moe aria mahuragwo ni mukahorwo tutikahorwo tuiguete ona thuri aitu ni moe wega riu nie ndoka kumuthaitha ndimutandukire nguo kinya karia gathiini mani ni mwanyita wega ati mutongoria oka tumunyite ogeni tugutire mundu utendete kwe kana tigo tuinaga.
And he's using some very unpleasant statement there. Maybe people understand Kikuyu would better understand it. And he's begging the people that please come out, please come out. The language seems to have changed. And that is nominated MP begging. Betty Maina was in Kandara constituency for the same mobilization effort, allegedly to welcome the president. And I've seen a post from Betty Maina. That is what I think it is here. Kandara people are ready to warmly welcome their dear president this Friday. They have made it clear that they will not wait until after 2027 to receive their fair share of development. The time for development is now. One of the leaders I highly don't appreciate. Mary Wamaua was part of this team, but has been conspicuously missing. Murang'a is very challenging county in Mount Kenya, the most challenging one. On one side, Ndindi Nyoro is throwing economic missiles, questioning those in government. Kang'ata, who is the governor, is keeping a social distance for anything UD and Kenya Kwanza. Senator Nyutu is a frequent and one of the strongest critics of the president, aligned with Rigathi Gachagua. And let me take you at this burial. In the burial, Archbishop J.J. Gitahi called out a musician known as Martin Wejen against attacking Gachagua.
Dada go kumenyithio ndomwe wekwo mu kugererio kou wagucio bara-ini itaumaho miario yaririo yaku yaririo muthenya ucio igikua kaundu kau kario kaikira online katiga kwario na gucokio nigukua gakuaga no aikara hau gacokia rucio ukauga ni urathikwo rucio we wathikwa rucio ni urahika okay ni urahikania you waste your time ignore ari utododo siasa na inini mwito ya artistire nitotaka kwaria muno na kire twekaga kenene muthuri urona ona kiaririo ni ndifaka kucheka kindu kiora ano mukua na mukwaji ucio ni ukuruta wira nduci.
This was a burial ceremony of Muranga's brother burial, and this is what he said. Now, this artist, I've listened to the reason why he was attacking Gachagua, and I think he is either selfish or just petty. When the Rigathi was a deputy president, he invited Rigathi in an event where he was launching some of his 2 songs, and Rigathi did not attend, and that is why he believes that Rigathi is unfit to hold a public office. About that argument from some of the people around this case, and I think it's a wrong one. Now, that burial event was hijacked by the state, and it was happening just days after the Akorino faithfuls also visited the State House. And some of the Akorino fellows who are in State House really shocked many people when one of the Archbishop who was there was saying that since they left State House, they've had sleepless nights since vijana wanawachora, kama something here is used a word here, that vijana wanawachora kamba mbua ziko na kiremba. And in this context, he's talking about rejection from the people. Of course, this rejection was highly, of course, boiled by Rigathi Gachagua, who really criticized their presence there.
Tamaka etuete mutumia nigetha thukume nyumba itu. Kwitwa mutumia na agathukuma. Ni urenda oetwe mundurume ukage kwa hukuria. Urenda etueki. Ni tukwenda twire ni uhoro wa mariu to ni ndemra oko ni murodia mukuru ni urarakarire muno. Ni undu wana ke akuruma na kuruma akurino gwikira iremba. Mwekira iremba ngui ni ni ndirarakarite. It is too painful. Ni undu wanyu gwikira akurino ngui iremba atiri ithuĩ twĩ kinya mutugatiri munene tani. Surely. Ikarathi Karako wĩra ũrĩa arutĩte ũyũ na mũndũ gwĩtwo Vita na mũndũ gwĩtwo Martin wa Janet. Ici nĩ ciana citũ kinya arĩa me harĩa twagĩrĩire kũmasupport.
And there have been attempts to set up Rigathi against the Akorino. I saw this statement from Itumbi, and it was very regrettable to run such a propaganda. An Akorino church was attacked and sound equipment stolen by thugs claiming to be obeying orders from non-tribal warlord. It is unfortunate that those who shout democracy are the biggest threat to freedom. I don't know. So apparently, Dennis Itumbi is running such a propaganda, a story that is not documented anywhere. Even the Akorino themselves, they have not mentioned anything to do with that incident. And they are saying that since they left State House, things have not been easy on their side. Ruto supporters have been appearing in Kikuyu stations defending the president. And I had a very ridiculous statement that Wahome Thuku was on Kameme FM and he claimed that opposition have their own police vehicles, tear gas, guns, and goons dressed in police uniforms. And he was being asked much about that. And he was simply trying to say that all those attacks were being staged. And I listened to Sabina Chege yet again in one of the stations saying that Gachagua kufukuzwa kwa serikali haimaanishi Ruto wetu anachukia Wakikuyu.
Mutongoria wa bũrũri augaga andũ a Mount Kenya tutiri tũrona inyuĩ ona mũndũ angĩgeria kũmũ insight kũrehe rũmena rũragĩire rwa gatagatĩ kwa ũrĩa warĩ deputy president na mũtongoria wa bũrũri ti kuga atĩ nĩ andũ a kĩrĩma amenire na nĩkĩo kĩratũma arĩ mũndũ kĩũmbe
akĩrĩ warũgamĩrĩre thirikari wa mũteithirie gwetha kũrĩa tũgũtuĩkaga
atĩrĩrĩ tondũ niĩ ndakĩrĩ kunagũrie niĩ ndambĩrĩirie 2013 mũtongoria wa bũrũri kahinda-inĩ akarĩ arĩ deputy aingĩrĩte kĩrĩma nake endia kĩrĩma-inĩ
ũguo hatirĩ handũ William etheirwo kura nĩ rĩgathi nĩguo mũrenda kuga
atĩrĩrĩ ndĩrona ta rĩu nani ngĩcaria kura ciakwa no ngĩcaragia mũthuri ũcio rĩ nĩ arũgamaga kũndũ gwĩtwo Mathĩra arũgamaga mũmbunge kũu o ta ũrĩa Anne Waigũrũ arũgamaga gavana o ta ũrĩa Kithure Kindiki nĩ ndakũrũgama senate na Kithure Kindiki akĩrwo ndakambe kũrũgama senate nĩ wambĩte kwĩrĩrwo gĩtĩ kĩrĩkũ
kĩu kĩa deputy.
I don't know how you will explain this. And maybe I may at this point play this soundbite to what Sabina Chege is saying here. I would want to challenge Sabina Chege that it will become difficult, and it's increasingly becoming difficult to defend the president. Wanashika sana handball. I'm going to give you an example. Nation did a news story here splashing the name of Sudi and Murkomen, linking them to some land case. And today, one of the fellows behind the owners of that land has emerged called Mbugua. Now, if this story will get to Akina Gachagua, and Gachagua will simply paint a picture of Sudis the other side, of course, going after Mbugua, it is increasingly becoming difficult.
We believe they want to make a quick buck to get campaign money or whatever, and then leave us with the problems.
And just a curious question.
Yes.
What is the value of the land around here per acre?
Per acre, it will be ranging between 80 million per acre or thereabout, depending on where the land is.
80 million.
80 million.
And yours is 240 that is being targeted.
Yes.
That is in billions.
Yes. It's in billions. But now we are not looking at them at the land for selling yet. Yes.
I'm asking because I would have wanted to understand why are they so much interested in the area around.
Yes. It's a value of the land. Yes.
It is.
Yes.
80 million per acre. That's a lot of money.
Yeah. So when you buy the land and keep it, of course it grows in value.
It appreciates.
Yes, it appreciates in value.
Are there people who have expressed interest or bought?
We are hearing that people who have bought the land. There are people who are also showing interest. But this company of Pamat and WM are selling the land at a very cheap rate, at 10 million or even 8 million for half an acre.
For half an acre.
So the acre is about maybe at the most 20 million. Yeah.
So the real value is
80 million.
80 million per acre.
Yes.
So half of that would be about 40 M.
Yes.
And they're selling at 8.
At 8. So we are.
And this is the level of insensitivity that I raised, and I spoke about it. Even when the issue of Tuju came through, when goons attacked hotel belonging to Irungu Nyakea, in Kisumu. You know, I felt it was a bit insensitive. And Gathoni wa Mushomba is feeling the pressure. And now is blaming Muthoni wa Kirumba for opposing her, criticizing her in Kameme. But what she doesn't want to say in this statement that I believe here is that the audience are hostile to him, and she believes that the stations are not singing her tune.
And God allows that city to succeed. Hata wao wananichekelea. Wao wanasema ati wanakunywa chai. Wagoje, siku yao itakuja. Kwanza huyu mwenye ananitukana, huyu wa Kameme, huyu ananitukana. Baba yake aliniletea huyu mtoto, amemshika mkono hivi. Hakuwa anajua Nairobi. And I speak that with a lot of pain. The father brought me that child. Amemshika mkono hivi. Akaniletea third floor, Sunrise House, Koja. Nilikuwa na shule inaitwa Smart Media Colleges Limited. Huyu mtoto nikaletea na baba yake. Alikuwa nalala hapa Nairobi under my watch for 3 years. Nikamfunza. After alimaliza nikampeleka studio yangu mimi, nikampatia kazi. I employed her. Mimi employed.
Now, Murang'a is hostile. And Murang'a is hostile because of these 3 reasons for the president, ahead of the president visit. The first reason is the betrayal narrative.
Kimani Ichung'wah haongei mkutano yoyote Mlimani. Wasaliti wa jamii yangu hakuna anakubaliwa kuongea in any meeting. Na nyinyi lazima mtafutie Kalonzo heshima. Si ndio? Atapata heshima Kalonzo? Ningoje nipate ripoti. Ningoje. Akifika hapa mtamwambia aende Sugoi. Awachane na Kalonzo Musyoka. Awachane na Kalonzo. How come mimi najaribu kumsaidia Kalonzo? Nyinyi ndio mnamvuruta chini. Tunajaribu kuleta Kalonzo juu, kumleta juu. Huyu CNN na akina Mutuse wanamvuruta chini. Nyinyi na ni wafuasi ya Kalonzo. Kalonzo anavurutwa chini, mkifanya nini? What are you doing about it? How will Kalonzo succeed?
You know, Rigathi Gachagua has done something. Those who supported his impeachment, he's already told the people that he was the legitimate representative of Mount Kenya against Kindiki, who he believes was appointed by the president. Of course, no, he believes that's the truth. He was appointed by the president. And while he's used strong tribal statements in the political rallies, that is what has consolidated a significant number of the people around Gachagua. And now, the betrayal narrative is very strong, such that ahead of the president's visit in Murang'a, I may not be shocked to see some leaders not even able to talk in some of those rallies. Heckling would be something very normal in some of those areas. And if the president is to face any crowd in Murang'a, he must face a well-mobilized and paid crowd. Without that, I can assure you that the leaders will not be able to talk. You can see the way, even when the guy is not in Mount Kenya, he's talking about the politics of betrayal. Now, this politics of betrayal is very deep. This is why Mount Kenya doesn't listen to the president. Now, number 2, Ruto faces serious trust deficit on projects. And hilariously, I saw someone compiled some video montage here saying that all the promises the president gives the people, there is one denominator on them: 6 months.
Ndani ya miezi 6 itakuwa imekamilika kufika pale Gilgil. Kuanzia mwezi wa 6, hiyo mtungi itatoka shilingi 2,800 mpaka shilingi 500 ama 300.
We are going to transform Gikomba. In the next 6 months, yes, you will see another Gikomba.
The next 6 months, every ministry will be in charge of a day for planting trees so that we can get to a target in time. For the next 6 months, tuko na nyinyi bumper to bumper. In the next 6 months, we want to have digitized all government services. within the next 6 months to have 400 officers in Kenya.
Killer chief in the next 6 months atakuwa na tablet.
After every 6 months. And by the way, I don't know whether it's always after every 6 months. It's because of budget.
Ati kila chief atakuwa na tablet. Eli, can you react to that bwana? Eli, are you there? Hujasikia? Hebu arudi hapo vizuri ati after 6 months every chief will be having a tablet. What?
Na 800 mpaka shilingi 500 ama 300.
We are going to transform Gikomba. In the next 6 months, you will see another Gikomba.
The next 6 months, every ministry will be in charge of a day for planting trees so that we can get to a target in time. For the next 6 months, tuko na nyinyi bumper to bumper. In the next 6 months, we want to have digitized all government services. Within the next 6 months, to have 400 officers in Kenya.
Killer chief in the next 6 months atakuwa na tablet.
After every 6 months. And by the way, I don't know whether it's...
Ya hiyo tumezoea, ukisikia Ruto amesema after every 6 months, hiyo is just a blunt lie. Those are things which will not happen. So hiyo tu ni uongo noma. So forget about that. Haya, wacha tuone Maisha TV kabla ya tufunge.
Hi, American parents. I am offering a free class of my best-selling math program. Here, your child will master.
PM, mabadiliko ni sasa. Na kama si sasa, ni sasa hivi.
The ground in Nyanza is shifting, and it is not subtle. Carolee Omondi has detonated a political bombshell, dumping Orange Democratic Movement ODM, launching a fully funded political machine, and positioning himself as the new power broker in a region long dominated by one man, Raila Odinga. But here is the real question gripping the country. Is this a rebellion or a carefully engineered disruption? Because whispers in Nairobi corridor suggest one thing: this might not just be Carolee's move. Some believe it is Trojan horse linked quietly to William Ruto's long game. And if that is true, the 2027 just changed overnight. Let's get straight to the facts. On April 13th, 2026, a new political party quietly entered Kenya's crowded political arena. But the entry was anything but ordinary. The People's Renaissance Movement secured its certificate of full registration number 0105 from the Registrar of Political Parties, officially becoming the 93rd party in Kenya.
Sarabayo Emmanuel, the Interim Secretary General, People's Renaissance Movement, PM. Today is just but a beginning. We've done all, we've met all the qualifications, we've submitted all the documents as required by the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, and today, in broad daylight, the PM party has been issued with fully registered political party with a certificate of full registration. This means from today, we as People's Renaissance Movement, which has now 50,000 members, we are going out there to sensitize everybody to join the People's Renaissance Movement. Remember, this is a party that is inclusive of the old, the young people, including the Gen Z.
But this was not some underfunded paperwork-only party. Videos circulating online showed coordinated teams in branded PRM gear, caps, t-shirts, organized messaging. That level of polish, that is money, serious money, and all fingers point to one man, Carolee Omondi, this is not a launch, it is an operation.
My name is Brian Onyango. I'm the Secretary for Legal and Constitutional Affairs, PM Party. As you are aware, the party has been issued the full registration certificate pursuant to Section 7 of the Political Parties Act. And as a lawyer, I can confirm that the party has fully complied with all the statutory requirements pertaining to the opening of the branch offices, recruitment of members, and establishing the interim party governance.
Mama Mary, you can react. Maybe let me not overplay the video, and maybe pengine unaweza kuwa uko na mbio. You can react to that new Renaissance party ya Sifuna.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Njiro. Nawasalimu sana. I see Mr. Eli is there. And Kenyans, wherever they are. We appreciate how Kenyans are reacting to everything that is happening in our country. I do really appreciate. Kwa sababu kuna mambo mingi ambayo inaendelea isiyo ya kawaida. Njiro, can you give me like 2 minutes, please? I'll be back.
Haya, sawa.
Structure. To understand this moment, you have to understand Carolee. He is not a fringe politician. He is not an outsider. He is deeply embedded in the DNA of ODM. Carolee has repeatedly claimed he was among the original architects of ODM alongside heavyweights like William Ruto.
We started with ODM when they didn't have anything. We started with ODM. No, those people were not there. Many of these guys came in between. These are joyriders who joined 2013, 2017. And people have blamed us that we left the space for them. Many of them, they've not made any serious ideological contribution to the party, even material support, nothing. They're just joyriders, conmen who knew how to play their ways around Baba. Now, that is who they are.
More importantly, it was not just ideological, it was financial. You're talking about hundreds of millions of shillings injected into ODM operations. I reported 700 million shillings in 2013.
Give you a breakdown of how much I've spent on it, you'd be shocked. So Carolee Omondi financing a political party is not new.
So you're not a poor man?
Yeah. And why? I thank God.
Why don't you believe that that's happening on the other side?
Comfortable.
Yeah. Okay, humor me. Give me a figure.
Of what?
Of what you just said just now that you spent on ODM.
ODM? Which election do you have in mind?
Good Lord.
So
wait.
Just tell me.
Let's go back. Yeah. Let's start with 2022.
Yeah. 2022, I didn't give them any.
So you use ODM money?
2013, I think I spent about 600 or 700 million.
Shillings?
Yes, 2013.
Of your own money?
I bought 100, I bought 25. Do you remember the vehicles?
Yes.
I bought all those. I gave them T-shirts for $2 million. I gave candidates $100 and something million. I paid their agents $90 million. All those are documented.
And in 2017, I rejected 2 million shillings offer after a fallout over nominations.
17.
17, I refused to give the money after they denied me the certificate.
13.
But I had $2 million for them.
$2 million?
Yes, I had $2 million for them. But I didn't give them.
You didn't give them?
I didn't give them.
2013?
Yeah.
That rejection was not just financial, it was personal. And in Kenyan politics, personal grievances don't fade, they evolve. Now, years later, that evolution has taken shape as PRM. Carolee did not just quietly drift away. He became openly critical. He questioned ODM's internal democracy. He called out nomination irregularities. He hinted at systemic rot. And most importantly, he signaled something bigger. He would not run on ODM ticket in 2027. That statement alone was a warning shot. But this is war, because launching a fully funded party is not protest, it is replacement strategy. The timing of this move is not random. It comes as a fragile moment for ODM. The absence of Raila Odinga has left a vacuum, ideological, emotional, and structural. And in politics, vacuums don't stay empty. They get filled fast. PRM is stepping into that uncertainty with a clear message. Mabadiliko ni sasa, the change we need. But here is the twist. That slogan sounds revolutionary, yet the machinery behind it looks calculated, strategic, even surgical. Let's be blunt. PRM is not grassroots, it is engineered. Sources and political observers agree on one key point. The party is fully funded by Caroli Omondi. That means independence, that means control, that means no political debt, except the ones he chooses. And with him expected to take the chairman's seat, PRM becomes something rare in Kenyan politics, a party owned, shaped, and directed by a single political mind with deep pockets. That is not common, that is powerful. Now we get to the heart of the debate. What exactly is PRM meant to do? There are two dominant theories. Theory 1, PRM is a genuine third force, a vehicle for delusioned youth, a platform for those tired of ODM's old guard, a political reset in Nyanza. Theory 2, and this is where it gets controversial. PRM is a strategic spoiler, a vote splitter, a pressure tool, possibly aligned directly or indirectly with William Ruto's political ecosystem. Because think about it, if ODM fractures in Nyanza, if votes split, if loyalty weakens, who benefits? That is no speculation, that is political math. Nyanza has never been politically neutral terrain. It has been consistent, loyal, predictable, but PRM threatens that stability. Even a small percentage shift in voter loyalty could have massive ripple effects. And Caroli understands this terrain intimately. He is not guessing, he is targeting. If PRM gains traction in Luo Nyanza, ODM does not just lose votes, it loses identity. There is also chatter linking PRM to emerging grassroots frustrations, especially among younger voters, the so-called Linda Mwananchi energy, outspoken, impatient, anti-establishment. Whether PRM generally represents that movement or is simply tapping into it remains unclear. But politically, the alignment is clever because youth frustration is real and whoever channels it first shapes the narrative. This is where Kenyan politics gets interesting. Moves are rarely what they seem. A new party is never just a new party. It is leverage, it is positioning, it is negotiation power. If PRM grows, Caroli becomes a kingmaker. If PRM splits votes, someone else becomes stronger. If PRM collapses, it still serves as a bargaining chip. Every outcome has value. That is the game. One thing is undeniable. Caroli Omondi has changed the conversation. This is no longer just about ODM. It is about the future of opposition politics in Kenya. It is about control, influence, and survival ahead of 2027. And whether PRM becomes a revolution or a disruption will depend on one thing: how Kenyans respond, because in the end, parties don't decide elections, people do. But for now, one reality stands. The fuse has been lit and Nyanza is the epicenter. Mabadiliko ni sasa. We are about to find out. Newsroom, Maisha TV, Reader, Kering Chibet.
And now college is over, and here comes your student loan debt. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? You really...
Mama Mary, uko sawa?
Let me just say one or two things. You know, in our country right now, people are getting angry because of the behavior of these people, the way they are so ignorant, and the way they show us that we have nothing we can do to change our country into the right direction. We have got people who claim that they are more educated than other people, but this education has brought the country ridiculous, a very bad situation that everybody is angry, and the anger is being created by these leaders who are in power right now. The anger is real. And people have to get angry because of the situation which we are being driven to. Angalia mtu kama Kindiki. Kindiki is a professor, but a professor for what? a professor for bad things, a professor of idiotism, because I don't see how smart this guy is. And if he is smart, why could he not even tell his boss, we are doing wrong, this is not right? Rather than unajichimbia shimo wewe Kindiki, unaendelea kufanya mambo mabaya ya mtu ambaye hajasoma. I don't believe Ruto is that much educated. Hiyo PhD, I don't believe it. Mtu ako na PhD does not behave the way Ruto behaves. Urudi uangalie wale watu wote, wale wanawekwa kwa sectors, places that really matters a lot, places that really needs educated people, which is real, and it is a must. Those people must be educated so that they know where they are heading and what we are doing. But we cannot have people who are just picked from the street na tuseme ati ni vizuri tu kwa sababu ni Mkenya. No. Those educated people must get their chance getting to the office where they belong and what they have studied. Kwa nini wanafanya madharau kama hii? Mnachukua mtu from the street, mnampeleka kwa cheo ya watu ambao wamesoma. How are you reducing the education in our country? Why are you ridiculing people who have gone to school? Why can't we be reasonable? Ni nini hii watu this time we are being shown that somebody can be picked from shambani, analetwa anapelekwa kwa ofisi ya mahali ambapo kunatakiwa watu ambao wanajua kile wanafanya. Mambo ambayo tunataka nchi yetu iendelee. Surely, where are we heading? People who have no idea what they are doing there in that office. Ati kwa sababu mko kwa ukubwa, mko kwa hiyo cheo, mko hivyo mnaokota kila mtu. I don't deny chances people can get. But there are some places whereby we look very shameful. A country is being reduced to nothing, to goons. Yani hakuna mtu ambaye amesoma anapatiwa cheo ama anapatiwa hiyo chance ya kuwa mtu amesoma. Tumpatie hii. Wacha ingia hapo. It's not a favor. That person who has gone to school has earned it. Na anatakiwa kuwa kwa ofisi. Ni kwa nini mnabagua watu ambao wamesoma, mnawaweka nje, mnaleta watu ambao hata hawajaenda kwa darasa. They don't know what it means waking up in the morning and going to study. They don't know how those people have struggled to study at night. Ndio apite mtihani. But you just want to show people they are useless. You can do nothing. Umesoma lakini hutapata, tutapatia wale. That is not even development. Hiyo sio progress ya nchi. Hiyo ni kuharibu kabisa. You are killing the morale of people going to school. Surely. Hata huyu hajasoma akiona mtu profesa amepewa. Profesa Rio ambaye amesoma amepewa hiyo cheo. Hata nungunika. But mtu ambaye amesoma ako ni profesa anaachwa nje, kunapewa mtu ambaye ameokotwa kwa barabara, hajaenda hata shule. Surely, what are you doing? That is why people are getting angry. Mimi kama mzazi nisomeshe mtoto wangu, aende mpaka university, amalize, akitarajia kupata atapata kazi mzuri. Unarudi kuona mtu ambaye alikuwa analisha ng'ombe, anachukuliwa anapelekwa kwa ofisi ambayo hata hajui ni nini anaenda kufanya. Honestly, they don't know. Hajui ni nini anaenda kufanya, just to sit there so that to earn money, kwa sababu ni royo kwa wakubwa ambao hata hatujui wanatuelekeza wapi. Wametuambilia mambo mingi ambayo haijafanyika. It's very painful. Kama mzazi umesomesha mtoto wako hatapata cheo, alafu unaona huyo mtu ambaye alikuwa anacheza kwa barabara anachukuliwa anapewa cheo. And I guess people know what I'm talking about. It's very painful. Kwa hivyo tumeonyeshwa mifano mibaya. Kindiki ndiye huyo na barabara unatumia more than what you have, going to bribe people so that to listen to you. Why can't you reason with the Kenyans? Usikize tabu zao ujue hapana tutafanya hivi. Ni nini hii mchezo mnacheza? Sasa ile mtatoka hapo mtatuambia ni nini mlikuwa mnafanya? We are suffering. Mnaharibu hata akili zetu, tunashindwa hii ni inchi ama ni msituni. And in fact, the more you are doing this, the more you are reducing your senses. of being a president or being a deputy president. It reduces everything. I don't see the reason why we should have educated people left outside kwa mambo ambayo wanatakiwa kwenda washikilie ndio watatue na wajue this is the way to go so that we can solve this problem. Mnaleta tabu zingine on top of the problems that we have, creating chaos for no reason. Ninasema hivi, profesa ambaye amesomea hiyo kazi akichukuliwa awekwe kwa hiyo ofisi, huyu mtu ambaye hajasoma, in fact hata nungunika, hata piga kelele because he does not qualify. Lakini sasa unachukua mtu ambaye ametoka kulisha ng'ombe, unamweka kwa ofisi, lazima profesa yule amesoma, hata nungunika, hata piga kelele. And that is how this government is creating problems between Kenyans. It is just the same thing, the way they are saying about tribal. Ukianza kuambia watu ni tribal, na wewe ndio tribal, unaanza kuonyesha tribe yako ati nyinyi mumewekwa kando kwa sababu mko hivi na hivi, wale wanajiona wao ni tribal, unapiganisha watu. It's the same thing. You are creating enmity between people who can come together politely, humbly to each other, and they hug each other. Lakini you want to put a wedge that people cannot cope together, they cannot work together because you are the creator of the problem. You are creating problem day by day. Na nauliza serikali, tafadhali mkae chini, mfikirie hii mambo mnafanya itaenda mpaka wapi. And you are the one causing all this chaos in the country. You are the one creating goons in the country. Na goons wanapiga wale watu ambao wanaleta maendeleo ya Kenya na ambao wanaweza kuendelesha Kenya yetu. Mnawaletea goons ambao mnaokota hali yoyote mnatoa, kwa sababu those goons I don't believe they are educated people. And so they will do anything because they have nothing to lose. What are you doing? You leaders ambao mnajiita nyinyi ndio kiongozi ya nchi. Mnafanya nini? Why are you doing this? Why are you creating this enmity? And it is known all over. You are the cause of the problems that people are facing in the country. You are total the cause, 100%. Any corner, you are doing ridiculous things. You are doing against the will of people. And yet, you don't want people to comment. That is why we are angry. And we will continue being angry even if you change, even if you do what. We have tested the wrong people and we cannot cope with you guys. So that is why we are saying one term. Seriously, one term. Sababu nyinyi mmekuwa ridiculous. Wengine wanajiita wasomi, wengine ni kabisa amesoma, ni professor, but the things they are doing is ridiculous. You are reducing our country to nothing. So think twice. Asanteni wa Kenya. Thank you.
Sawa, naona Kipril amekuja. Thank you Mama Mary. So Kipril, unataka tuweke hiyo video ama?
Hiyo ni video yako, si yangu.
Okay.
Tuwezi vikombe za glass.
Rafiki yangu, hii ni yako ya nywele kwa kunisaidia kunipost. Hii ni ya shopping. Hii ni ya rent. Hii unaweza kufanya nao shughuli dogo dogo, ukienda nini kushika kamera. Alafu hii unaweza pea mama yako ama kupeleka watoto. Real bad man.
Ya, ndiye huyo. Endelea. Keep.
Ya,
hiyo ni board, eh? Hiyo ni board ya hospitali huko.
You know there are people who are worse than Gaucho. Watu mnaita CS. Mnaita CS na PS. This is just an example. Gaucho has been distributing money on behalf of Ruto and and Sudi for the last 2 years. Alipatia kina Omosh 1 hour na ule anajitanga prime minister. Amekuwa akiwapatia pesa. They've been receiving money. Mpaka hata ule mtu yetu kimbi. They've been receiving money. You see how easy it is to make somebody say 2 term. It's quite easy. Sifuna's new party, sijamuona akiaddress your party. Is there any images of him saying he's the party leader? Wanjiru. Because sijamuona akisema any party leader. The other thing is, we have how many months? 2 months? I mean, 12 months or 14 or whatever months. Amechelewa sana nitaje hiyo to mobilize. And the video you had sent for Citizen, remember Citizen will not say anything positive about the opposition. How is it? So they are saying that it's being funded by somebody. Oh, Nini, hivi, just thinking about it. And so, what's the difference between Renaissance Party and UDA? Whether party is too hard to explain. Najua mtu wa mashinani hawezi kupronounce hiyo kitu. So, yeah. So, I don't know. Can I tell you the truth from my end? It's anticlimactic. Anticlimactic, to be honest. And I hope he's not running for president with that party, unfortunately. I know tumekuwa tukiimba aende kwa chama ingine. I thought he was going to join other political heads to at least get the momentum for his 2032 bid. Najua ameenda kukua akikutana na wazee huko kwa Bungoma. But I know Stone PK against parties and you want to go for independence. But I'll explain to you guys why I think this is not the time to have a bid for presidency with a jacket like that. Who knew? Next time to move into something, he should have joined an outfit, to be honest. You cannot compare yourself to Rigathi Gachagua. That is a monster. That's a beast. Rigathi Gachagua, the way he's done DCP, I don't know how this new party is going to compare to that. I would even have read that Sifuna left ODM and for this season alone, and independent. And run for Senate seat and gather momentum for in 2032 or partner with one of the opposition people when you're waenda wakae chini now. And then, yeah, because the question I have is if this party is strong, sijasikia Babu Owino anatoka, sijasikia Orengo alikuwa amesema juzi is the party leader for ODM. So what happens to Linda Mwananchi? And my host is talking to somebody else on the phone, not to ski. Anyway, Stuart, you can take it from there. Hii mti yangu Njeru ni cartoon kabisa. Stone.
Sema kipi ni aje?
Yeah, I usually like back and forth when I have come to the show. Ndio ninakaa kama naongea peke yangu.
Sky monologue.
Sky unaona ule mtu mwingine ako wapi? Go ahead.
What do you want me to go ahead with, Bana Kip?
Sifuna's party. The new party.
Inaitwa nini?
Hata sijui inaitwa nini. Nimesahau, it's Renaissance sijui nini.
Who talked about it?
No, inaitwa People Resonance Party. I think People Resonance Party, something like that. Si nile ya majamu walikuwa na mamaski jana.
Umeipata wapi?
No, it is news. Imetokezea. It was in the news.
Hata mnashindwa pronounce. You don't know what it is.
Yeah, I cannot pronounce it. It's just too hard.
Inaitwa People Resonance, something like that.
Kuna kitu kama People Resonance. What is resonance? What is resonance? Unaweza zaa mtoto umjite jina hata hujui kupronounce. Is he trying to do a renaissance?
It's too hard to pronounce, I'll be honest.
Yeah?
Hiyo sasa, ni hiyo Renaissance. Hiyo umesema sasa.
Renaissance. Is that what he's trying to do? That's a goof. That's a goof.
I've just opened the website.
It's a renaissance.
Hakuna leadership kwa hii party.
You know, I don't even want to believe it is any news about it, because mimi niliona kakipita nikaignore because I don't think it's true.
Yeah, Sifuna is not in this party, my friend.
Let me tell you, let me say this. I personally don't think that's true. And if it is true, he's dead on arrival. Him as a person, finished.
I agree.
As a career, TV, dead.
Amesema kuna mtu anaitwa Edwin.
No,
nakuja kidogo.
That should not bother you, Nani. Even me, I have a party, by the way. Tuko na party yetu na Njiro Cyrus PS, one of the former super inaitwa nini? Super cabinet. Alikuwa anaitwa super PS. Everyone has a party kwa briefcase wapi. You know parties is like registering hizi company watu register Kenya. Everyone unakuta kila mtu ana kampuni kama 5. Like me, I think I have 6 of them.
I'm looking at his official X page. Bado amesema any.
Listen, bwana.
He has said nothing about that party. The only serious thing I can see he has done, sosi natembea juzi. That's it.
Sosi ni huyo alipigwa juzi.
Huyo alipigwa.
Yani amepona.
Hakuchapwa sana. Hakuchapwa sana, let me tell you. Let me tell you story. Ushaiatakiwa?
Lakini mimi ni mtu wa mtaani.
Nishachapwa na Mungu hapa UK.
Mimi ni mtu wa Islam. Ukinipiga mimi ni mtu wa Islam. Ukiniwahi ngumi nikianguka wewe utakuwa pia yani nitaanguka, but whoever atakuwa ali-receive hata nikilazwa hosina ya pia atakuwa next word.
That's what I'm trying to say. Nishaichapwa with a group of about 10 people. Nilifagilia kwa UK vizuri sana. I was ganged up upon. It's very hard to defend yourself against 10 people. I tried to fight off.
The day I become whatever, an MCA, an MP and all that, there's no way I can walk around with less than 5. 5. Not bodyguards. You may want to call them the new name in Kenya, goons. Yes, I cannot walk around as an MC, MP, whatever position I have, I'll do it Sonko style. That's where I keep Sonko nampatianga 5 because that's how our republic is like. And then me kama mtu wa Eastland mtaani, I don't take things for granted. You joke around, hata kama ni uji tunakunywa, meno zinaenda. That's how it's supposed to be. Yes, because if you are coming to attack me, and what do you expect me to do? Keep ati nika hivi
tusalamiane
nika hivi kama lini wewe keep unajua umesomea mashule za boys when yani ni siku gani kijana alikukanyanga hivi ukaenda home kuambia madha yako ama father yako umekanyangwa na mtu? When does that stop? When does that change? When does that
Can I tell you the truth? I'm not encouraging violence, but this is what
I'm encouraging violence.
No, I'm just saying it for the sake
you
of
bring violence. Sisi wabele tunasemanga ukileta mugwe yo tuko nairudisha hapo.
I'm just saying for the sake of hapa tu kusema hivyo. I'm not encouraging violence. But if it was me, that's what I'm saying. If it was me, tungerudi Kisumu.
Yes, kanatamba.
Tungerudi Kisumu. Tungerudi Kisumu. And see, these people are known. Ningefinya Makende bana. Me, I'll tell you the truth. I cannot let it go.
We will handle.
I'll not even go to media sijui nini. Naambia tu watu nimeumia, usiweke kwa TV ni sawa. Those guys would have had it rough.
Friend, you don't do that to me and then ati inakuwa sasa wewe ndio una gain hiyo akole, yani ati mko mtaani vile mlipiga senator. Surely senator nitachukua Nigeria style. I'll come to hunt you right in the bedroom of your mother. Chini ya kitanda yako nitakutoa huko kabisa.
Mtu analipwa 2000. Kwani hata mimi siwezi pata 2000 yangu ndio nilipe.
Unajua keep, I know wewe utaki kuingia politics. Huwezi ingia politics na mkia kwa miguu katikati. Never. Ati sheria, ati Mr. Nice.
Now
let me come back.
Look at Murkomen's answer for that. You know, Kisumu is known for goons. Yani ametukana whole county. Kisumu is known for goons.
What does that mean? Na wananyamaza hapo. Can you imagine watu wakisema this area is known for goons? Really?
And then the senator for Kisumu amenyamaza tu. Senator of Kisumu is taking it like that. How embarrassing is that?
Unaona mtaa kama Kayole. Mtaa kama Kayole mimi natembeaga, yani nikaa home. Na kuna mtu hawezi. Mimi I drive there, yani nikaa home. Wanatia tu kitu jina. Kuna jina mimi tango ya mtaani, sitaki kuisema hapa. Watu wanakugreet. Ni aje nini? That is how you live in an African city. In an African country. You don't live with your hands folded behind here. Ati wewe ni mtu wa sijui wa Mungu ama wewe ni senator, ati lawyer, ati legal, uwezi fanya hivi kwa sababu itakuwa vile. Do you remember how Kajwang used to be? Unakumbuka Kajwang? Vijana msilale.
Wewe ni mwanaume. That was my favorite senator.
Na wale hawajui, and then muone mtu alikuwa anaitwa Ole Tipis. Muangalie, you can Google, muende mkute mtu alikuwa anaitwa Ole Tipis na Matano. Unaona? Because
ama ni tip or the Tipis na tip.
No, Tip was too huge. He could not even kill allies. Inaitwaje ile chawa. He was too huge. Alikuwa hata movement ngumu. And he was a minister for local government. Ole Tipis alikuwa mtu Wewe uko kako pande ile na wewe uko pande ya across hiyo nyumba ya parliament, alafu umeanza kukachokoza kata kufikia kama lightning. Kalikuwa kana behave kama hizo. Ushaona parliament za China huko kwa Ngwangiu huko kwa Machingchong. They don't give a shit. That is how you cool things. That is not goonism. It is where now if you call discipline, then discipline, if you beget discipline, is what you command. I mean, command discipline, you beget discipline. Okay? And that hii ingine ni pretense. Ati mtu ana pretend ati yeye hawezi ongea, sijui hawezi fanya, ni uongo. Okay?
No, Otsotsi I think waligufu because unaambiwa na Murkomen ati the goons have left the country. Now look, what are you going to do? See you your story.
Nitawafuata hiyo inchi bro.
Ati walienda Uganda.
Umeenda inchi gani? Inchi gani? Keep.
How did they know they left the country?
And which country? Ni country gani hiyo? Na wewe ni senator utaenda?
No.
Unajua hiyo sasa ni kama kutishwa na watu wakina kama Gaucho, na wewe ni senator. Wewe ni MP. When people elected person unasomewa na kutishwa na the likes of Gaucho.
Kuna kakijana huko Kisumu amesema ati wasikuje Kisumu. Like what the hell?
Keep hii ni serious.
That's why I like Babu sometimes.
Sometimes
I like Babu. Babu anasema hivyo. Tuafagia.
Sikiza nikupe siri keep. Na hiyo ni TV tunaongea. Na utafuatilia. Kampeni zikianza ukuje unifuata. Nita disappear from this. Then you follow. You will see how things are done.
Unaanza campaign lini?
Don't worry, I'm not. Hiyo nitawaambia tu kwa inbox.
Tulipikia na amesema anataka kutest diaspora nini mate yao imefika wapi?
Of course, I want to know whether I'm a diaspora candidate. Nitawaambia, then I'll see how you respond. Hiyo nitawaambia, take it easy. But what I'm trying to say is, Kenya is where it is because we have one side pretending, one side very, very hostile and whatever, the other one being Mr. Nice and Mr. Good. So what happens? You get trumped on. What is happening in our country today cannot happen in any country that is normal, as normal people. Apana, ati na watu wanasema, let's wait until. Sijasikia, nimejaribu, by the way, like yesterday I went into so many countries, how they, some of them which are in serious problems. Asikusikia hiyo language iko Kenya. Okay? Now, come to Sifuna, because that was the topic. Hii ilikuwa by any digression. If Sifuna dares, now Sifuna is on what we call very inaitwa shaky ground. Neither here nor there. Ni ile nyama haiko kwa skin na haiko kwa mwili. And I'll tell you how that has happened. You've heard people saying you always strike the iron when it's hot. Sifuna missed it. And Kenya is cursed.
I agree.
Kenyans are cursed. They have been, I think Ruto has some power. I don't want to call it supernatural power. He has gained that power by studying and knowing who Kenyans are. Kenyans are total cowards. Total cowards. Ruto discovered that very quickly. Kenyans cannot fight for any freedom. Ile ya Mau wachana nayo, that was the first, final and last. Nothing that will ever happen. Iyo ilikwisha. Kenyans are scared. Kenyans are waoga. They cannot do anything that you would call a revolution. Take that to the bank. Ruto knows that. Okay. People who live in denial. We talk of democracy.
So if we ratify that way, so does that mean that Mau people are bred differently than this generation?
Even
Why
Mau
did they go
Listen, Mau Mau was not as people have put it. Mau Mau was only a few guys, very few guys that were so brave.
2, 3, 4 EV2.
Yes, very few guys that were so brave, and they did. Yeah, it was not a movement. Never. They are known, and those are the ones that were eliminated quickly because they were coming.
Akina Baimungi, eh?
Yes, very few guys, and they did it because they did it in a very unique manner. So nobody should come lying to you. Don't read the history. People are writing that history. You know, history is based on who is writing. But some of us have gone deeper to even get to know. Why is it that those survive, they never survive? And when you listen, unasikia they were killed by their own people. It's not Muzungu who killed those very prominent sons and daughters of this country called Kenya. Why was it not the Muzungu? Killed by fellow Kenyans. And so I was saying that is what now Ruto has taken advantage on. Knowing that we are Kenya, ile wimbo inatakana wimbo wa Kenya ni waoga. Oga evil. And Kenyans wanaweza tawaliwa na anybody. Okay? Because excuse me. Nakula njugu. Ole, I was eating African groundnut. Kakaingia pabaya. Anyway, so I was saying Kenyans, under the pretext of law-abiding, democratic, and all that, because who talks about democracy so loudly? It's Kenya, more than any other country. I have not had a country that praises democracy kama Kenya. And the more they praise it, you would think they are perfect. I mean, it's perfect. That is where it landed and it's laying eggs. You would think that's the home of democracy. After you would think Kenyans ndio waliunda democracy. Why democracy in their own ways? Unasikianga American democracy, sijui Kenya, nini, those other. They brand it that way. Ya Kenya, sijui ni gani. Continue being saying you are democracy, and the country is crumbling. Now, Sifuna, I would say it would be the worst mistake. And I think I said this in one of the submissions, that you can easily make a fire that would be so hot, reduce it into what it would be more to Hamakaratasi. Yes. Because the way you begin a race, there are experts who can watch the way you are doing it. And they can tell you.
Hint. That's what you should be doing. Hinting.
Let me tell you one, me personally. Let me tell you what I observed personally. This I did not even hear from anybody. When this Sifuna thing came, Sifuna, and I'm part of that, by the way, I was waiting. This is the pin I was waiting. I was waiting for him to warmly embrace anybody else that was in the opposition. Warmly. It has never happened anywhere, even in his talks and all that. So he or with others, and this was a misguiding by even Caleb and all that. They were misguided at that they can be a third force. Bullshit. Third force to do what? The moment you split the force against tyrant.
What confidence is that by calling themselves a third force?
First force. A third force based on what? Based on what?
And then that also
reality. Based on what?
Showing less confidence by calling you a third force. Call yourself a first force.
You base it on what? What is a force? What force are we talking about? So that is point number one. Because if I were him, to tell you the truth, I would have been doing what I'm doing, but knowing that akina Gachagua are there and all that. I don't care about the history. Juu sahi ni movement kutoa hii, na tulisema hivyo. Kila mtu ana ma shortfalls. But what is the worst that we need to do? Kila mtu, hata huyo Sifuna ametajwa na corruption na nini na nini. Unaona? Uko kwa Senate. But we have agreed to shelf those things and we remove the monster. Then baadaye, and Mukisa Kitui put it very clearly in his last interview that I watched. He put it very, very clearly. Let's get this away. Mzigo ya Kenya ndio hii, tuitoe. Adui ndio hii, tutoe, weka kando, alafu turudi. Tuendelee tukisema hapa na pale na. So when now you start standing alone and thinking, you know, this Kasumba, hii kitu inaingianga hawa watu, yani ukiona ka crowd, Mungu anisaidie lisiniingie, because it is a BS kind of a thing. You get so excited kama mtoto mdogo, because like now if I ask, my party has following, then the other one party has following. The other, who are these followers? These are the same people. Mtu anapiga kona hivi amevaa yellow, anarudi ukitoka ameichoma, anavaa deep CP, ukitoka hivi ameitoa, anavaa wiper, ukitoka hivi, and then you go priding yourself that you have a membership, you have a following, you have this kind of BS. Seriously? And these are politicians of long standing? It is all goof. That, and I pray, let Sifuna not be given this kind of a bait at nonsense called the Renaissance. Who are you renaissancing? It's nonsense.
So, Stony PK, according to you, do you think like now momentum ya Sifuna, if you follow that path, ni kama imeisha?
Itaisha kama moto ya makaratasi, boom. Take that to any bank.
I'm sorry, yes. Yes.
So you want to say that even the upcoming rallies could be deflated?
Actually, let me tell you, can I explain something? That is helping Ruto. That is helping Ruto. Because if you're going around gathering people, for who? Who are you gathering them for?
Keep, that's a good question. Let me add here. When you go, na nilisema mimi hapa, I think with some people, tulisema, can you stop this thing about mimi ni Sifuna, sijui mimi ndio bado hii, ndio bado ile? Or go back there then. Tell us. So because now, what rallies, what is it? Na niliuliza, what are his objectives? Ya hiyo hizo mkutano zake. Ukiulizwa, Njiru wewe una moderate. Mkutano za Sifuna ni nini? What is it? Za Gachagua tunajua ana mobilize watu waingie DCP ndio waweze kukua na mamempi wengi. Sifuna ana mobilize watu wafanye nini?
Watoe Kasongo.
Aje.
I think he is a tributary flowing somewhere. He will be a tributary flowing somewhere.
You are thinking.
No.
You are imagining.
You've gone to Narok. What have you told the people of Narok? What have you told guys of Busia? You've not given them direction. It's like you're just taking them for a party.
Yeah, anafanya urembore, vipindire, kuuza sura.
What is it? Are you fighting for ODM? Are you fighting to be Secretary General?
What is
it? Are you fighting to be president? Are you leaving? Are you staying?
Ama
what are you doing?
Keep ama tuseme those are ODM meetings basi. That's okay.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Just tell us the truth.
Tuseme ati ni za kutoa Kasongo. ODM iko kwa Kasongo. Period. So it's ODM meetings. Anaenda kuambia watu yeye bado ni Secretary General wa ODM.
I cannot be mediocre Secretary General. Come on. You know, and you know, Stone, I know you're against parties, eh?
No.
But let's go to your original, thought.
When you say against, I don't see the value of parties in Kenyan politics.
Yes. So
Yeah.
let's go to your original thought. Why aren't you talking to your partners? Create some kind of partnership with the other guys. Like, hii kitu sasa ungeanza kuongea na at least, yeah, if you don't like Gachagua, go talk to Kalonzo. Go talk to Kalonzo. Ongea naye. Oh, just unajua ile kitu inaitwa white smoke bana. Because when are they going to Kisumu?
Yeah, hata itafanyika.
Wasted time.
Ikifanyika itakuwa shadow. And by the way, do you know if they don't have crowd? Ni uongo. Mnadanganya.
Acacia anasema let's talk solutions now. This is becoming a downer. Acacia anasema sasa
we're not here to lie.
Majawabu. Tuache kuongea mashida peke yake, like can we correct him, like should anyway, Sifuna sijaona Sifuna aki-embrace hiyo chama. So should we tell Sifuna I embrace your chama ama aiondokee kama aiondokee kama urogi?
Njiro ni
Acacia.
let's talk one at a time. Let's talk one.
Can I say something quickly?
You talk.
Acacia, this is the problems we had previously when we were in 2022. What we stated was, tutashinda, tuko na deep state. We lied to ourselves. If we don't talk the truth, yeah, alafu mkuwe na heartbreak in 2027 because you have been
Kipril, kidogo nimeenda kwa gari. Nitawajoin soon.
Hapana bana we. Okay, Stone.
Haya basi tufunge because unajua siwezi lala kwa ofisi bana.
No, enda si unaenda una drive, you'll be nini, endelea.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell Keep. Sasa naye Keep sasa na
unajua unakwanga una disappear bana.
Hapana, I'm not disappearing. I'm just driving home.
Enda na ni drive Njiro. Sisi tutaendelea kuongea nikijibu. I don't say answering Acacia but contributing. Then Acacia can pick what he wants to pick. When we are discussing here, I think the discussions here are always with solutions. Personally, when I say this is not this is not that, I always give an indicator. Like nimesema Sifuna akijoin hiyo kitu is finished. So what should he do? Nimesema the day I was waiting for him when he became this that kakua nini, I was waiting all along kusikia that he's together with all those that want to remove Ruto. I never had him anywhere. Even, by the way, I followed Sifuna. He's been my Secretary General. I followed him personally, even with his interviews. I even text during his interviews. He has come out. He doesn't want to be, actually, let me use this strong word. He doesn't want to be associated with anybody. He thinks Mimi Sifuna is good enough. It's enough. What a goof can that be?
It's true. It's true.
So whoever is a fanatic of Sifuna can swallow wembe akitaka, but you will be one of the most, yani atakuwa forgotten, afadhali his uncle. And if you listen to this, you will know. You cannot follow this stupid narrative in Kenya that some people are bringing, now is the time for, it's not time for Akina Matiang'i, it's not time for this. It is not time for anybody here. It is time for those who are oppressed, the people. And part of these people are those who you say it's not their time. So it's not about a generation issue here. It's about Kenya being in the on the valley of death, and it needs to be removed there. There is no one generation that can remove this. Oh, young people are the ones to do this. That's garbage. You can leave it to the Kenyan, to the young people. We see they'll do nothing. Take that to any bank. This is a collective effort. And the mistake these people did, Akina Caleb, Akina Babu, Akina Nani, but I see Babu embracing other people. You cannot shun off the Kalonzos, the Matiangis, the Kachaguas, and all that, saying they are the old people who have been in this. Oh, we want new people. New people to go where? Ruto will be laughing all the way to Sugoi in his palace, and he will make it 4 times big, because you will have fallen in that very, very shitty den that he is opening for you. It's like the way people fell into this garbage of hustler. Kenyans fell deep into it and boom. Ati sasa kuna Yesu amekuja, Yesu wa Sugoi amekuja kuokoa watu kutoka kwa shida ambazo zililetwa na wadosi. Okay. Sasa watu walikuwa wanasema akina Uhuru and akina nani ndio enemies. So now we flew back. Ati watu wote, young people, boda, they all went to their Jesus Christ of Sugoi, called Ruto. Where are we? Where are we? This thing is not one-man show. It's not Gachagua. Gachagua can do nothing to remove Ruto alone. He needs all those people, and I'm happy he says it with his own mouth. Has this guy said it? Senator? Amesema hiyo? Tukuema tu atanyonga nyongi. Come on. Tuache utoto. Tuache hizo. Let's grow up, man. This is a serious thing that needs very, 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 very collective effort. Vita, hii ni vita keep. Hii si mambo ya kusema oh young and the old sijui sasa ni this is the time for the young. The young mwende wapi? It is the young, the old and the aged. All of them. Hata vikongwe. Come on. Yes. It is serious. I've heard people trying to even Akina Manyora, this guy who called himself professor. Now you know the young generation want to take over. Where have they taken over on earth? Wapi? Give me. Where have you heard that? They take over in terms of a force, a movement. Of course, you can have one young person at the helm. I tell people, go back and Angalia those countries that are now being run by the so-called young people. Go look at their ministers. Go look at their technocrats, my friend. Because no, it's not that old people have failed. No, it is some of those leaders that have failed. Yes. And those old people, who people are saying old, they are the ones that run these countries. So if you are corrupt, you make them corrupt. Or they keep quiet. But if you are straight and you want people work, people will work. Kibaki was old, and his country worked for a short while before it was hijacked when his health failed him. Was it the old, the young who are doing it? It was a collective responsibility. So for me, I would feel so bad, so sad if Sifuna continues to go in isolation, and if he continues holding those rallies.
Talk about ODM.
Calling them ODM. Okay? If it is ODM, then he can go on with his ODM business. So he's not in the matrix. Yeah. Hii inaitwa nini? Hii matrix ingine ya opposition. Yeah, tuache kujichocha. Tuache kujichocha. Hata sasa you will confuse Kenyans ile mbaya mbo mpaka Kenyans wataanza kuuliza.
We are confused right now because sasa what next bana? Sasa are we going to talk about okay, it's going to be a disgusting thing to say. It's a dick swinging contest bana. Who can piss the farthest in the forest when you're takojoa the farthest? That's what they're doing. Nothing else. I am able to come to Kisumu I dare you not to let me come to
Sasa
Kisumu.
hiyo ni nini? Hebu niambie hiyo ni nini?
Yeah.
Hiyo una achieve nini? What objective is that you are going to achieve? Ati ulisema hatufiki Kisumu. Hapa ni wapi?
Tutafika Kisumu sasa. Then mwende nyumbani. Then what?
Haki tumeingia kwa utoto. Hapa ni wapi? Na Gachagua nilikuwa naopa ataingia kwa hizo vitu. When people say you can't be there, sawa sikuji. Sikuwa nimepanga kuja, lakini when nikipanga kuja nitakam. But I will not come because you said sikuji. Nakuja na agenda.
That is Gashagua's politics. That's the unfortunate thing. They are following Gashagua's politics. If that's how Gachagua wants to do politics, why does this Linda Ground thing want to do that? Kitu bana. So Linda Ground.
Lakini
Register
Linda Ground,
people.
keep Linda Ground yao ilikuwa ni Linda Ground gani? Si ni Linda Ground ya ODM member. Kwani ilikuwa ni Kenya.
Let me tell you the most successful movement, which I think should even turn into a political party. Now that one, I feel it's good. Somebody should emerge as a leader. Hii kitu ya tuko kadi. That is fantastic. There's an objective as to what they're doing. They move from county to county, registering people for votes. That makes sense. They don't even go for, what do you call them? They don't even do, what do you call it? Rallies?
But even when you register votes, what will you do with the votes alone?
No, I'm saying at least there's an objective. What I'm trying to say.
The objective is mobilizing votes. That's okay, and that's it. That's where it dies for them. That's it. But they have now to mobilize these votes and focus on the united opposition. That is where to keep. That's where we are missing the boat. Tuna mobilize these votes to do, tutoe Ruto. Na tunatoa Ruto na nani? Na wale wengine wote. Not like what Eric akina Omondi wanasema, oh,
Eric is a fool. Eric is a fool. Oh, I do not want to see any politicians. What the fuck?
But he's Ruto. He's Ruto. Ni kuskata tu very scattered minds. There's nothing there to opposition. Eric is a cartoon. Eric is a cartoon. Who talks serious things while laughing? Where on earth? Well, budako ukiepa shule, najua uliepa mara mingi Kip. Akijua ulikuwa unaenda ukijo. I'm joking anyway. Ndio nimekushika lakini. Alikuwa anapita hapa anakuambia, my son, I know you didn't go to school the other day. You left here on Monday but you reached on Friday. Hapa anacheka na wewe. Kwanza ukiwa hizo sisi ndio ilikuwa ukishafika my level ilikuwa sasa tunakuwa ati tunafeel tuko iko na mabuda. Uchapiga suti sasa hata buda akikuongelesha unaona ni kama mko age mate. Sasa hizo umepewa freedom kama unasomea Kisumu na wewe unatoka Nyeri unaenda ukiona mademu zako. Juu ukifika shule mnapewa respect hata uulizi kwa nini umechelewa. Lakini buda wako sama hawakijua inakuwa ngori. So you would not be ati unacheka na mtu na ameleta maneno. Hey, Mary yuko hapa Wainaina na tunaendelea. Mary ongea. Mary Wainaina uko karibu. So, kabla Mary akuje. So, have we talked solutions, Acacia? Yes, we have talked solutions. Solution number one for Sifuna, he should stop that shenanigan of ODM. Then he declares and joins the opposition in whichever way to ensure they focus on removing Kasongo. That's one. Number two, he should not try to go the path. Hiyo path wamewekewa. The path ya kupotea ni kujaribu kujenga, kutengeneza chama. Hiyo Gachagua asikuingize kwa hiyo ati alienda harusi na basi za wenyewe. Alifanya mapema na yes. It is true. Gachagua, you remember Gachagua did this thing so early. Na kaiweka aggressive. Ukimfuata, you will go nowhere. Utaenda na utafikiria matatu ina watu, unakutana wewe umekaa kwa hiyo gari peke yako. una inaenda. So this is already sahi nika kwenda kutafuta blanket when it's already morning in terms of party. Chana na hiyo. In fact, I would have even if I was Sifuna na sitaki labda watu wengine hapa na hapo, ningeenda kwa Mama Karua, my fellow lawyer.
I agree.
Unaona? Because at least in terms of whatever ideations that Sifuna, they seem zinaingiana sana na zile beliefs.
The Martha. Fellow lawyer. They're both lawyers.
Na hiyo toughness. Kalonzo is also a lawyer, but you see Kalonzo kuna hiyo softness watu wanasema. But ukisikia principles za Martha Karua, there is nowhere she has relegated whatever she has been saying. Amekuwa akisema hata hiyo one term is too much. And that's what Sifuna is saying. Martha Karua amekuwa akisema in fact ingewezekana huyu mtu angeenda sasa hivi ama jana. That's what Sifuna has been saying. Okay? In terms of youth in the party and all that, there's somebody who has been emphasizing this so much in her party. That's Karua. So and Sifuna has been also talking about that kind of a thing. So for me, if I were him, that's where I would have found an easier patching area. I would have patched there kidogo. You know, ni patch hapo as part of the opposition, and then we move and move and move and move. Kaende. Okay, not starting reservation. Oh, these are old people. These are the ones who are there. Because iyo kasumba is what will kill Kenya, and it's what will make us not achieve. Hiyo ndio ilifanya Gen Z movement ikaisha. Kwisha, ilikufa kifo cha ile haraka. Boom. Because that card was inserted. Oh, tuachie. Achia watoto. Hii ni ya watoto. Surely, you're talking of removing a government? Atiwacha watoto, these kids know what they are doing. What? Surely that statement is what killed everything. They know what they are doing. You know, they have their phone. They are doing they knew what they were doing. Mpaka wapi? They took over parliament. Then, how do you take over parliament and you goof? It's because, or we assumed. Imagine if there was a force behind them. As they ran over parliament, then it is occupied now in the real sense. Because when you run people out of town, you're supposed to occupy. But now when you run away, people unakimbia now na mnatoroka, you leave that thing empty. What are we talking about? That is where we goofed. You keep off those who would have come to strengthen you. And people took it as a narrative. It was a very, very, very defeating narrative. As they say, they are leaderless, and then munaanza to accept, yes, that's the way to go. You know, come on. Really? Fine, you can begin with no leaders, but then leaders should emerge on the way. Sasa tumeoccupy parliament. Nani tunaacha hapa mazee? Hapo mnapata leader, mnabandika watu wa kugard as you move to the next place. You capture this city, you leave people there. That's how the wars were from my history. That's how wars were fought. You move, you capture this city, unaacha huko umeinstall leaders, even if they are temporary, as you clear and move on. What did we do? We wasted all the gains, painful gains, man. We will live to remember that. The blunder of the mother of all blunders. Wasted, had our people killed, our youth massacred, and we went back even to a more worse situation than we were before. Come on. Those are things that people are supposed to look at. Those are things that people like Sifuna should look at and make sure he swears. I like his tenacity, but I want him to be very, very assertive and ensure that we don't waste these gains. He knows how painful they are. So when I hear of things like Renaissance and that, nimesikia vibaya sana, personally, because I know that is the way to slaughterhouse.
I don't think so. I think somebody said there that He hasn't. He's dismissed that garbage. I think he was just being forced by that rich Luo politician, and he forcing his hand that this is your position. But yeah, I don't think he's part of that thing. I don't believe it.
Yeah, because you see, right now, Kip, in terms of political science, the table is a bit crowded now. It's this cut. When you have so many
There was another party before that was actually formed the day before then. So I think it's confusing the people. I even like what you said. Afadhali ataende independent candidate for Senate of Nairobi. That's even better. Prepare himself for 2032, while he supports Akina Kalonzo, Akina Matiang'i, Akina Martha Karua, supports them as he tries to get a vehicle for the next 5 years. It takes time.
But Kip, for Sifuna, why would he opt for an independent position? Why? What reason? And if he is popular, what is it that he would
what
not
do you want him to do?
get?
No, Stone, what do you want him to do? You're against parties. What would you like him to do?
I mean, for me, I would want, number one, talk with these people, the opposition. Be part of them.
Mm-hmm.
And then number two, of course, you show your interest. What is your interest? You still want to defend your Senate. It is. And then in terms of popularity, I am popular. Who will doubt? Wiper will doubt. DCP will doubt. That the senator in Nairobi who can be re-elected, watu wakiwa wamefunga macho, is Sifuna. Who will doubt among all those parties?
Yes.
None of them. So he still gets that seat in preparation for what you are saying, very near future. And he gets what we call based properly, anchored kabisa, build himself. And then we start saying sisi ni Sifuna wa 2032 tutakuwa Sifuna ingine. Then that momentum starts peaking and everybody starts knowing here is a presidential candidate in making.
Yes.
Okay. Instead of you starting now to waste your energy, you start another party. My friend, it is not easy. And knowing that in Kenya, parties are not stable. Hakuna, hata you unasikia DCP, ukiuliza mtu akupatie kadi ya membership ya DCP, hebu uliza uniambie. Nothing.
Hata UDA.
Hata UDA. Hakuna mtu atakwambia ati ni member wa UDA ndio hii kadi ya member number 244, vile KANU ilikuwa. KANU tulikuwa na nini? By the way, I was a member of KANU through my dad. You are given a number. You know your number, membership. Na kadi ambayo ilikuwa una renew sijui na shilingi 5 ama ilikuwa ni ngapi, unapewa stamp. You stamp it there. Hiyo iliisha na KANU. Mambo ya party, hata ODM, hakuna mtu atakwambia ndio hii kadi yangu ya ODM, I'm member of ODM. Ni hizo online sijui nini, this kind of a thing. Hakuna, jua ODM ndio wanakuja kidogo, mambo ikichange, ana resign online, anaingia Wiper, ana resign online, hivyo. Yeah. So what I'm saying is that we've not been anchored kabisa in terms of what we may call at Kenya is now a party political, country that really dwells and anchors their politics on parties. No, hiyo iko bado kwa theory and it's growing. But once we get a good president, we may end up really now anchoring that properly. Because once we get a good president that will guide the country into parties having their preliminaries properly, they are not interfered with. The recent elections, the UDA, utacheka the way they were. You will laugh. Wale watu wote walikuwa wanaenda kuvote kwa UDA ndio wa DCP. Na ndio wa I'm telling you that way because I know, because I have a lot of interest kwa ground. Unasikia watu wakwambia, sasa Stone, sisi leo tuko kwa UDA, kila mtu anauma kaelfu hapa, tunangojea kuhesabiwa na delegates. Wanakuja wanapewa delegates watano wanaandikwa. Hizo ndio majina zilitumwa kwa Ruto. Akaanza kuboast State House vile ati amerecruit 5 people per polling station. Those same 5 people ni wa Stone PK. So it is really it is funny. It's funny. That's why now we should mobilize people, characters. See, tunaangalia character. Like you go to some areas wanasema sasa kama kuna mahali Gachagua alienda alituma watu wake akaambiwa hapa ndio tuko opposition na tunasikiza ground sana, lakini sasa hapa hiyo ground tunasikiza ndio tupate characters wale tutakupatia. So utakuja kutuambia ati fagia hii, hapana. Tutakwambia sasa Stone PK ndio tunataka hapa. Kwa hivyo kama umtaki kwa party yako ataenda na party nyingine ama ataenda hivi na hivi. That's an example I'm giving. Because watu wamesafa. The parties do not help people in any way. Hakuna mahali chama inasaidia mwananchi wa kawaida. Hakuna. Asubuhi mwananchi wa kawaida anarauka kwa MCA wake hapo village, ama kwa MP wake hapo. Mtu aendi kwa chama, mwananchi huenda kwa mtu fulani ambaye yeye alimchagua. Sasa kama chama ilifanya achague Nyang'au, ataamka asubuhi kwenda kwa hiyo Nyang'au asubuhi, ndio inammeza. So people, we are educating people and people are getting that civil education. That hii mambo ya wave ya chama achana, tuachane na hiyo. They can do that at presidential level and make their messes. But mwananchi level, we can't.
I just think he needs to go talk to those people. I know Akezia tunaku tunakupatia stress hapa.
Oh, Ellie is there. Ellie should say something if he did.
Ellie amelala.
Milala.
Amelala.
Alafu wa Kenya kuna weakness moja tena tuko nayo keep. Can you imagine with the men we have of very potential leaders, we are still whining? Can you imagine? Angalia hii room. Kama
Gachagua tunapatia Gaucho akwe
akaeni kama yeye ndiye ako so organized. Can you imagine?
Board member wa hospitali. Inje imeumiza our sister hapa. Hajafurahia sana.
Nani sister gani?
Mary.
That tells you what our country is like. You know, you tell a country by the leadership. You know, and I think that's a good indicator of what kind of people they are.
Gaucho is a board member of a hospital. My God.
Hata si committee member of primary school fulani ama is board
hospitali boss. Kazi yake ni nini? Let's just discuss what his work is going to be. Siphoning money. Kazi yake ni kutoa pesa kutoka hapa iingie hapa. That's it. And it's not to work for the doctors, it's not to work for the hospital. It's for him to corruptly move money to political heads. That is his work. When you hire people like that, what do you think their job is, my friend?
No. Pigieni katika nani akuja kwa channel atuambie job TOR yake, terms of reference aliambiwa ni nini.
You know, we still his number actually. We still have Gaucho's number. Tupige kelele hapa.
Akuja tuambie.
Kazi yake ni kudistribute tu money yenye amepewa na Sudi.
Anaenda kudistribute
hundreds of thousands.
Anadistributia wagonjwa ama?
Anadistributia magunzo wake tu. Akina Omosho ananga shule anajitoka
pesa. Anaenda kufanya nini? Si angedistribute tu akiwa huko nje.
usitudienda najua tienda alienda kusumbua Mama Ida tu, alienda akamsumbua, kaambia Mama Ida bana. Then can I tell you the truth? Then you can see Aida is not a good person. Aida is still connected to Ruto because Gaucho through Gachagua, that you can see that. Unajua ile pesa Raila alikuwa anapewa na Gaucho, alikuwa anapewa na Sakaja for Nairobi. I think Aida still receives that money. Yes. Kunaka kando Raila used to receive from Nairobi County, inaingia kwa account, and I think that is what is still happening right now.
I don't understand.
How does Sakaja give Gaucho a job? Who is Gaucho connected to? The Odinga family. That is mathematically, hiyo nimefanya hiyo mathematics vizuri sana. It means Sakaja is still paying the Odinga family for Nairobi. You've never heard that rumor?
It was not a rumor.
Could you like give us some when it comes to like maybe we were hearing like maybe ni kama hata alikuwa anapea Raila 100 million some time back.
Yes, so, I think that money is still happening every month. 100 million goes to the Odinga family.
Na hii familia Odinga wanapeleka hii pesa wapi? If in any case it is
ever heard of the term the Lord of Poverty? It is true. Nimekubali na hiyo statement.
Let me ask a question. Mimi nataka kuuliza swali na history ya Sifuna kwanza. Do you think like the opposition is like doing some missteps? Because can you imagine Sifuna afanye mistake, akina Gachagua afanye mistake?
How many times has Kalonzo and Gachagua invited Sifuna?
Yeah.
They've stated it publicly.
Yeah,
so what mistake has the opposition done? What has the opposition made a mistake? They've stated it publicly, and I'm sure they've called him several times. Ni Sifuna anajifanya ni mrembo, anaturingia hapa kwenda huko. Turingia tu.
Kuna mahali ataenda.
Hata Gachagua alikuwa anasema hata wakiharibu chama yenu don't worry, DCP iko hapa. But I think maybe their pride is too high, they cannot imagine.
He has been quoted, Bana.
No. For joining Gachagua, I understand very much.
Kalonzo is open.
I understand very much when somebody hesitates to join Gachagua. That is, it's obvious. Because Gachagua is worse than Ruto, you know. But people don't want to swallow that. Gachagua would be worse than Ruto. Okay? Given all those, given everything else, you can be sure Wamunyoro would be atakuwa kitu ingine. Okay? So I understand when people hesitate. That I understand, and it will come to pass. It will come to pass. The kind of leadership we want in Kenya, we want a very, very integral leadership. Leadership ya mtu ambaye track record yake inajulikana. Okay? Mtu ambaye ukiangalia kutoka utotoni mpaka mahali alipo, si kuanza kusahau zingine na zingine. Mtu ambaye what you exhibit, you exhibit confidence in people. You don't exhibit tyranny. Okay? So that's why we are talking of character. Character is key here. And out of that menu, we have people of standing character. Fantastic. And that's why we want to allocate people according to their skills. Mobilization, Gachagua, we give you. whipping, hitting below the belt, tunakuachia ndio tukipiga kwa uso unapiga below the belt, kahasho, mtu anaanguka. That is what we want. Bwana Njiru.
Okay, so kwa hivyo unasema Gachagua ni wa kuhit below the belt na story inaisha?
Si atapiga na ni vizuri atakaa kwa hiyo meza ya huko ya kutengeneza nchi. Gachagua cannot be a good president. Take that to the bank, Njiru. He can't. He cannot be a good president. Hiyo toa. But he can be a good player in any of the other, because there will be others to check him. The way current situation is in Kenya, the wherever, unakuwa president ambaye you can do whatever you want in the kitchen, in the toilet. Come on. Why are we ignoring what is so obvious? As I said, Kenyans, we have a problem of denying realities. We have a problem of not seeing realities, things that have happened before.
Elezea Acacia hiyo. Acacia anauliza, alafu hebu nisome hii comment ya Njenje, anasema I think Sakaja gave Gaucho a job for his 2027 election since Gaucho is part of Bunge Mwananchi.
Bunge Mwananchi is not Nairobi.
And he can mobilize people to vote for Sakaja.
Bunge Mwananchi is just a bunch of jobless people standing on the street. It's my friend. Bunge Mwananchi.
But even if hata kama ni jobless boys, don't some of them speak something serious? We have seen people like tumeona.
Lately I have to give it to them, eh?
Kama wa Kisumu ama naitwa nani, watu kama kina
kama wa Kisumu, and then there's that guy who's a typical Luo. That is my guy, man.
Yeah, that bunge Congress speaking.
Unichekesha
sana. Bunge la Mwananchi si hata na nini product ya bunge la Mwananchi? Joachim.
Songa.
No, Joachim. Huyu kijana, huyu jamaa anaitwa Joachim.
Wasafina, yeah.
Bwana Kip, don't underrate bunge la Mwananchi. Bunge la Mwananchi.
What influence? No, okay. What influence does
but it has
what influence? No, hold on.
You think mtu kama songa kujulikana karibu Kenya mzima? Ngoja kidogo. Do you know that video ya songa ikichezwa hapa, almost everybody in Kenya anajua ni songa?
Okay, so you're right. But Gaucho, what influence does he have in bunge la?
No, forget about Gaucho. Hata Gaucho came to confuse us in our shows here. Forget about Gaucho. Gaucho is he's not a good man. But we have seen some consistent men in bunge la Mwananchi, and we have seen guys getting shape and even building their rhetoric work from that bunge la Mwananchi. I think it would be unfair, Bwana Kipril, to just blanket them as just idle people with no work. Some of them have grown from that. You bunge la Mwananchi is an incubation center. It's not a joke. In the near future, it could start raising some MPs, 1 or 2 from your bunge la Mwananchi. Anyway, go ahead, continue saying they are jobless guys. That's your opinion, so go ahead.
Tuone youth leader, nichezee video tuone youth leader please. Kidogo tu niende kulala.
Some people who are involved have run across the border. What is Interpol doing? What efforts are they doing to bring them back? These were known people. They should be punished. They should set an example so that the hooliganism we are seeing coming across, like we call them goons and whatever, that hooliganism must be nipped in the bud. Otherwise, we are priming this country for civil unrest. The state will very soon lose the monopoly of violence, and when that happens, we will be in trouble. There will be no country called Kenya.
Your time is up. Senator Oburu.
Thank you, Madam
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. Madam Speaker, I stand to speak on the issue of voter registration. Madam Speaker, voter registration is at the core of democracy of our country. And we cannot claim to be a democratic country if we don't conduct free and fair democratic elections. And Madam Speaker, therefore, elections do not happen on the election day. Elections start far earlier, much earlier than the election day. The election day is just now for people to do the final process. But if, for instance, Madam Speaker, any region is denied registration of voters by either being too lax or having those equipments collapse too frequent, or by having less money put there for mobilization of the voter process, Madam Speaker, it becomes a process which finally might not be regarded to be free and fair. Therefore, these questions which have been asked, a statement by Kibwana, is a very, very important question, and Madam Speaker, I would like the committee to go into the details and find out if, what is happening in this voter process. Because we want a transparent election where after the elections, we greet each other and say, I have been defeated, I will try next time. Madam Speaker, I know that these things sometimes happen. They happen because in most cases, Madam, you find that the registration process of voters is completely underfunded. And the people who are registering, they tend to concentrate only in certain centers. And wananchi cannot move to those centers because of the cost. The cost of going to those centers sometimes is expensive, and therefore that is also injustice to the people. The people who are doing the registration should be given sufficient backing, sufficient funding, so that when they go, they don't restrict themselves to only certain centers, Madam Speaker, because they lack money for maybe some subsistence or even fuel to travel to those areas, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity, and I hope that the questions as put by Honorable Kibwana will be answered. I wanted to comment on another one, but I have been cut short by the time.
Yes. Senator Sigei.
Ugunja constituency. Wacha niingie kwa mada. Ngoja kwanza. Songa nyuma. Mimi nikiongea watu wanasonganga nyuma. Si mnajua? Asante. Mimi nimeshukuru sana ndugu yangu ametoka hapa anasema Oburu ana shida. Amechoka. Party leader wa ODM Bob James Agri Oren. Asante. Huyo ndio party leader. Huyo ndio party leader. Na tumepanga. Mr. Speaker. Si mabonus wako ndio sio mabonus wangu. Asante. Mr. Speaker. Hakuna haja tudanganyane hapa. Na mimi nashangaa. Mr. Speaker, mimi naomba Rigathi Gachagua, kama umepanga maandamano, ongea na Wajaluo na Waluhya na Wakisii. Kwa sababu gani? Kama hawa Wakikuyu wako hapa, amevaa suti. Huyu Kinungu na anasema ako DCP. Bwana nyinyi wacheni kudanganya sisi. Tumekimbia town na Kinyungu amevaa suti yako hapa Jakaranda. Rigathi Gachagua, kama umepanga maandamano, wewe unajua watu wenye wamelead kwa maandamano. Na leo watu wa Jakaranda tulikuwa watu over 80. 80. Speak. Ni uongo lakini uongo. tumeelewana vizuri na tumeenda maandamano vizuri. Uzuri siku hizi watu wa one term wanaenda maandamano na iPhone. Tunajishika tu hivi iPhone. Asante sana. Wacha niende kwa hii mada ya kina Sifuna. Mr. Speaker, Sifuna, Osotsi na Natembeya tuwalikutana vizuri na wakajua, wanajua ya kwamba on Friday, Saturday tuko Vihiga County na tunaenda huku kukanyaga. Na Mr. Speaker, round hii ndio inaenda, hii ndio serikali. Hii ndio serikali. Orengo party leader, Sifuna ni secretary. Hiyo ni yake. Hiyo ni yake. Hata Raila anajua mahali Raila yako. Sifuna ndio secretary ya body. Bwana Osotsi ni deputy Ang'owa. Deputy party leader. Unaona hiyo jambo? Kwa sababu gani? Kwa sababu gani? Wewe umeona Babu ni governor na ni patron na kesho anagawa basari hapa. Babu, asante sana kuja hapa Jakarta. Hata wenye wanakupinga uwape basari waende wauze, wengine wasomeshe wamama wenye wanaishi. Mnajua speaker ni watuta, mimi ni wawanta. Sasa mnajua, unaona ananiambia ni waje na ndio naingia kwa mada. Mimi naambia Wakenya, kama Ruto ni mwanaume, kwa nini anatoroka? Anatoroka kwa nini? Hakuna deni na anaenda kuongeza deni nyingine. Mimi naambia leaders zetu, ma leaders, tungoje wakati Ruto anaingia tu hapa Kenya, pop tunaenda maandamano. Hakuna haja utoroke. Unatoroka nini? Unatoroka nini Ruto? Kama wewe ni mwanaume, unatoroka nini? Wewe kaa hapa tunyoroshe mapema. Unaona hiyo maneno? Unaona hiyo maneno? Na tutakubali. Kenya yote ni one term. Kenya yote ni one term. Na watu wa Mlima, Kalonzo, Wakamba waende maandamano this round. Wakamba, endeni maandamano. Mambo ya tio, tuko na leader, ati tuko na na Mutoki amubebi bawe. Round hii msipoenda maandamano watu wa Ukambani, sisi ndio tutawachapa sasa hii town. Nikimalizia. Bora tieki aniketa gingwe. Ohiti ndio huoda kikabisa. Mia Simba. Asamba hatutakubali hiyo maneno. Umosa umeongea dakika 5, mimi unanipea dakika 5. Umeongea dakika 5. Alright.
Hatutaki because wako na mdomo na wana kadi. Tuko kadi. Na tunataka, hakuna mtu tunataka kwa debe kuliko Ruto. Hatutaki Oburu. Oburu hatutaki. Mzee hakuna kitu utafanya na wewe. Tunataka Ruto, huyo mtu wako nyuma yako. Ndio tunataka. Fail 207 kutoka 207 Orenga jai kosana Raila Odinga mpaka ukaburini saa hii. Hii prime minister unakujanga kwa unapiga hapa kelele na Ruto. Masa sasa Kofi Annan alikuja hapa Kenya. Sasa wanataka wasomi. Ule mtu amebeba constitution kwa kichwa yake. Nani uliona mbele? James Orengo mwenyewe. Masa unaongea about Orengo. Jua bila hata Orengo kuwekwa ndani, hata tungekuwa tunaongea hapa. Mr. Speaker,
order members, now each and everyone. Na mutatoka hapa ni baki peke yangu.
Sawa. Nimeshukuru sana Mr. Speaker na wanabunge wote. Mr. Speaker, nimeona mahali imefika saa hii kwa hii bunge. Naona kama hawa watu wa two term hawakufanya Eastern government, walifanya CRE na agriculture. Hiyo ndiye subject walikuwa walifanya. Ukipata mtu anakuja anaanza kusema ati Orengo alikosana na Raila Odinga, hata hakuna mahali Orengo alisaidia Raila Odinga. Ndugu yangu, rudi tena kwa Eastern government ya buku ya mtoto yako, wewe pia kaa chini usome na yeye, so that ukuje usaidie watu hapa. Lakini wale kama kidi songa tuliingia kwa klasi ya history, kaa chini basi tukupee vile Kenya inasonga. Namba 1, ukiangalia siku ya 7/7 Orenga alikuwa hapa makuapo na Raila Odinga. Bas, kuja multiparty wakwa makua. Hiyo nakupea tu topic, enda usome. Singine utachukua kesho. Sasa, after the death of Jaramogi Oginga Odinga 1994, ndiye Orenga alikuwa anataka kuwe party leader, kuwe liwo kingpin. Na Raila Odinga pia alikuwa kijana barubaru. Alikuwa anasema, mimi pia nataka, ndiye baba yake akaandova kwa kijana wa Malwa the late. Unaona? Na Raila akakuja akasimama 1997. Orengo akamwambia kama huwezi kwa debe tu mimi siwezi kupea support. Mimi pia wacha kwa debe. Orengo pia akafanya nini? Akajaribu. Yeye pia akafail. 2007. Kutoka 2007 Orengo hajai kosana Raila Odinga mpaka ukaburini saa hii. Hii prime minister unakujanga kwa unapiga hapa kelele na Ruto. Sasa Kofi Annan alikuja hapa Kenya. Sasa wanataka wasomi. Ule mtu amebeba constitution kwa kichwa yake. Nani uliona mbele? James Orengo mwenyewe. Masaa unaongea about Orengo. Jua bila hata Orengo kuwekwa ndani, hata tungekuwa tunaongea hapa. Hiyo sasa nampea tu history kidogo tu. Sawa. Mr. Speaker, naingia kwa Sifuna. Hiyo ni striker tuko naye. Na Babu Owino hiyo ni Kante mwenyewe. Na James Orengo, Jose Mourinho as a coach. Kwa hiyo timu ukiangalia, hakuna hata mtu anavuta sigara hapo. Hiyo timu iko imara. Na tunataka hii timu ya Ruto tupatane chap. Because hatutaki mambo ya by election friendly matches. Hatutaki because wako na mdomo na wana kadi. Tuko kadi. Na tunataka hakuna mtu tunataka kwa debe kuliko Ruto. Hatutaki Oburu hatutaki. Mzee hakuna kitu tutafanya na wewe. Tunataka Ruto, huyo mtu wako nyuma yako. Ndio tunataka. Nimeona kama Dennis ametoka hapa anasema ati Oburu ati nani? Orengo anataka kuchukua power ya Sifuna na Babu Owino. Let me tell you one thing. Kuna kitu inaitwa interdependent. Unaona? Sifuna anadepend kwa Babu na Babu anadepend kwa Orengo, na Orengo anadepend kwa Misi na Misi anadepend kwa Kedi Songa kama mpiga kura tena kwa supporters wao. Unanisikia hapo? Wewe unaweza weka peke yako kama Yesu Kristo ndiye alikuwa anaweza peke yake na alikuwa na disciples wake. What about Sifuna na James Orengo? Ndugu yangu, tunakupea wisdom, uende naye kwa nyumba yako, lakini wewe umefunika kichwa. Kuna mtu akiongea hata kama kitu anakuchuna hapa, kaa chini usikie tunasema nini. Kama watu kama one time tunajua Ruto must go. Sisi ndio tunapiga kura. Na sisi tumechoka na yeye. Ndugu yangu, Kenya saa hii tuko about 70 million ama 65 million. Out of 65 million. Kwa hiyo 65 million, mtu mmoja ndiye tuweze pigia kura, huyu William Ruto. Wengine hata vile nyinyi umekaa hapa, tunapaka nywele zao kura, lakini si William Ruto.
Na mimi wacha niimbe kidogo kwa sababu nimeshatumiwa gun kutoka kwa serikali. Asante sana. Hapa utafinywa kweli kweli. Yesu. Mimi nashukuru sana. Baba, we baba, baba pokea sifa. Paka niimbe kwa sababu Mungu anatenda na tunaona. Mr. Speaker, wacha nianze na hii mada ya watu wengine wanalialia kabisa. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Bwana, mambo imeharibika. Mambo imeharibika. Na niliwaambia kabla ifike mwezi wa 5 hapa itakuwa tu one time. Mr. Speaker, mimi nataka niongee hii jambo. Kuna huyu governor wa Homa Bay na huyu mbunge wa Migori, huyu Junet. Na inasemekana tena huyu jamaa governor wa huku Mombasa wamechukua milioni siji 5 billion. Walikuwa wanataka kuuza chama yetu. Na Mungu ni nani? Mungu ni nani? Nyinyi mutafinywa. Mimi mutafinywa nyinyi. Mutafinywa. Saa hii ndio mnaanza kupiga kelele ati mambo ya zoning. Naona governor wa Homa Bay analia saa hii. Akienda kwa matanga kuna sijui ile inaitwa napkin ama ile inaitwa towel. Anapanguza tu machozi. Niliwaambia Raila lali. Raila atalala. Pati yake mumekula. Saa hii mnaanza kuconfuse watu. Ati hatuoni kama tunaenda na Ruto mali. William Samuel Ruto mwenye ametoroka na kuna pesa yako. Ukiua hatutaenda kwa maandamano. hatutaenda. Alikuwa anakula pesa peke yake. Wewe hata saa hii mali amepaka gari, unatoa tu bolt, unatuma tu wenye wanatoa bolt, kwa sababu kuna guns wako hapa Nairobi. Tuma tu wale wenye wanakwanga na ile meno ya chuma, wanatoa bolts kwa magari, akisema tu vum pup, anaenda biguni. Kwa kula vile utakula pesa ya mtu na unatoroka na una watu nyuma, na Ruto anataka watu. Unaona hiyo jambo? Mimi nafurahia. Na saa hii Orengo na Babu na hawa Sifuna, musishike simu. Hakuna kushika simu ya hawa watu. Sisi tunataka wananchi, viongozi waende kwa Ruto. Niliwaambia. Na saa hii unajua Mr. Speaker, Oburu saa hii ukimpigia yeye ni mgonjwa, anasikia pressure imepanda. Hatutaki mwenye anasumbua Oburu saa hii. Hatutaki mwenye anasumbua Oburu. Kwa sababu wakati tulikuwa tunawaambia amusikii, nyinyi mlikuwa mnasema ati tutam. Saa hii hata hapa ukienda kwa kiwanja hapa, nywele sosi ndio amebaki kwa tutam peke yake. Kwa sababu hakuna pikipiki. Amebaki peke yake. Mr. Speaker. Hapa imeharibika. Hapa imeharibika. Na wewe wenye walikula pesa, hata Simbarati alikula pesa. Mimi sikuogopi. Hata Simbarati alikula hii pesa 5 billion. Na saa hii Simbarati amesahau alichaguliwa na ODM. Anaenda kwa rally ya UDA. Akiangalia gari, akishuka kwa gari, kila mtu ni UDA. Sasa akisema ODM anaambiwa UDA. Arati bai. Unaenda nyumbani. Wenyinji ndio mmepeleka Raila chini. Naenda kwa hii mada ya hii mambo ya kutoa watu wa tutam warudi pande hii. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, mimi nawaambia, unajua hata huko Nakuru tulikuwa na kiwanja kidogo, sasa hivi wamebadilisha kiwanja kwa sababu watu ni wengi. Watu ni wengi, watakuja na machopa. Na mimi nataka niseme hivi. Ukijua ulitumiwa pesa ya William Samoei Ruto tukiwa hapa kwa bunge na unakuja kwa wantam yetu, nywele soso usikuje, utauawa bure. Usikuje ndugu yangu. Mimi bado nakupenda, usikuje. Imba tuta mpaka Ruto akianguka na mko na pesa yake. Mtaona. Usikuje. Mulibeba Biblia mkasema ya kwamba tuko na wewe paka milele. Usikuje. Na sisi pande hii tumejipanga, tuko sawa. Tuko sawa. Na mimi nataka niambie hawa wa Kenya. Saa hii tumeshikana. Kuna watu wengine tumefanya uchunguzi, walikuwa wanalipwa. Tukienda rally wanaimba mtu moja. Na saa hii tumetengeneza. Saa hii ni linda wananchi. Na tumejipanga. Karibu. ODM ulisimama ukashinda Seme Ward. Ukanyang'anywa tiketi. Linda wananchi, Babu atakupea tiketi bure hata usikampeni. Huyu speaker ndio namuongeleza. Anaitwa Ken. Ndugu yangu engineer, tutakukaribisha na wewe ndio MCA. Asante sana.
Haya.
Are we done? Kip? Are we done? Because I know you want to go and sleep. Julia, yeah, thank you very much for that.
I like that guy. That guy is the best.
Yeah. Now unasema tu watu ni watu jobless too, but instead of giving them accolade, they give us content and
take it back.
I think Bunge la Mwananchi is building leaders, by the way. So Kipri, let's not just be naive and say ni watu wajielewe.
I take it back. Nilikosa hapo. I apologize.
Yeah, we acknowledge that. So wacha nipe Julia nafasi because alikuwa na mambo mingi alikuwa anataka kusema before her network misbehaved. Julia, are you now well and clear?
Julia ako ushago, achana naye.
Haina shida.
Sasa mimi niko ushago ya Amerika.
No
Amerika kuna ushago. Ajuri ndio anaishi kule kwa Mayoyo, ajui kuna ushago wa Amerika.
Tutakutoa ushago usijali. After time.
Ushago ni poa bana. Mimi sisi
ushago ni poa, hatuna stress.
Ushago ni poa. Hapo Jeru ujui. You don't know. Countryside is beautiful, man.
At least pahali unaweza panda, unajua shida ya Julia, kila pahali anafikiria ni madharo. Lazima anataka pahali ya kuwekelea madharo.
Haya, I cook, by the way. I cook all my food, and I seriously eat Kenyan food. I rarely jump into these restaurants of burgers and all that. Rarely, unless
Unajua
nimepitia
hapa
mahali na mtu.
unajua watu people don't know that hapa the whole of Africa eats ugali. Hata mpaka Nigeria, Ghana, South Africa, Zimbabwe,
They call it
Uganda.
fufu.
No, it's not fufu. It's not fufu.
Mm.
Fufu is made of yams. Talk about maize meal. Wanaitanga maize meal. Staple diet ya Africa ni ugali by the way. They just call it different. It's just that fufu is what they prefer. You the luxury.
Hata
Yeah,
kuna unga ya ugali sasa inauzwa America, real, like the authentic one.
it's there. Like hata mimi napatanga ugali hapa and it's the authentic white maize. Na inaonja tu kama nyumbani. It's just that tunajionanga special as Kenyans. Ugali iko kila mahali. Inaitwa maize meal.
Si unajua Kenya kufurisha kifua kila pahali. Si unajua Kenya lazima wajidai. Bwana Kipu. Wewe hujaijua, Mkenya lazima ajidai. I always even like when we meet with the Kenyans and other people of other countries. Yaani unaona ni Wakenya wako na kimbelembele mingi. Hey, Mzito, uko hapa?
Hapana, Wakenya wana kimbelembele like Nigerians. Nigerians are the most annoying people that Africans I know. So mimi nakulanga chakula ya ushago, njiru. I rarely eat junk. I only eat junk because somebody maybe I went somewhere.
Akeshi amesema kumbe mko America. No wonder muelewi siasa. Akeshi amalizia statement. I know that's what you want to say.
Amuelewi siasa. Sasa niseme hivi Njiru. Want to comment about Sifuna team. Nimeona kuna kachama hapo kakalongolgo kameanzishwa.
Hiyo kachama inaitwa Renaissance. Stone PK ametupea pronunciation.
Renaissance.
At the People Renaissance Movement.
Yeah, People Renaissance Movement. Ati Sifuna wamejump ship wamesema si yao. Lakini the others claiming it's Sifuna's, whatever is the case.
So kwa hivyo Sifuna hajai embrace. So for now we cannot say ni chama yake. Na watu wa ODM wakimwambia tutaki hapa wewe uende kwa chama yako.
Atu wamekataa. Si nimesikia a commentary from the whoever was reporting that the Sifuna team denounced and said they are not part of that team. Ama alisema I guess that's what I heard. So now whatever the party is,
who's that rich Luo person that alisema alisponsor ODM $2 million?
Anaitwa jamani, anaitwa nimemsahau.
He's a former MP kind of, right?
Yeah, he's the one who's sponsoring the party completely. I think he's just forcing Sifuna's hand. Nimekuletea hapa chama bana, ingia.
Anyway, one thing I would like to say, he's giving him some direction. Yeah, because I have been having a complaint about Sifuna. Na nitaendelea complain. Now, Sifuna came out very well. Remember that he was received in Nairobi. Alikuwa wapi? He was received so good in Nairobi. Where was he first? Alienda wapi kwanza? Nyinyi watu kama mnaweza kumbuka. Which part of Nairobi was Sifuna?
Kitengela.
Kitengela, yes. He was received so good in Kitengela. Now, that was a good start. Powerful start. And then now, nimemwona Nakuru. Nakuru was key, according to me, compared to Kitengela. Nakuru was so anaweza kadidimia kama he's not very, very careful. Now, when I heard what they were saying in Nakuru, I thought like somewhere now they needed some direction. And that is why Ariapa, I think me and PK, we are saying that he needs somebody to really mentor him, someone like Korengo to mentor him. Now, I understand they are going to Kisumu. Now, Sifuna is, you see, each kachama Karongolo kamesema kwamba that we are neither 2-term nor 1-term. That won't work. In Kenya right now, you are either hot or cold, not hapo katikati. So if they are thinking they can play that game, it's not gonna work. they will just be wasted somewhere. They will just be a waste of people, like resources, human resources that waliinuka alafu wakarudi chini. That is what is likely to happen. Now, if he doesn't come out and decide what he wants as soon as possible, I understand that. Let me give you people two choices. Supposing Sifuna decides to go back to ODM. Mmesikia akina Buru wanamtafuta sana. Supposing he feels like maybe I can be Secretary General now, Narudi. What happens to him? It means he's back to where Raila Odinga was. Claiming he's not working with the government, but he's working with the government. Claiming to fight Kasongo, but at the same time supporting him. Now, if he doesn't, and his claim he's not swift to move to the other side of the opposition, he'll still be a waste. Atakuwa nini sasa? Now, I heard in that Kamukunji walikuwa nayo Nakuru, people were saying for presidency. Let me say this without fear of contradiction. He'll have to work very hard to be deputy president. Let me ask you guys, Sifuna will come from nowhere and start telling kina Kalonzo nataka kuwa depa, nataka kuwa raisi. You people just tell me how that works. Whether that will work. It will not. So I appreciate that he's a force to reckon, and that he has the potential of uniting the whole of Western Kenya and even a lot of youth and the Gen Z. By the way, history of Gen Z vote is a fallacy. Let me say this. Nyinyi mnajua Gen Z ni wale tuko now. And most of the time we can even tell them where to vote. So history of Gen Z, it is not really a constituency that one can really brag about or be proud of. However, I appreciate that Sifuna can get a lot of backing from Western Kenya. Lakini hivi sasa bado analeta mchanganyiko in Western Kenya na Raila Odinga's followers. So he needs to come out clear what he wants. And the area he starts working with Gachagua, whether he likes Gachagua or not, those claiming that asifanye kazi na Gachagua, anafanya kazi na nani sasa? Who is fighting Ruto more than Gachagua right now? Asifanye kazi na Gachagua. That is foolishness. Even Matiang'i is working with Gachagua. So that's my take about Sifuna. And keep before we end, where is Mother Karua?
Tuna mkutano. I'm talking to my people. I'll tell you tomorrow, by the way.
Is she well?
She's okay. She's fine.
Why has she disappeared from the crowd?
Ako. I'll tell you tomorrow. We've not left. We're still with the United Opposition. Tutoki hapo. Tuko hapo gangari. Don't worry.
Ama mmemkasirisha.
Wewe Julia, achana na Kip. Unajua Kip?
I tell you the problem with Martha Karua. This is just me saying it from my side. She should have given that responsibility of the Ugandan mission could represent her friend to somebody else. She can't do everything. That is my problem.
Uganda tena.
She still runs there. That's the problem. Yeah.
No, hiyo kitu hawachange tu. And then she tells us to vote for
her.
I
think Mother Karua want to position her footprint in East Africa. It's a big responsibility. So, Bwana Kipril, it's a serious. For me,
let me ask you. Recently, she was saying she wants to be a president of one term. So if she wants to be president, why is she? By the way, she can be a very good president. Like it is it's mimi sijui ameenda wapi. I've been wondering where she's disappeared.
I'll tell you tomorrow that to take it.
Julia, habari?
Poa, mko poa.
Nimekupenda zaidi kusikia unapika chakula ya home.
Karibu nitafutie mtu.
Hapana, mimi niko na mtu yako ya. I'm competing for Julia huko nyumbani bana.
Atinatafutiwa mtu na Kip. Wewe wa huko kwao.
Hiyo acha tusiongee. Tutikorigera anyway. Sasa Kip Ujui nimesema nini hapo? Julia, unasukuma kipa kuambie something which he may not want to tell you. But I know where Mother Karua is. You know, by the way, let me reveal here, I have very, if there is one leader I believe in, believing in a leader, is Mother Karua. That I think I've not said it here, but I believe in her in all aspects of what you would call integral leadership. She checks all my boxes. That is me, Stone PK. She checks all my boxes. So I follow her very closely. And Mother Karua, yes, it's true, she has this responsibility ambayo ananini, which is not taking her time at all. Kuenda to represent Besigye. It's a very good gesture. It's something that it has not only begun with Besigye. Mother Karua has been East African lawyer, you know, kabisa, Tanzania and all that. That she, for those of you who have not followed her, she's a lawyer of upstanding. Those are the accolades I have for now for Mother Karua. Where is she? Julia, as it is now, if you are in her shoes, what would you be wanting to do right now? For any intelligent person, right now, I would retreat and start doing my own things, huku chini ya maji, consulting and all that. Because what we are having right at the moment is a total confusion. Headless chicken running around without our due and end, including Gachagua. Because you see, always in a song, there is a climax. And for good musician and a good music player, you know how to delay your climax or how to hasten it or how to, you know, you can, right now you cannot, you need to know when to tune what. Sai huwezi anza tu kuropoka unaropokwa Kalonzo nani Gachagua will not Gachagua, what do we call this guy? Kasongo will slaughter you. You don't remove all the bullets sai April, May 2026. All right? So you, and this is what I would even want Gachagua to do, because he's our gun. Okay? He is supposed to continue shooting, firing, but not multiple now. There is what we call, what we are wanajua, kuna ile wanaita, sometimes you don't shoot, you just throw that thunder flash, to just sense and brighten where the enemy is. Then after you see mahali wako, then you shoot, and you shoot on target, other than just shooting in the darkness assuming that enemies wako pale. Okay, so by now Gachagua angetupa thunder flash. Thunder flash ni nini? Ana retreat kidogo, not that ana hizo conferences, ana conference lakini ana retreat kidogo, kama sasa vile Ruto amehepa, ameenda kule, ameenda, all right, una puliza mapua huko, utaki kujua what is it that is happening and all that kind of a thing, and then you take charge here, you know, take charge here, and when you take charge, you change the tune. You change the tune. And as I said earlier, these people have no thinkers behind them who can be telling them some of the things we are talking about. So Mother Karua is one of those people that when they see, or when she sees like umekuwa monotonous, she retreats tactfully, very intelligently. And you can imagine, you can see how she even retracted from Baba. Because you see, they talk and she can hear people, and she can, she's one of those people who are very keen. Anajua mkiteleza. Okay? So when she sees you are sliding yourself into that mud, she retreats. We uingie kwa hiyo matope peke yako. And that is how you play this kind of, what we call them, the games. Yeah? So kwa sasa, I would not expect that it is makelele, mnasema maandamano. Because like for example, when you say maandamano, sijui kama ilifanyika ama ikufanyika, what was it about? What did it achieve? So such things I will retreat. Because I will ask the questions, mnaandamana ndio nini, tupate nini, ikue aje? And nobody answers me those questions. Because in Kenya, maneno ya maandamano imeshaisha, ni kama ile unasikia shube imekwisha mshamo, chumvi imeisha mshamo, na ni kutupwa inatupagwa. Maandamano ya Kenya is useless because it does not achieve any objective. So when you talk maandamano, it's a rhetoric. No wonder huyu jamaa wa bunge la mwananchi anasema kama unataka maandamano, you should come and get this kind. When you hear people talking like that, unaambiwa tu hiyo maandamano yako achana nayo, haiwezi achieve and all that. Why do you want to go into that basket? Personally, I would not talk of me if I organize maandamano like in Embu County, either mahali kutachomeka ama mtu atatoka mbio. That is what maandamano.
So PK, wacha nikuulize swali, naona kama kisa yangu imeisha, nikuulize before I go. So you think Martha Karua may retreat?
Yeah, of course, she has retreated because there is a lot that is going on in the United Opposition. Remember, I've been complaining about this dominance and subduing others. That will, and we are going to see big things. And unfortunately, we may not be able to remove Kasongo because I'm seeing some personal egos playing, which will be very detrimental to the movement. Thank you.
Sijui Acacia what she want, eh? Acacia anasema boring. I think Acacia feels like we are wasting our time.
Okay, wait a minute.
Let her tell you what she wants. Let Nihama, Nishiyama, Nihi. You know, you cannot just say boring this. Can she say what is in her mind?
Umeona comment yake? Then she Kenya and do those things. Anasema muende Kenya mufanye hizo vitu.
Which ones? You see, those are the kind of very, sorry, let me say this. Those are the most useless. Listen, we are reading to Somea. Let me tell you this. The likes of Acacia, if you read the ile kitabu ya nani Machiavelli, these are the people who don't help anything. They are the ones, their work is to critique. You tell them to write to you 3 sentences. Mwambia kuandikia hapo 3 sentences. Other than saying, tuende Kenya tufanye hivyo. We are doing it from where we are. Ask her or him or whoever it is to tell you 3 sentences about politics. I can tell you that's the most naive person in politics. This I'm saying without fear of contradiction. You can't keep on saying boring. Those are very tired kind of comments. Then why are you seated here? What are you contributing? When you say people fought for independence from all over the world. We are doing many things. That is a very naive Kenyan, if she is a Kenyan or he is a Kenyan, Njiro. And for me, I would not even waste my time. I want somebody who is giving me a comment. This is what we need to do. You guys are saying this and that. We are katusa na wale wanakuja kusema oh yo acha iwezekani, those kind of a thing. From what she's been saying, is there anything positive you've gotten from that person? Those are people we say they hide behind the keyboard and they have nothing to offer, my friend. Don't worry about that. When you tell people I enter Kenya or Kenya, how does she know where people are? Just because a few people have said they're in the US and all that. And what is, you know, Njiro, there is this very stupid thing about some Kenyans. We are jabu. Just because maybe you cannot go get out of that country, unasikilia kawivu kaujinga tu. I hear people talking about very bad about people in the US, people in UK, people outside the country. Come on, Kenyans, wacheni hiyo maneno. Hizo wivu ndio zitawaua. Zitawaua.
Hata siku yake ya kutoka itafika tu.
Haitafika, atatoka aende wapi? Maybe hawezi, you know, those are achana na watu Njiro bwana. I don't anybody who talks negative about people who are working outside. It's the same as if you are from Murang'a, you're working in Nairobi. What's the difference? You are in Kisumu, you are Luo, born in Kisumu, and you have a job in Mombasa. You have a job in Kampala. You have a job in South Africa. Come on. That must be a very backward person. And exposed her completely. Anybody who criticizes people who are out there, you want people to sit there with you to do what? Come on. Let's get civilized.
So Nabudi na uongeresha ya Acacia asitulipue sana. Hata umekuja ku waste time. That's what Acacia is saying. Budi.
I think when you may report differently.
Go ahead.
If you follow what Acacia was saying was totally different. I think we may I just follow up the conversation from what she has been typing throughout. I mean, she has been the sole person who has been communicating on the comment section. Look at all our comments, and then I don't think you gave Stone PK a different perspective.
Oh, kuna message aliandika hapa. Then simkuje Kenya and do those things.
That's a nonsensical statement.
No, I think you are looking from one perspective. I don't think she said that we are losers, that we have nothing to do.
No, you can't tell people, Alex, you can't tell people mkuje mfanye. We are doing even more than she's doing, or he or she is doing when she's there. For those who are outside there. We don't say that when you don't know what people are doing. Alex, you've been in politics for long. Any Kenyan who makes those kind of statements, hata usiwaste time na yeye. That's a naive person. Anybody who thinks people in diaspora are not contributing to what Kenya is, I cannot even waste 10 seconds with that kind of a person. That's a naive one. Surely, what are we talking about here? That's why when I'm hosting a show, for me, I don't entertain those kind of a thing, because they are demeaning. We don't want ignorance to demean intelligence. Alex.
I think then I don't know. But I think we shouldn't.
Or maybe, Budi, what is your alternative to what Acacia is saying, or how did you get it? Maybe you can help us understand. Maybe tumechoka mingi hata hatujielewi. You can put us into perspective of Acacia.
Then I'm confused with the definition of dominance, because I'm seeing dominance here.
Explain.
I don't need to explain.
Okay. Give me 2 minutes. Niwaoneshe hata naona ana analeta the same story. Hata that was the video which he had lined up, so that we can react to it. Our guy was arrested. He came to our show here one time kitambo.
No.
Then akaturipotia nyumba yake imechomeka sometime back huyu.
Kenyatta.
Huyu ni brother Unye.
Sahi itarushwa tu sahi moja. Kura hiyo wakati hiyo wanapiga.
Hatukaenda sasa pia sisi tusipigwe sana.
Tumefanya nini? Tumefanya nini kama Gen Z? We are here to speak for our country. We are here to speak for a better Kenya. Why are they arresting us? What crime have I committed? Why are they arresting us? We are peaceful Gen Z. And why are they arresting us? We are peaceful. We came to protest for a better country. We are not criminals. We came to protest for a better Kenya. Police must not be used by the state. Police must not arrest people. We have the right. We have the constitutional right to protest. Give me the right to protest. So, why police are they arresting us? What crime have we committed? What crime have we
Ni kama wanashika activists wote. Juu mbona tu wamemshika huyo akaacha wengine. Wameshika tu mmoja akaacha wengine. So wamenotice huyo ni activist wakamshika.
Sio imetosha Njiru ama kuna kitu kingine?
So you can react on that, Jomo Kenyatta.
No, ni nani alikuwa anataka hiyo? Mimi sikuwa.
I was trying to show some of the things which happened yesterday kwa maandamano.
Yeah. I don't want to. Someone else can comment on that.
Budi, comment?
No, I think I'm kind of surprised to see that Kenyatta is in Kenya. The last time we spoke, he was in Seattle. You understand, the last time he had sent around a text to us to do 1 or 2, 3 things. So a big up if he was able to go to Kenya and to participate. And I think that is an indication to Acacia that that person you're seeing there, who you think does nothing, the people in diaspora, he was part and parcel of this group for a long time. And I still is. I think he still is. I'm no longer in our WhatsApp group, so I think big up to him. So that vindicates Stone PK.
Yeah, thank you, Alex. You know, when you hear people making, I'm very, 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 very skeptical with people who make blanket statements about people living in diaspora or whatever. Not because, okay, personally, that has been my work. You know, I work all over, so including home. I would not really demean and condemn people who are working outside, because for me, diaspora is any time you are outside your area of domicile. As I said, if I'm from Kiambu and I've been posted to Kitui, I'm equivalent to anybody in Seattle. I'm telling you, because if you go home at the end of the month, 30 days uko job, it's the same. So that kasumba hiyo ambayo imekuwa ikienezwa na Wakenya, anytime you talk as a diasporian. They think mtu akiwa UK, akiwa Switzerland, yani ana in touch na what is happening. Some of us, by the way, Njiru, Alex, and E, we get information, raw information, raw with the technology today, raw. More than even somebody who mimi ndio saa ingine naulizanga, mnapigia mtu namuuliza, ala hii kitu imefanyika na ni yuko anasema haya hata sijasikia, because there is something we call, you know, the interest. People know who are interested in what, and depending on what position you are in the society. Anyway, I don't want to belabor in that. There is so much that people out there are doing all over the globe about our country, Kenya. Heavy. In fact, they are even contributing big to support what is happening on the ground. This, I don't need to belabor it. All of you know what people have done. Now, when we have, in terms of this maandamano, I feel so belittled as a Kenyan. I feel we've descended too low in the year 2000, 20th century. We've descended too low that you go picking individuals, unachukua mtu mmoja unaweka kwa lori kubwa, unaanza kusafirisha kupeleka kule unaenda. A whole truck. You pick Stone PK just because he's picketing. One person. You unamload kwa truck. Look at that for those of you who did literature. I wish Malala was here, because it talks so negatively of what sort of a country we are, of what sort of people we are, and what sort of brains that those people that we call serikali, or even those askaris. Do you know, personally, I would not do such a thing if I was an askari. Ati nachukua nangangana na mtu mmoja na pack kwa lori kubwa hivyo nimpeleke. Ati juu amekuwa akisema Ruto must go ama whatever they were saying. It's hilarious. Sarcastic. It is rotten. That truck has a better thing to do than to struggle. Those 5, 10, 6, 7 askaris, they could be doing something better than trying to load one guy that is just picketing onto a truck. It is BS. It's not anything I would pride myself in, and it's one of those things that have dropped Kenya to our people to very low levels. Our country, the way we take it, we should not be doing those things. People should be picketing, nobody bothers. Like the way I see it all over US, UK. Muna picket, you do your things and you go home. Nobody bothers you. Surely. What is it? Just what is it? What is the end result? Yes.
But the picketing, even here, the veterans went to picket. You saw they were, ordered to vehicles and also taken to jail.
But Alex, who is in power? You forgot it. Is Ruto? Is Ruto
No.
incarnate?
So then why is Kiru campaigning for Ruto here, but back in Kenya is campaigning?
No, I don't want to go there, Alex. But I'm telling you, if you are a president, would you want to see that clip? Surely.
Yeah, but Njiru should know that he's basically voting for Kamala Harris in Kenya.
Anyway, what I'm saying is tumeshuka chini sana, bro. This time around, tumeshuka. And the world, I think what goes around comes around. We are becoming, and we are going to the era of where the fools are the ones in reign. You start wars that you don't have a reason. You start thinking, you go talking. Have you seen the latest combination Ruto with all the promises and what he was saying? The one that is circulating, it's wanaita 6 months. They have compiled that most of his speeches and promises in 6 months. This will be happening. In 6 months, the chiefs will be having iPads. in 6 months, this inafanyika. That is the irony. That is the drama, the comedy that we have today. The world is being staged into a comedy. But luckily, talk of the Botswanas and the superpowers that are coming up, the Senegalese and all that, those are the people that will take over when fools are still doing comedies. And when we shall be clowns of Africa, there will be crowns of Africa. When Kenya is becoming a clown and a laughing stock, other countries that we've been vilifying, saying, oh, you know, we are a big economy, these are, they will be becoming the crown of Africa. I'm telling you. And that is the saddest part of it. But we can nip that, we can shortchange that, and we can make it as a turnaround. Very sad.
Stone, you know, there's a question, and I wish Madam Julia was still up here. Where we are, we work loosely in what we call united opposition. For me, it's a myth, it's non-existent. But what we loosely call that, I ask a question, and I say we are going to deal with this question the last minute, because we want to tackle it using the back, obviously the sitting department, but nobody wants to deal with this issue and engage it with our brains. And I would like to know this from you. Let me become Deto today, because Deto is fond of becoming an interviewer in the middle of our submission. You spoke about dominance. It's not something that has started today. It was something you and me will project that will become a pain, you know, or it will be a thorn on our flesh as long as we call ourselves united opposition. Now, Stone, if Gachagua is dominant and Martha Karua knows how to retract, and obviously she's done that in many fronts, my question is, didn't we know this is the personality of Gachagua? He is both a sanguine and a melancholy, or a melancholy and a sanguine. He fits very well in both. When he goes to church, he can decide to be a Christian with a wife. When he goes to politics, he can decide to be venom to his former boss. He goes out of the country, he's the diplomat who calls into sensitive things. We know Gachagua very well from day one. Now, the question I'm asking, and I want Stone PK to help me understand, is up to what point is the relevancy, the importance, or the assethood of Gachagua? When does he become a liability? And how are we able to know that we need to move past Gachagua and now become something else? Are we tied to him until, you know, they pronounce the winner of the election? Or at some point we need to say no so that we can bring sanity? Or maybe what we call opposition will become cohesive. Up to what time do you think Gachagua is, you know, an asset to us? And when does it turn completely a liability and we need to let go? And if that is so, if we let go, where do we leave those who believe in him? And who fills the vacuum, given the fact that for a very long time nobody was filling the vacuum? Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, he was just there. And the man Gachagua went and grabbed it.
We may not like his history, but he did the unthinkable. So Stone, help me understand that. When do we say no to Gachagua?
I don't think there is any one time that we are supposed to say no to anybody who is in the opposition. There's no one time we are supposed to say no. We can't, because if anybody who is coming to in the opposition to help in his or her own way to get rid of the bad government, there's no one point you say no, because the no and yes cannot work now before you achieve the job. The job is one: removing the government. Okay, so there is no other option here. Now, it is the journey towards that is very critical, and this is where now people don't want to face to bite the bullet. And I would want to pose a question here: what is it that people don't want to say about the united opposition? You can toy on that question after I finish what I'm saying. Let's ask ourselves, what is it that people, or those people in opposition, or those principals, I don't want to call them principals, but those who are now in the forefront, what is it that they don't want to talk about or say in that united opposition? I park that for a few minutes later. So when it comes to when to say no, when to say yes, there is no one time that you can say no until you knock out this. And Mukisa Kitui, I think, you should play that clip, because I don't think, people are biased, people have some historic whatever, but it's good if you could play that clip. If you don't have it, I'll look for it. Mukisa Kitui handled that very well. And if anybody would want to have a thinker in his team regarding Kenya, I think topping the list is Mukisa Kitui. And Mukisa Kitui has solution. For me, I always talk about solution, not promises. Mukisa Kitui has solution. He may not. In fact, looking at the way Kenyan siasa goes, people would not have Mukisa for president. But he could be. He can be one of the best presidents you can ever have in this country. What we call a fixer. Because how do you fix things? You fix things by offering solutions and understanding what the problems are. That is what is called fixing. Not many presidents have come to attempt and fix, because thieves can't fix, conmen can't fix. Kibaki attempted to fix, but again, surrounded by so many people, took advantage of his health. Let me stop it there. So, as of now, what we need is what we would call a push, a sanction that can suck the ooze, the rot out of the country. So Gachagua force is needed. And as I said earlier in this program, I had said it is important that the likes of Sifuna, because it's a force. Because a force is what? It's anybody who is now in resonance with the people. Una ka group ka watu kana kuamini. That's a force. That is a package we need to carry along, because we need a huge force. Hii basi inataka ingie watu wengi. But we don't want where you come thinking that your force is so unique and it can solve this problem. And that is mtego ile tumewekewa na Ruto. And mutakuja tu kukubali what I'm saying. That is the kamtego ya panya. That I come Stone PK, I feel I'm this, I'm the one carrying the force. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo Kenya. Hatujafika hiyo level where an individual ndiye atakuwa amebeba hiyo. But again, there are those who are drunk with that. So when I talk of dominance, it means what? When you feel like you are the one carrying the force, you don't seem to really appreciate that there are others There are others, and you don't seem to appreciate that if others pulled a step back na wakuache uende peke yako, hakuna mahali utaenda, utakaangwa kama kitu ingine. That is some of the things that some fanatics don't want to face. And it has happened with us in Azimio and all that, all these years. Where at one time, Raila felt he was the force to remove Ruto. At one time, Raila demeaned Kalonzo. You guys, I know people forget very easily. Yes, at one time, Raila felt, Kalonzo si kitu. Come on. Mtu ana milioni moja ya kura, fanatic following, well, not fanatic, but tribal following. Na Kenya, nini, politics is tribal. Unaanza kumdemean, you are lost. Okay? So, I personally, what would I want to see? I would want to see a very, opposition, if that term united, they want to have it, people speaking in one language. People moving towards removing Ruto, and people accepting publicly that tuko pamoja. Not kusema ati wacha Njiru aende hivyo na Alex aende hivyo, wote tutakutana huko mbele. That is the beginning of the Tower of Babel. Hizo ni maego zinatamba. Okay? Oh, this is my meeting, that was their meeting, this is hizo ndio msambaratiko ambao unaendelea. And you can see it even when you have the people talking, hata agenda inakuwa hakuna. Inakuwa ni ule mchezo wa kawaida. And Kenya, where we are right now, it's not politics. By the way, it's not politics at all. For now, to rescue this country, wacha maneno ya kusema this is politics. It is not politics. It is do or die. And it is not kujipiga kifua that wewe ndio uko na following, wewe ndio uko na hii. It is, how do we get this guy? Otherwise, these guys will be screwed mapema asubuhi. Yes. Why would Ruto, why would Gachagua, why would Sifuna, why would all these Matiangis and all the others, why wouldn't they be seen to be talking? Mtu anipatie hiyo jibu. What formula is this? That, come on. We are so experienced in this thing that we think my egos inaenda, and we don't want to be disappointed the way tumenini, because watasambaratika. Hapa wanang'ang'ana, kila mtu anafikiria anaweza kuwa president. Yes, even a dog right now can be a president in Kenya. We can support and vote for a dog to remove Ruto, all of us. Tuivalishe suti na ikae hapo na tutaipigia kura. So for now, it's not about that, oh, you are the one doing the, ati wewe ndio unasema hizi nini. By the way, all those things unasema, alafu umeniambia bibi yangu, tunapiga bibi yangu, alafu so I don't want those kind of things to be indicators showing ati huyu ni mjasiri, hii na hii, na hapana. Mimi nataka kusikia tuko pamoja na tunatoa hii mtu na tutatoa hivi na hivi. Thank you very much, Alex. I hope I've answered. So we cannot abandon anybody until we remove this guy. Then immediately we remove the guy, that is now we say huyu hawezi. Point blank. Huyu hawezi. And that can sometimes even go after you remove this, or when you are moving towards that, you solve it in extraordinary ways. Countries have even decided at one time to have what they call a transition committee. Okay? So all what we have is not cast on stone. Even countries have decided sometimes to have a compromise of a novice. But that novice is surrounded by technocrats. You can have a novice president. And then you can, you have to solve your problems according to how extraordinary they are. Read about what people are doing in many other, whatever. You've had countries recalling some very old people who have retired na wameenda wako na maholiday zao huko, wanaambiwa kuja shikilia hapa ndio tuunde. Why not? Because Kenya imecollapse, bro. You have to think deep as to how to salvage this. Because number one, if egos are there colliding, akina Gachagua anasema ni yao, akina hawa anasema ni yao, akina hawa, how do you dismantle that and save the country? Thank you.
Okay. So kuna mtu nimeona ana ameandika kwa comment section hapo ati Gachagua asiende London, ni kama anaona ni kama the tempo ya siasa itarudi chini. So what is your take bwana Mbudi when it comes to Gachagua maiden trips to London? Do you think the other opposition guys will be able to punch under their own weight and make the fire continue burning as it has been?
Yeah, you can see we are being held patronage, and our politics still revolves around some elements who, you know, I fall short of saying that we are still under colonialism. It's only that maybe our minds have been free to an extent, but that is my view. Secondly, I'm not privy, you know, how we can harness ourselves and make sure that Ruto is out, given the fact that already we are brewing what we call internal divisions. And I'm really not getting the idea of how, you know, we must retain ourselves toward the next election and even register more. But otherwise, it's going to become a thorny issue if we must discuss the character of Gachagua. And given the fact that his personality is so diabolical sometimes, that if we go that route, he may sync with us, with the whole opposition. Now, as I said yesterday in Jiru, it looks like the young people have made their mind where they want to go. Sisi, the older generation, you're gonna gravitate. You are cascading in this illusion of united opposition, which actually is non-existent. Because if you look at all these so-called principles, or what I call them principles from Martha Karua, at no point are they strengthening, you know, the will of the people. Each of them is strengthening a party because that's the vehicle to power. And the reason why Gachagua seems to be more, and obviously apart from his personality, is the consequences of how almost he needs to get out of politics. And part of it is he did not have a party. Those in politics that ought to have fought for him, like members of parliament, he didn't, so on and so forth. And then we have ended up having so many kiosks. Najua hata ingine imefunguliwa jana hii ya unasema ni Caleb Amisi, but obviously ni Karoli Omondi. So we are in this problem until we take Kasongo out. So how do we deal with it without, you know, causing internal brew with those who support him? Because obviously, for those who support Gachagua, if they hear us speak the way we are speaking, and then we say it's our mind we are speaking, obviously we'll have some ripple effect, serious ripple effect. How do you deal with this loose so-called opposition while allowing them to strengthen their parties? Because now when it comes to strengthening their parties, this is where I think, more especially when we are all of us in one umbrella. You know, DCP nakuja, Jubilee nakuja, and all these parties in one umbrella. and tunaenda kwa rally. How do we get to a point that we tell these opposition figures that our rallies are not based on parties? And do you think that is attainable? Do you think they can listen to us? Yeah.
Alex, let me, since we are the two of us, Nani ameenda, let me begin with this issue of Gachagua aende London asiende. You know, there is something called weaning of a child from the mother milk, mother teats. Kenya, 60 plus years of mediocrity should wean themselves out of politics of individuals. Kabisa, and they should go to politics of the people. What do the people want? And you said it like there is, you said yesterday, you indicated like people, there are some people, I would say some section of people who like seem to know where they are going. I don't know what section of people is that. And if they know where they are going, are they capable of going to where they are going, and how many, who are they able to carry along? Okay, because I was thinking, as we win ourselves out of that mediocrity of the Railaism, the Kenyattaism those days, the, you know, where you say, Maze, you know, you adore an individual. And most countries in Africa are emancipating themselves from that, because that is which throws people into a ditch. That is which now brings what people talk about strengthening their parties. By the way, that is one of the worst. You are strengthening your party through what? Trying to make sure that you get, even if it's garbage, it's elected, so long as they will be able to be some remitting the money they remit at the expense of Mwananchi. Okay? You circumvent Mwananchi, who you go begging for the vote. Then you come and dictate that you have to take Alex because Alex ni wa chama yangu. For you to support me, lazima mchukue Stone PK. For you to support me, lazima mchukue Njiru. That is the path to mediocrity, which has been proven. That is what has dished us, and that is what has dug us deep into the hole we are in, that Gachagua is trying to remove us from. Thank God he's the one who put us there. So he's in the forefront, and he admitted that. I'm just quoting him verbatimly. That's why he's so committed, and here I accolade him. Because hata mimi nikiingiza kwa shida, kwa mfano niende nikuingiza kwa den na waizi wanaanza kukuvamia, I'll die there trying to get you out of that place, because I'm the one who gave you, ama mimi ndio ni suggest tuende hiyo barabara. So for me, what he's doing is good, and if I was Gachagua, I'll die doing that, to remove Kenya from where I put them. Niwache wametoka, even if I don't become the president. And I'm happy he said that. Okay? I'm happy he said that. So it means therefore that those followers of Gachagua, if they can understand Gachagua properly, wasiingize utribal, because Gachagua will not be the president. So hiyo kwanza tuanze kujitayarisha na hiyo psychologically. Hiyo fanatism tutoe. But he will be key. He will be key in shaping and in contributing towards salvaging this country from where it is, which is a fantastic thing. So what we need to work with is the fanatics. Waache kufikiria Gachagua lazima akuwe president. If he's not president, then it, you know, hiyo kwanza tutoke. Number two, what is it as a country in that situation that we are in? Is it this group that now you're saying it's going that way? Is it that they think that when people go in different ways, they will be able to achieve the objective? And we agree one of the biggest, the objective is one. So if the objective is one, why are we playing usual politics? Why are we playing the same way? Why are we saying that Gachagua leaving the country, that the tempo will go down? What tempo? The rhetorics about Ruto did this, Ruto did that. We are not achieving or going anywhere with that. That is just keeping, ni tete-a-tete. It's just keeping people entertained. Mushene, actually ni mushene. Yani ile unasikia alifanya, alido this, alido that. But it's not adding value, because the value that Kenyans want now is huyu jamaa anaweza tokaje kesho. Because tunasema ameuza, inauzwa. Tunasema atafanya, anafanya. Tunasema zinaibiwa, zinaibiwa. So you are just reporting what is being stolen, what is being, huyu ameuchikwa, ameshikwa. Huyu amekidnapiwa, huyu imesemekana, hawa walifanya. Sasa you just reporting. Reporting. Oh, huyu amelala na huyu amezaa. Haya, hii King'ang'i sasa imefanya hivi, King'ang'i imeuma mbuzi. Oh, imekuwa. Surely we can, that reporting, with or without Gachagua being in the country, I don't think, the only thing that itakuwa tu atamiss kwa TV. But the purpose and the objective will remain. And if each people are different, other principals can decide to do differently, and talk of the contemporary issues that are upcoming and all that. Yeah. So I would love if Kenyans would focus on one thing and not be kind of just excited by press conferences, because for me, exposure and all that, I think we are past that. Or everything that needed to be exposed has been exposed, including how the elections were stolen. Raila aliibiwa kura. I think we got that from Gachagua the other day. So we are done with the exposure. Hakuna exposure ingine mtatupatia Ruto itatufanya wow. There's no other wow with the exposure. In fact, I would ask opposition sasa, kazi yao sasa basi hata wasave pesa za kuzunguka wakikampaign, because it's not campaign time. Because Kenyans, unless Kenyans already hawajui the reason why they should vote Ruto out. I think now they should actually, then if they are moving, they have that agenda. They go, not kuenda matialala na nini kusema Ruto tunamtoa juu hii na hii imefanyika. Wafanye sasa civic education. Thank you very much, Alex.
That is true. If we never foresaw the current situation, that at some point we are going to get stuck with Gachagua, nothing we can do. I think then we didn't have foresight. We asked that question. Let us expect that domineering will be there, because part of the reason why currently is with the deputy, because of that particular stubbornness. I wish we could be more critical to other leaders on how. Kuna mtu anapiga gitaa hapo, ni Njiru ama ni nani? So I think we should find a way and question other participants how Gachagua got where he is while they were there before Gachagua. I think that will answer a lot of questions that are concentrating on Gachagua. But the truth is, how we are dealing with our politics is reactionary, and we will pay the price. Because in the end of the day, if we will not hit and vote for the people that are expecting us to vote for them, the alternative for these people will be to join Ruto. And then unfortunately, a lot of people are going to join him, not because they wanted, because we refuse to be organized. Then how do we get organized? That's a big question that you can never be able to answer in a single way. But I am sure, as we speak now, that Gachagua will yield to another person, and that person will have to sit down and convince us. Unlike Ruto. If you look at how UDA and Kenya Kwanza they are operating, it is under one central, managed center, and it becomes almost impossible to campaign against an individual who operates there. So I'm not sure if we can be able to settle these issues without coming out, because it becomes a feast day for the other side. They may not amplify what we amplify, but at least to some extent they know it is us that it is eating, and a lot of people are wading out of politics. Gachagua will come and go, but it is us to carve a path and say, even if we were to lose our lives today, what will our children become? I think there is a vacuum, and I like using this word, of intra and intergenerational gap, that only by coming together and understanding we'll be able to deal with it. But currently, as we are constituted, think about it. Yes, I may not say a statement that you like or you don't like. Think about it. We are not able to remove Ruto currently the way we are operating. Why? Because we are suspicion of each other. We can be bought at any time. We can be sold at any time. And if you are a man like that, obviously there are wars you will never win. And part of the war that you cannot win is the one currently we are going to face. Because I think that is what we thought we could. It is a high time. The other side should be accountable. Our side should be accountable. And if one of us is not willing to go support Ruto in the future, that next year, I think we must start the purge now, because this idea that we are not able to confront power is eating into us. And I like the fact that Stone PK is ready to defend his position in spite and despite of everything. But as you do that, it becomes risky if we are again not honest. Gachagua is here to stay. He is here for a long haul. And obviously, he might take a position that might be too influential than the president or than the deputy. So how do we deal with that? The same way we refuse to deal with how long are we going to stay with Gachagua. Now that we are him, what is his exit strategy? As we heard that from Baba's side, Sifuna and his entourage were the exit strategy. Do we have the entry and exit? I don't think we do. It's unfortunate because we are dealing with an individual who will never deal with rules and laws. Okay? So how do you counter that? It's by naturally becoming stupid like Gausha and the rest of the people, because you can't make sense out of a population that doesn't want to.
Well, anyway, in my opinion, I would give two approaches to some of these issues. I mean, to the current situation. One, I'm very comfortable that those in the opposition are very ready, and they have said it more than once, that they have no problem. Apart from you, I feel like you need to be convinced. For me and Kenyans now, most of them don't need to be convinced. Kwamba, if it's people say it's Matiang'i, they don't need convincing that Matiang'i can be a good president. I mean, hiyo bridge washavuka wa Kenya from the ground. Wa Kenya wamesema tuambie ni nani. That's the best we have. You say today is Sifuna is recommended by the opposition. Ikanatamba hivyo, whether he's experienced or not experienced, Kenyans hawataki kujua. If they say, of course, among themselves wakisema ni Gachagua, itatamba hivyo hivyo. So that we are already beyond. Hiyo ni basi ilienda in terms of Kenyans following whoever that they will agree they atakuwa flag bearer, which is the best position we are in. For Kenyans, they are ready for anything. Alex, if you didn't know, Kenyans are, nimekuambia hata wakisema hii kondoo ndio tutapigia kura, That is what Kenyans will vote for. Kenyans that want Ruto to go. And for me, that's fantastic. Now, the issue of intergeneration, that is neither here nor there, because this has happened all over the world. Things happen. What the science behind intergeneration gaps, it's always there is somebody that comes in to bridge that. There is always a midwife. Okay? Somebody comes out of the people, and out of even these leaders, there are those that are addressing that issue. And how do you address an intergeneration issue? Is if you have been made the leader and you are coming to form a government, you include everybody. And it will mellow inside, pole it jellies as you move. There is no other formula. And that has never been even a conflict, by the way. It is only created by people. Those are theories that people study in politics and in science and all that. But they are not real. Ati hiyo watu wanasemanga intergeneration, hiyo tu inakuanga ni mambo ya kunyanyasa na kucreate. Doesn't exist. Okay? It only comes if you have a very bad leader. For example, you have a leader that comes and isolates one generation. You have a leader that comes and appoints out of 36 cabinets. You have wazes of 70, 80, 90, 40%, 7, 80%. And then you have 1, 2, 3, 4. That is creation of a leader. But you get a proper leader who appoints through merit, and you can even decide to do through proportion. That is always made by somebody who is upright. And we are hoping that we'll be able to get that. So it can never be a problem. The bridge is created by a volunteer, somebody who really embraces that and has the interest of the country and the entire population at heart. Rwanda is an example of how they came over that. They even transited 2 times from intergeneration and transited into intergender. They hit 2 birds with 1 stone, and they have acquired it so well. At one time, the parliament of Rwanda was 85% women, I think, if I'm not wrong. Okay? And 70% youth, if you want to call it that way. Okay? And yet you can see the leader is a museum of whatever that kind. It is just about the leadership that designs and defines what they want. All right? So I have no doubt about the leaders we have today. For me, and from what I've heard people saying, any of them can be president of that country. As of today. Call Martha, call whoever it is. So those who still want to be convinced, I don't know what conviction people want. Because if you start now dissecting using the pin, kuona huyu alifanya, alilala na nani alifanya, then all of them can't qualify. But as in terms of what we would call holistic approach to transition, we have good leaders. I'm telling you, all those guys can make superb leader because, again, they have agreed they are going to form a government of unity. Unity by people that are productive. I mean, I can imagine the opposition with some of the people like Akina Mukisa. You know, we have so many intellectuals, so many administrators, so many good people. That would be a superb government. And I would not even bother who is at the helm. And it's the transition that I'm kindly looking towards. It will be the end of somebody saying, nimetenga, nitafanyia, my tribe, my people, my region, and all that. I think that will be the end of those kind of rhetorics. And I'm looking forward towards that. Otherwise, the rest, if we don't go that way, if we start now saying, oh, it has to be this, we start looking at emotions of some people, we look at emotions of the Kisis, emotions of the Kambas, emotions of the Kirinyaga people, then we are doomed. But if we look at the emotions of Kenya population, from east to west, north to south, then we will get it right. Thank you. Naona ni nani huyu ni msimama ama ni nani anaitwa? Oh, Acacia is there. Acacia, you can contribute if you wish. Nanjiru umetoroka. Njiru, the moderator. Hey.
Jiru hayuko hapa saa hii obviously, you know. So Acacia, you defend your position.
Mimi niko hapa bwana. Why are you saying siko hapa? I'm following up the show. Msimamo wako, msimamo you can react, najua umeamuka saa hii.
So wakati nani amekuita ulikuwa wapi?
I'm here.
Ni msimamo ama ni Acacia Njiru wewe?
Anaitwa msimamo. Msimamo ndiye ameingia.
Huyo Acacia?
Msimamo. Kama ni msimamo anajiita Acacia sijui.
Oh, msimamo anajiita nini uliweka hii nini hii emblem ya hii comment ya Acacia ungeitoa tushaisoma. Huyo ametoka. Was it msimamo?
Okay. Alikuwa msimamo. So wacheni niwaulize swali sasa, mnafikiria so bwana Stone PK, uliona presentation ya Ruto Italia na saa zingine vile alikuwa anapigiwa makofi. Do you think people in Italy were believing zile vitu walikuwa anaambiwa na Ruto?
You know, those crowds are selected. Wewe uko diaspora unajua what happens. It is not a true reflection of what would happen. And you know, these meetings and all that, they are tailored. They are tailored, and they are very, very vague. By the way, I was vocal when I was working in those circles, and I'm always vocal the way I have here, because for me, anything that is not running and pretends I would hate. You would see things being done for the sake of pastime. Oh, you know, he's the head of a country, so he has to be shown all the respect. So for me, when I looked at those clappings and all that, it was ni drama to ni acting, ni ile, you know, mambo ipite iende. There's nothing you should write home about those kind of things, you know. And then, of course, bigger majority of people in the diaspora are very ignorant. Very, very ignorant. I was last week, I interacted with some people and we were discussing, you should have heard what they were talking about Kenya and Ruto. There were 5 guys, 2 are Kenyans. Now, the ones who knew what Ruto is doing in Kenya were non-Kenyans, and the Kenyans we were with were learning. It was an embarrassing situation. Wakenya, kama mnanisikiza wale mko abroad ama mko diaspora and you know nothing about Kenya, don't talk in front of people. Tafadhali. Alafu kuna YouTube, kuna nini, unatakiwa una Google, unaangalia the current news na unaangalia kama hizo bunge za wananchi, you can hear raw information and sharing. This is a piece of advice, otherwise you embarrass yourself. Yeah. One of them was saying Ruto is the best performing president ever since Kenya got independence. Jiru. Mtu anaongea hivyo mbele ya Stone PK. Wazee, unajua ni vile I wish tungekuwa those days when we were a delay. Ama tungekuwa mahali kule watu huwa wanakunywa uji. Somebody telling you that, Njiru, that you are best performing president today ni Ruto, Kenya. Walai. Na anaargue sana na vizungu mingi hizi za abroad. Naambia, na ukimuuliza ulikuwa mwisho Kenya lini ama ulisoma news ya Kenya lini, naambia alitoka Kenya 25 years ago. Unaendanga Kenya? Oh, sijui nilienda. Unajua mtu anaweza kwambia naenda Kenya, but you can imagine for those who are in the diaspora, I would want someone to tell me how you spend your 2 weeks when you go to Kenya. If you have no, you know, that kind of, and most people don't have interest politically. So why those, huyo analand airport, anachukuliwa, labda hata aishi Nairobi, labda anatoka Kisii, ama anatoka Embu. So unafika hivi umechukuliwa, unaenda kwenye Manyata. Ukifika home hujakuwa home siku mingi, you are occupied. Siku ya kwanza ya pili, wiki inaisha hapo tu, ukiangalia nyumba ulikuwa unajengea babako ama nini. Hata utoki pale uende shopping center because unaogopa ukienda shopping center people will really want ninunulie, nipatie, nifanyie. So you unatumana kile unatumana, unakulia nyumbani. Then you say you are in Kenya, I've been there for 2 weeks, I know what is happening on the ground. Uongo mtupu. Uongo mtupu. So let's not lie to people. Some of the people that claim. Msimamo karibu bana. So Njiro, nimekujibu bana. Hiyo maneno.
Asante ndugu yangu. Asante ndugu yangu Kike Alex Njiro na wale wengine. Kwanza nimshukuru Mungu kumeamka salama. Hali imefungua kidogo kutangia jana mpaka sasa hivi, hatujapata mvua nyingi. Naona maji yanaendelea kupungua kidogo, yameathiri, lakini tunamshukuru Mungu tuko hai na tuko wazima. Lakini langu ni hili, ni maoni kwa yale ambayo mmeyazungumza. Langu ni maoni kwa wale ambao wanasimama na wananchi. Unajua wasiwasi wangu ni kwamba wagombee fito ili hali nyumba wanayojenga ni moja. Kwa hiyo United Opposition, Linda Mwananchi na wale ambao wanataka mageuzi, basi wajiepusha kwa kugombeana fito ili hali wajipange, maana kila dalili inaonyesha kwamba wananchi wako wapi, na wasimame haswa mle ambapo wamesimama, kwa sababu nadhani hilo litaleta shangwe. Kwa hiyo waungane, washikane pamoja, wasianze kuvutana mimi jamii hii, sisi kama hatutakuwa hivi. Kwa hiyo wasigombane fito kabisa this time around wakitaka kusucceed. Na in fact hii ahadi ambayo imekuwa na viongozi wetu haswa, na kwamba wataweza kusimama, wataweza kuleta maandamano yenye tija, maandamano ambayo yataweza kuhakikisha kwamba si alianenda rudi. Haya ndio maneno tulikuwa tunahitaji kuyasikia haswa kwa viongozi. So big up sana kwa viongozi Gachagua kwa kuliweka hili wazi, maana haya hivi maandamano tayari vilikuwa wale ambao wako na wasiwasi waliona labda pengine wamefaulu kwa hivi maandamano, kwamba labda pengine vimedhibitiwa. Ukweli nimpongeze kiongozi wetu Gachagua kwa kuweza kusiweka wazi kwamba hapa na wasubiri haswa maandamano ya uhakika. Kwa hivyo tuna imani kwamba revolution ipo na wasimamie hapo tu, wajiepushe kugombaniana fito ili hali wanajenga hii pamoja. Mimi ndo langu ndugu zangu, asante.
Sawa, msimamo. Nashukuru. I think that one is astute, that one is good. So hebu nikuulize swali, na hiki chama kipya cha Sifuna unaonaje? Una kirafudhi?
Ya Njiru, hiki chama cha Sifuna naweza kusema big up, kwa sababu ni chama ambacho sasa tutaona ule ukomavu wa mtu kisiasa. Hii kwamba mtu unang'ang'ana mahali pasipo kuhitaji sometimes haileti shangwe. Kwa hiyo nadhani katika hili la chama limetatija sana hatua kubwa, yani kuweza kuongeza haswa na pia kumweza kumtoa haswa katika ule ukuhuba wa lazima ambao tumeshuhudia na umekuwa ni kizungumkuti kwa wengi, kwamba ina haja gani mahali ambapo wewe uhitajiki na bado kwa pale pale umeganda. Kwa nadhani kwa kuja kwa hili kwanza litakuwa ni pigo kwa ODM, lakini pia litakuwa ni pigo haswa kwa wana UDA. Wana so for real mimi ninapongeza zaidi haswa kichama, na wakiimarishe haswa, kwa sababu ni chama ambacho na believe kwamba kitaweza kutusaidia kuongeza ile kasi ambayo tunahitaji, na pia tutakuwa tunaondoana na hii wasiwasi kwamba ina haja gani kwamba mahali hapa kufai na bado unaganda. Unajua watu tumekuwa na maswali hayo kwamba hii kwamba mimi ndio original G wa chama cha ODM. So unajua wakitengeza hii chama pia kitawakuza sio kisiasa, na pia wataondokana, so na waache ODM, wenye ODM waendelee na ODM ambao already ishamezwa, kwa sababu ushabaki ni chama cha Luo Nyanza. Tumeona Pwani wakipiga mikutano yao ya vyao kuonekana kwamba UDA hapa imetawala kwa viongozi. So it's like kwamba ODM imesambaratika, ni ODM ni watu wachache, na hivyo wakija na hiki chama ambacho kitakuwa kitaweza kuwaondoa haswa katika hapa, basi kitaonyesha ukomavu wao kisiasa. So mimi nakipongeza haswa hiki chama kwamba kitatuondolea ile maswali ambayo tumekuwa nayo kwenye vichwa, kimtazamo wangu haswa. Kwa hiyo have no problem wa hiki chama, kwa sababu bila shaka kitakata mazima haswa na kukimaliza chama cha ODM haswa hiki ambacho kishamezwa, na pia katika hiyo hali kitaweza kumpunguzia haswa pakubwa matarajio bwana Kasongo, na pia haswa wale wa ndani ambao wanaamini na power. Kwa hiyo tumi naona it's a plus for us, kimtazamo wangu, not only labda pengine haswa amweze kunitoa kutu haswa kwenye masikio nisiekana mitazamo kanganya, but tumi naona hiki ni chama ambacho kwa kweli haswa kitaweza kutusaidia pakubwa kuona kwamba, maana tumesikia kwamba inaungana na Yolinda na mwananchi, na kama ni misimamo ya Linda Mwananchi haina tofauti na ile misimamo ambao iko kwa United Opposition haswa ambako tupo na sie. Kwa hiyo naona kwamba ni jambo la mbolea zaidi haswa kuwa na hiki chama ama hiki chama cha Sifuna, kwamba kuwa nacho haswa kitamuondolea haswa hii ukuhuba huu, na pia kimwezesha haswa kumpa ukomavu. Tuone kwamba kitafanyaje grassroots, masuala yake grassroots, na tuona kwamba kita kwendaje za kuosha kwamba kuchukua viti kila maeneo. So to me it's a plus, it's a plus, it's a plus, it's a plus.
Sawa, tuwekeni conclusion sasa, tufunge kituo. Mimi nasikia kulemewa sasa, tafadhalini. So Stone Pukai, unaweza weka kikomo yako sasa ukimalizia.
Kikomo changu kweli Njiru ni sawa. It's time to kukinda gikiri. That's good. Ili jambo, we have a big job. We have an issue that is happening, and we are here all this time because we are very worried. Tuko worried, and for me is I don't want people to, sitaki tubebwe tena na euphoria ambayo haiendi, you know, euphoria ambayo haiendi, euphoria ambayo iko mixed. Mara wengine wanasema wako hivi, wengine wako hivi. I do not think personally that we are in the ordinary times. Hatuko kwa siasa ya kawaida Kenya this time around, whereby tutasema ati ilisemekanga hivi, tulifanyanga hivi 2007, sijui tulifanya hivi 2002. And my biggest disappointment is when I find leaders trying to make references to some of these past things. Those what happened in the past happened for various prevailing reasons or circumstances then, you see. And okay, somebody will tell me, when we were removed, when Moi was being removed. I don't think Moi was ever removed. This is another narrative that people have been selling. When Kenyans decided to remove Moi, Kenyans walishindwa kutoa Moi. Kenyans didn't remove Moi. Moi aliretire. Okay? Moi retire. It was I don't think by Kibaki being elected, Kibaki was not competing against Moi actually, because Moi was out. Kibaki was competing against akina Uhuru and everybody else, unless nimesahau, ambaye siwezi kuwa nimesahau. Yeah, Moi continued to add his years as he wished, and that is the final straw that Ruto is going to pull on Kenyans towards last minute, and hiyo ndio kadi atapul kadi moja hapa, watu watapiga nduru, hawataamini. Okay, atapul kadi ingine hapa ya ajabu. Now people are telling me ati hapana, hawezi. Hiyo phrase ya mtu ya kuambiwa ati hawezi, Kenya iwezekani, sijui nini. Sasa unaniambia hawezi iwezekani, na tulishuhudia yale, tulishuhudia peupe Bomas. Ungeuliza mtu kabla ya siku hiyo angekwambia hapana, haiwezekani. Yale tulishuhudia kina Gladys Sulei wakiwalk around na skirt huko wanabeba makaratasi, mtu anatoka huko nyuma, anatoka na karatasi anarudi. Na tunaona ambassador wa US wako huko wanavyulia maskati huko. What we saw, ungeambia mtu before angekwambia hiyo kitu iwezekani. Yeah, so for me, when somebody or when people start taking this as normal, and especially this phrase that sasa kila mtu auze chama, then we are now getting obsessed na vyama, and then we lose the focus on Ruto. When we start talking of sijui Renaissance, when we start talking of sijui Jibebe, when we start talking of Son PK coming with his own party, are we serious? And we start saying, oh, you know, Kenya is a democracy, kila mtu anaweza fanya nini. So then what are we talking about? Ni kandanda ya kawaida basi tunataka kucheza. Na kama ni kandanda ya kawaida tunataka kucheza, Ruto will play it rough. Tutabaki hapa kuimba na kusaga meno. By the way, I had said this previously when we were in Mtendei, that if this happens, watu wataimba, watalia na kusaga meno. You should listen to the songs, redemption songs that ambazo zimetungwa na Mlima. Nyimbo za kilio. Pole ninacheka. Kilio tupu. Kilio. Na tulisema mtalia. Bwana Njiro na msimamo. We said people will cry. But mokerire tene, tokera tene, and we said it. So have we learned? Tumelan kweli. Sai you go to TikTok, go to nini, nyimbo za Kikuyu, and Kikuyu are very good with redemption songs, very sweet songs. Ni kilio, and they, of course, Bantus, Kikuyus, Mlima people communicate through songs, messaging. Iko fiti sana, lakini ni bitterness na kilio of what we caused to ourselves. Hata kama tuseme Ruto hakurigi, then alitushinda na kura 200. Surely, assuming that it was fair election. So these are things that, and for me, my beef, Njiro, do my beef with my Kenyan, fellow Kenyan, Gachagua. My beef is we should not sugarcoat anything. We should be very bare, and we should not chase the thumb. I know this every time ninaripiti mara mingi. Watu wananiuliza unataka afanye nini? No, there is a chemistry that is not working. Yes. There is a chemistry but it can be fixed. But because that is his character, it is hard to fix it. And this is why you'll find some people retreating and watching. And Njiro, whenever you are in a team, ukiona mahali mnaenda alafu unaangalia nyuma unaona wengine wameanza kuregeza steps, you should stop and get concerned. Don't start saying, nitaenda tu, mimi ni mwanaume. Hapa, by the way, let me say it here. Hakuna wanaume ya kutoa Ruto ya mtu mmoja. Gachagua cannot remove Ruto akiwachiwa peke yake. He says he can. How will he do it? How? It's impossible. It's impossible. Here, we need a serious force. Now, I wish hizo statement I withdraw kabisa hizo. Okay? Gachagua spoiled huko, na we don't want him to spoil this time around. Hatutaki ifike mahali watu watupiane mikono. That's my fear. Because I can see it's imminent. It's imminent. It's imminent. We may think he's a hero, but he's a hero of what? What has he done? What have we achieved in terms of removing Ruto? He can only be a hero if we remove Ruto. So tuache hiyo, kuna ulevi tumepata ya DCP ambayo hiyo ulevi we need to tuachane na hiyo ulevi kwanza. We get sober and start looking towards whatever. Somebody was asking me, why am I saying he can be worse than, yeah, anybody can be worse than the current leader. You look at obsession, you look at the people, at the way you administrate. If you are too absolute, it tells you can become an extremist. Okay? Yeah, you can become an extremist. Imagine if you get the majority that like what Ruto got. That is extreme. That is absolute. So you will run and manage your things the way you want. Kwa hayo mengi na machache, ndugu zangu, mimi shida yangu ni kwamba hapa hii vita si ya mtu mmoja. Hii vita na si ya mtu kujipiga kifua. Hii vita si ya kusema mlima ati ndio itanini. Mlima ndio ilituingiza hapa mahali tumeingia. Kwa hivyo you cannot rely on mlima 100%. Lazima tutafute milima ingine. Maanake Kenya ina milima mingi. Okay? Yaani ninasema tusije tukaaminia sehemu moja kwamba itatutatulia hii. Tukianza kusema sijui numbers nini. Hizo numbers ambazo ziko kwa mlima tunaweza zipata tukicombine milima ingine midogo. Na tuna combine milima midogo kwa kuwazungumzia ni kama they matter. Talk to Mudigo kwamba kura yake ina matter. Talk to Mchonyi kwamba umwambie kura yake ina matter. Talk to Mumbere, talk to Mturkana, talk to umwambie Mkenya mwenzangu, chukua kura yako ndio itatuondolea hii shida. Usianze kusema my people, my region, my this, my that. Embrace the entire country as your region. Tumia hiyo lugha, mobilize kabisa, enda Wakamba waambie tafadhali kura zetu ni muhimu sana. Vano mwangamuke mukuje na matana matumo neka natu ukabino kie. Enda Masaini talk. You know, I want that rhetoric to change. Thank you very much bwana msimamo, utukani ni wako. Tuone itakuwaje.
Asante kaka.
Pole sana bwana kwa hilo janga. Mimi nimeshangaa uliponitumia hiyo clip bwana.
Jana mzee leo mkoloni. Hapa tumelala yani vyumba yote maji. Lakini tunamshukuru Mungu. Mvua imepungua kidogo lakini hasara shambani hasara kumeharibika lakini yote tisa tunamwamini Mungu, tunamshukuru Mungu kwa kila jambo. Lakini situation si nzuri vile brother PK.
Sasa mmelala mmesimama kama ndovu ba.
Bwana we. Yaani acha tu. Lakini tunamshukuru Jalali hivyo kwa sababu tuko hai. Hilo ni kubwa zaidi. Yeah. Mimi nitamalizia hapo ambapo umezungumza kwa sababu ndio wasiwasi wangu na ndio maana nikasema hapa tusigombaniane fito ili hali nyumba ni moja tunajenga. Basi kwa nimelenga hapa ambapo umezungumza kwamba kauli ndizo zinashtuza, zinaweka wasiwasi kwa sababu ikiwa jambo umelifanya na halikuwa na tija basi ni lazima uonyeshe kujuta. Na kujuta kwa kwanza ni kuanguka haswa kwa wale wengine na kuonekana kwanza wao ndio unawapa kipaumbele, haswa wale wengine ambao unataka kuungana na wao wapa kipaumbele. Wewe mwenyewe uko hapa lakini una ile kasi zaidi ya kuweza kusukuma hilo jambo. Kwa hivyo katika hiyo basi kauli zitakuwa zinaonyesha kwamba kuna jambo ambalo unataka kuleta haswa kwamba unajutia kwa kile umekifanya, lakini pia utawajibika kuhakikisha kwamba utaungana na wengine kwa roho swafi kisha kuhakikisha kwamba hili ulilolitundika basi umeliondoa. lakini kwa hizi kauli mwisho wa siku zitaleta hapa kwa kugombania fito, ili hali nyumba ni moja. Yani inamaanisha kwamba isije kwamba lazima mimi kwa sababu na kazi kubwa yenye nimeifanya basi nataka nisimamie president. Yule mwingine atasema jamii yetu kwamba sisi tumeahidiwa siku nyingi, tumevumilia siku nyingi, tumeweka hapa siku nyingi, tunataka tusimamie hapa. Sasa huo mvutano mwisho wa siku utaleta haswa huku kugombania na fito, ili hali nyumba inayojengwa ni moja. Hilo tu ndo lilikuwa langu la kuongeza hapa kwa kaka yangu apike, kwamba kila dalili inanionyesha hapo, kwa sababu hii nguvu ipo lakini tunaiweka katika hali kwamba italeta mwingine alifanya kazi nyingi zaidi ya mwingine, wakati kuna mwingine anaungulika kwamba sasa hii shida yote ungelikatalia tangia awali hatungefikia hapa. So huyu mwenye hii roho ya kujiuliza kwamba hii shida ilileta wewe, kama ungefanya hivi tungefikia hapa, unajua ni mwepesi sana kusema sasa ni wakati wako, acha nikuangalie uifanye. So ili upangwane na hilo, kwa sababu mwisho wa siku litampalilia na kumwagilia maji mwenye ametundikwa, maana halitamuondoa kwa kweli. Kama jamii nyingine itasema kwamba wewe ndio ulifanya hili, kwa hivyo wajibika, sisi bado tutakuwa tumeupanda. Kwa hiyo itamata kwamba mwenye amefanya hili, ambaye amewajibika zaidi kwa hili, basi aonyeshe kwamba ana nguvu zaidi ya kwamba anasukuma na wale wengine, lakini yuko mstari wa mbele haswa kuonyesha udalili, kama ambavyo tunaona kwamba kuna udalili ambao upo wa kwamba sasa kuna kule kujutia kwamba nimeweka huyu na nahakikisha kwamba atakwenda, lakini hili lisionekane kwamba hiyo nguvu iko kwa ujamii, kwa ngome, unaona, na kwa wingi. Maana kuna jamii ambazo pia zinapitia hii hali, hazipo, zina mawazo sawia haswa na haya, lakini namba zao ni kidogo, lakini wasionekane kwamba hawajaleta mchango. Wameleta mchango, kwa sababu mimi naamini kwamba chembe na chembe mwisho wa siku ndio ni mkate. Kwa hivyo nitamalizia kwa hapo, ndugu yangu PK na ndugu yangu Jiro.
Jiro, usukani ni wako bana. Jiro.
Sawa, kuna la ziada ama tufunge?
Sasa tumetoa yetu
Haya.
Aba wewe ndio umesema hata kama yapo ya ziada Njiru, lakini umesema tufanye closing remarks, maana umechoka. Na ndio bana but ukisema kuna la ziada basi hapo hayakosi, kwa sababu hili taifa ni letu na ni sisi tulizungumzie. Hayakosi ya ziada jamangu.
Haya, weka basi ya ziada. Weka ya ziada basi.
Mimi la ziada ni hili. La ziada kwangu ni hili. Nafikiri mmelidadavua kwa, najua mmelizungumzia, lakini nilitaka kujua haswa huu teuzi wa kijana wetu huyu, lakini na picha ambayo nimeiona jana kwamba wako Kisumu na Faruki Beti. So nikaa najiuliza ni uteuzi huu kwa kwamba ukijana kateuliwa kwa sababu na kitu ambacho kipo, licha kwamba na uchache ama na ufinyu wa usomi, lakini kuna jambo ambalo anaweza lifanya. Unajua kazi si usomi, ni ule moyo wa mtu. So labda pengine so kwa kuteuliwa likuwa na kitu ambacho angeweza kukifanya, so na kuexpire hata wale ambao hawajakwenda shule vizuri, lakini nafasi za kuongoza ama roho za uongozi wako nazo, kwamba wapate motisha. Lakini kabla niingilia hapo, sasa naona picha zingine ambazo zinanitamausha. Je, ukuhuba huu ambao na uteuzi huu unamaanisha ama ni reward? Sasa hayo ndio ilikuwa yananipa kizungumkuti, ndio maana nitaka kuuliza, kwa sababu kule kuna mkutano wa Linda Mwananchi na tulimuona PS the other time around akifanya mikutano kule na vijana na nini na akizungumza nao. Tumeona vijana wetu walioteuliwa ngazi ya juu hospitali yenye mbavu katika hili taifa, naye yuko huko hafla. Je, nini kinatokota mwisho? Na lingine ambalo pia linanitamausha ni kauli na mahojiano ya CS wetu wa security. Mbona anajichimbia shimo yeye mwenyewe katika semi zake, katika interview zake? Je, ni kwa sababu kwamba hana tajriba ya hii ni kazi amepewa, alipewa tu ile emergency kwamba na urafiki na ama ni vipi? Maana nachanganyikiwa haswa kwamba kwa kila sema anazozungumza sometimes namuuliza yeye mwenyewe. Kuna maswali yanaulizwa yenye tija sometimes. Mfano nilisikiza pale bungeni akiulizwa na maseneta. Seneta Onyonka aliuliza swali safi zaidi kwamba hadi lini askari wetu wataweza kuvaa hizi mask na kuweza kuwashika swa waandamanaji ambao wanaandamana na kuwatia ndani ya gari kama mizigo. Inaashiria nini haswa kuvaa huku, kwamba hakuna sheria nini haswa? Lakini mwisho wa siku aliruka na upande mwingine akaleta security na mipaka na nini, akaenda kwingine kabisa. Je, ni nini haswa kipo haswa katika, kwa sababu kila dalili inaonyesha kwamba na ukiangalia sasa ukubwa wa polisi wetu na ahadi na mishahara waliongezewa, nini hiki kinaashiria haswa atuendako 2027? Na kama tutakwenda na hii hali, je, tuvumilia 2027 ama haya yaliyozungumza ya tarehe 25 basi yatimilike? Basi hii ni baadhi ya mambo ambayo nafikiria mimi kama msimamo ananipa kizungumkuti haswa. Kwa hivyo ni hayo ndugu yangu Njiru ambayo nataka kuyazungumzia haswa, kwamba angalau tuwe makini, maana kuangalia huku na huku naamini si uoga, ni kujiweka sawa. Asante.
Njiru,
Stone PK, sijui kama utareact kwa hiyo msimamo ameuliza.
Hiyo ya msimamo is it's a very straightforward thing. You know, it's true, si lazima tusiangalie competence ya mtu kimasomo, si lazima tu. Kuna kazi zingine mtu atafanya tu na si hali ya masomo ambayo ndio nini sana. Lakini hata hivyo kuna tashwishi zinaingia. Kwa mfano, unachukua mtu ameappointiwa sehemu gani? Kwa mfano board of management ya hospitali, kazi yao ni ipi? Unless yes, unaweza ukachukua slot ile ya community representative kwa hiyo board, kwamba wewe una represent raia wa kawaida katika hiyo board. Sasa ndio nimekuwa nikijaribu kugrasp, yani najaribu kutafuta namna ninavyo tu muweka nani anaitwa nani huyo jamaa huyu yani natafuta nitampenyesha vipi Kaucho. Sasa nikafikiria labda nimpenyeshe katika hiyo slot ya a community representative. Community representative wanaweza leta mtu yeyote. Okay. Mtu yeyote tu bila masomo bila nini. I mean in some areas. Ama unaleta mtu ambaye labda sasa youth representative. I don't know. But I'm trying to slot in a community representation from that point of view so that I fit in there. Otherwise sioni logic ingine ya kuweka mtu wa kiwango cha nani. Sijui ni utenda kazi gani hii anaweza kuwa ako nayo special ambaye ataleta kuelezea kwa board. Sijui. I mean nasema tu. Yeah. Because mtu who are appointed based on the skills you have and what you are bringing on board. Like for example, when they appoint us into board of management ya shule, huwa wanaangalia huyu ako hivi, huyu ako hivi, huyu ako hivi. Labda kuna siku ya watoto nini na nini, una invite some members of the board, huyu azungumzie kuhusu biashara, huyu azungumzie kuhusu hiki na kile. Ama mmoja ni engineer aje kumotivate students wetu wachukue course ya hiyo na hii. Ya Kaucho imenikosa kabisa. Asante.
Unajua nini nimeliuliza kwa sababu na tena nikalieka na kiongozi. Unajua kuna ile kwamba mtu anapewa kazi kiurafiki, then badala ya kazi anatuonyesha ubabe, lakini hili halinipi kwamba yani mtu kwa sababu hajawahi kwenda shule basi hawezi ongoza mahali. Sometimes wengine wanatafuta opportunity kama hii, akapata nafasi kama hii, haifanyi hii kazi kutokana na haswa kwamba anaifanya ku expire wale wengine, lakini vile vile pia kuonyesha kwamba uongozi basi ni kipawa, sababu pia hata wasomi wanafanya makosa sometimes mengi, na pamoja na kwamba wanaelewa fika, aidha tumeona haswa wanasheria ama tumeona wanasiasa wanajua basi kabisa tunaikiuka katiba. Tunajiona haswa askari wetu hapa haswa wamesoma, ndio maana wameteuliwa, na vyeti lakini sasa mwisho wa siku wanakiuka katiba, jambo la msingi. So tumeona hapa utofauti ambao mwisho wa siku unatupalilia ugonjwa, yani nyadhifa kupewa kiurafiki, na nadhani huu ni urafiki wala si kwamba ni kingine, na kama ni urafiki mwisho wa siku basi tutaona ile kwamba ni kifua, kwamba hata mimi pia ni mkubwa, mimi nafanya kazi mahali fulani, lazima tunalazimishwa kwa hii heshima ambayo bado inatafutwa hata kwa kiongozi wa nchi, kwamba bado anatafuta heshima, na heshima hujipeleka sio kutokana na matendo ya mtu. So kwa kweli hili la Gaucho na hili la CS wa security mimi naona ni sawa, despite kwamba mmoja ni msomi, lakini pamoja na usomi mbona ashindwe kuweza kungamua masuala ambayo ni kidogo haswa yalouliza tu kwa njia swafi na azunguke na kule. Pili, kama ni uteuzi wa haki, kwa sababu ni kijana amepewa haswa hiyo nafasi na ana deserve hapo, kwa sababu labda pengine si kazi yenye tija kubwa sana vile, sehemu ambayo atashikilia pengine itaweza kumwenda sawa, haina shida. Lakini je, huu mbona tayari tunaona dalili upande mwingine wa pili, kuna nini? So mwisho wa siku tunaishia kwamba kazi inapewa kiurafiki badala ya tajriba ya mtu, na hayo ndio mambo ambayo tunafaa tuyakemea. So viongozi wetu hawa wakiishia simama kwa podium na popote wayazungumze, kwa sababu yatatuathiri. Tunahitaji viongozi wawe kama ni mawaziri, kama katiba na ruhusu kwamba watoke nje ya siasa, watafutwe nje ya siasa ili haswa wafanye kazi husika. Na tumeona haswa hili likifanya kazi haswa katika serikali ya Mheshimiwa Uhuru. Mawaziri haswa kuja kwa ajili ya uwaziri, si kwa ati kwamba wameenda kwa siasa. Leo hii spika wa bunge anapewa nafasi hiyo, ametoka katika siasa. Kwa hivyo nataka uniambie yeye haswa atafungamana na upande ambao ako nao ama atafungamana na upande ambao hayuko nao? So kazi za kupewa badala ya tajriba kuangaliwa haswa uhitimu wa mtu, mwisho wa siku zinaathiri namna hii. Ndio maana haswa hili la Gaucho naweza nikasema mimi nimepewa haswa nafasi ya nimepewa ili kubepari ule, yani ushabiki ule, yani usela wenyewe wanasema watoto wa sasa hivi, kwamba usela ule, urafiki ule, kwamba at least na mimi nionekane nimo miongoni mwa waliomo, na hili halitatusaidia hata kama. Mimi sina shaka na masomo yake, ili mradi umepewa mwanya, make use of that. So lakini sidhani kama kuna hilo la lipo haswa kikamilifu, kwa sababu ya hili lile ambalo tumeiona mapema kwamba atakuwa ni mtu wa kutumwa, na kama ni wa kutumwa tusaidie katika hili. Hayo ndio yalikuwa yangu, ndugu zangu, ya leo. Namshukuru na nimshukuru pia, ili angalau tubambanye kumekucha huku, tuone siku itakuwaje, tuangalie pale tutashika sasa, maana bado kuna kazi kwa kweli. Asanteni.
Jiro. Jiro, funga stesheni bana. Haya bwana, mwana msimamo, nadhani tutatia tamati hapo.
Hamna shida kaka, hamna shida kaka, acha tutie tamati hapo. Mwana
wewe tutazungumza kwa simu, ni unijuze mengi,
Nitakupigia tu sasa hivi, nitakueleza, tutazungumza kaka yangu, wala hata una shida.
Haya basi, tuseme hayo kwa alhamdulillah.